Like how a colonel's standard and age of 65 years turn a simple chicken spice or recipe into the KFC brand, which is a global brand. So, and he proved that there is never too late to dream big. So, today Pep Talks is all about turning a passion into the purpose, and our experts will share their real stories, spark ideas, inspire you. So without any further delay, let's dive into. So now I would like to invite our first speaker for this session, Ms. Palak Arora, a proud NIFTEM alumna and the founder of Sadhguru Superfoods. Palak is a change India eats with the sprouted millets and lenses based meals. So her brands makes over 15 healthy products in the gluten-free facilities, and she is also been awarded by the best food tech brands. Next, we have Romy Kulia, founder of Atpata, and Romy turns life changes into the flavorful opportunities. From telecom to the travel to the spices, his journey reflects true resilience. Atpata fusions, seasoning and cooking blends now shine on the global stages like World Food Expo, and he represents the Ministry of Tourism and Innovation Boards, bringing flavor into the world. Do we have Isha Chabber? Okay, so let's now welcome Shraan Kumar Roy, CEO of the concept of the Superfood LLP and famously called a Makhana Man of the Bihar. Shraan has modernized the Makhana industry and NIFTEM graduate from the business coach. He now trains entrepreneurs under the MOFP, and his venture, MBA Makhana Wala, is shining example of how technology and the tradition can balance a better nutrition. Do we have Kunal? Do we have Kunal? Okay. So next we have Kunal Aurora. At age of 20 years old, Kunal co-founder of Nuts, and the world's first nut-based chip brands using a makhana, chana, and almonds. So baked by this Nikhil Kaman's funds, his brand combines flavors and health, recognized by the government of India. Kunal is leading snacking revolutionary and with the energy and the innovation. Now we welcome Mr. Priyanshu Raj, a co-founder of Aroma. He crafted the eco-friendly natural fragrances, and his teams won top 100 in SBI Youth Ideathon, and they also won a NIFTEM's Ideathon. He aims to make Aroma the first $1 billion startup from the NIFTEM while staying sustainable. Next, we have Mr. Mayang Gupta. He is NIFTEM's graduate and left his graduate or the corporate job to launch the frozen food ventures. Now earns 20 crores a year. From the blended green teas and the frozen snacks like fries and tikis, he is scaling fast innovation and the funding. So his journey reflects the spirits and the risk-taking smart pivots. Our final speakers, the Anak Goyal, co-founder of 1.5 Degrees. He's just 20 and already shaking up the plant-based dairy products in the world, and BITS Palani students and the students entrepreneurs of the years. He built India's first lactose-free ice creams and units in the NIFTEM with the funding of 30 crores valuation. His goal is greener and healthier India. So now we welcome. So Romy sir, over to you sir. Yes.
Hello. Good morning, NIFTEM, and thanks for having me over here. So myself is Romy Kulia, and I come from a business family where we deals in gold and diamonds, but I never wanted to join my family business. I'll be talking about the resilience and non-giving up an attitude. After knowing my story, I believe all of you people, like the students specifically, those who are in the auditorium right now, maybe I'll be able to convey some messages, some kind of story or example to you people in your life which will affect, and you might not give up if you come across in such kind of situation or maybe further course of your life action. Life is completely unpredictable, guys. I want to tell you something about me that I am a patient and I hope I don't look like one. So I was paralyzed for 5 years. I fought with a paralysis. And I'm from Hindi medium school. I did not get the good marks during my studies because there was a lot of things which was going on in my personal life. We couldn't afford the fee of the school, and that's what made me entrepreneur. I was selling my mobile phone battery in my life. So I think there are multiple examples that I can give you of the resilience. You know what? The life is not like, the way you want, always the way you predict. You are studying, you are doing something in your life, and maybe some world come crash to you, maybe you have a fall on your face. That's when the resilience enter in your life, in each one of our life. It's basically, like it gives you, it shows you the mirror, what you are, who you are, and what you are capable of. That's when you realize exactly, one can do so much when you have the ultimate control over your brain and on your subconscious mind. When I met with the paralysis, I never knew I was 21, and I had a lot of dream. But I told that I'll not be able to walk. And that's when I thought, man, I'm gone. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm a little emotional now because that gives me a lot of trauma. Moreover, I'm not allowed to sit. But I had one thing in my brain that, yes, I can do it, I can do it. The doctor used to tell me, no, chap, you will walk one day. And I'm in front of you guys. Sorry guys, I'm little, that spare me with the horror because I go always over there. So when I come to the entrepreneur journey, I thought, man, yes, I am no one less than anyone. I'm Mota Ranveer Kapoor. What, ऐसा लगता है कि yeah, I'm looking good. Nobody can say that I'm a patient. I hope you cannot say that I'm a patient, guys, right? Do I look like a patient, guys? Thank you so much. So what happened, like, I have been always having that कीड़ा into me that I wanted to do something, and I wanted to do something in relation to the food. हमारे पास पैसे नहीं होते थे. We all are student. We have a pocket money. 20 rupees मिलते थे. उस 20 rupees से मैं cheese slice खरीदता था और अपने रोटी को pizza बना के खा लेता था. So I have been cooking almost 20-25 years, been to Master Chef, have won national cooking competition, participated in a lot of local cooking competition. When the COVID happened, one of my friend committed suicide. And when you lose it from your brain, guys, the psychiatrist will tell you what you know already. The counselor will tell you, what is, you should not do this, you should not do that, which you know already. Your subconscious mind knows that. But when you have a wound in your hand, that is visible. So that's when I decided, bro, there were the only people during the COVID which were allowed to step out. They were the food industry people, like everybody from like Swiggy, Zomato, they were, roaming around, and even the Ambanis were sitting at home, even the local rickshaw guy was sitting at home. So that's when I thought food is something which requires 3 times in a day, if not 3, at least 2 times. And I know that I had the skills of cooking. So that's how I created Atpata. So today, in Atpata, we are trying to solve the modern cooking age problem. It's my startup, which is known as Atpata. We are creating a powder-based curry powders, which people who don't know how to cook. So my target audience is my target customers like the students, those who are home away. Maybe some of you are from north, south, anywhere. You must be missing your home authenticity, authentic food. So what we did, we have formulated those specific, like achari aloo-dum, kali mirch paneer, those regional food, and we put them in the box, which you don't have to do the jhanjat of formulations, kitna kya chahiye. And moreover, it's a combination of all the spices that you need, and it is in the powdered form, and we have a good shelf life. So people like you are the better judge of our product. Please do visit us. We are also exhibiting. Take our product in your hand and realize what we have created. So having said that, in the entire circus, guys, what we learned out of the day, the life is unpredictable. Even when we go to the ICU, people says, no, the heartbeat should be ups and down. It should not, once it is flat, you are dead. So guys, anything comes in your life, any day you think you're done, you have, this is not happening, maybe you score a less mark, or maybe your dad doesn't like you, maybe the people doesn't, associate with you. Suppose the day one, the journey should be with you and with your confidence and with your conviction. The day one, the only thing which stay with you guys is your conviction that you can do it. If you have that, don't think of anyone. One day, the day will come, everybody will appreciate you. If I can do, sitting from that side to this side, anybody can do it. And I would like to just suggest each one of you students, guys, never give up. And giving up is not the option. If you give up, even after that, you will not be doing anything. Irrespective, you don't need a validation from anyone.
Sir,
if you have,
we have limited time, sir. Actually.
Yeah, I'm just concluding. So all I'm just trying to say that, guys, don't give up and keep going. And one day will come, everybody will be aligned and associated with you. Thank you so much. Thank you, NIFTEM.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experiences. So now we have Miss Isha Chabber. So founder of Repeat Good, Isha started her clean label sauces from the hostel room. So with the 33 lakh of the grants and the 1 crore grants from this Shark Tank India, Isha's inspiring journey proves how passion and purpose can create a magic. Isha ma'am, over to you.
Hello everyone. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm Isha Chabber, Chief Everything Officer at Repeat Good. For those who know me, I just went to Shark Tank India. We were aired this season, episode 25. How many of you by any chance have watched the episode? Wow, a lot of you. So I'm glad people here know me. For those who have not, I've started Repeat Good. At Repeat Good, we manufacture sauces which are healthier and guilt-free, like your favorite ketchups and mayo, but without refined sugar, preservatives or any chemicals. पर ये start करने की journey it's very close to my heart. I started because I faced problems myself. It comes from a very personal pain point. जब मैं IIT preparation के लिए कोटा गई थी 11th-12th में, I was first introduced with mayo and these things. और घर से दूर रहती थी तो मैं अडिक्ट हो गई इन चीज़ों का, क्योंकि हॉस्टल का खाना तो हम सबको पता है कितना बुरा सा होता है, इतना तीखा, इतना पतला, पनीर में पनीर नहीं होता, दाल पानी होती है, थिंग्स लाइक दिस. तो मैं रोटी के साथ शेजवान मेयो खा रही हूँ, ब्रेड के साथ खा रही हूँ, मैगी में डाल के खा रही हूँ. दिस वॉज माई लाइफ स्टाइल. लाइक ब्रेकफास्ट में ब्रेड एंड सॉस, लंच में चपाती एंड सॉस, बाद में ओरियो शेक. कंप्लीट लाइफ स्टाइल डिज़ास्टर. जब मैं घर आई मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्थ इश्यूज़ होने लगे. मैं पहले से ही बहुत सेंसिटिव थी हेल्थ को लेके ड्यू टू PCOD एंड ऑल, बट तब तक मम्मी पापा ने रिस्ट्रिक्ट करके और प्रोटेक्ट करके रखा था. जब वापस आई तो मम्मी ने नोटिस किया ये तो इसकी आदतें पूरी ख़राब हो चुकी है, ये प्रॉब्लम्स लाइफस्टाइल चेंजेस की वजह से हो रहे हैं, जो इतना वज़न बढ़ गया है, जो इतने गले में पूरे अल्सर्स हो गए हैं. इट्स बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट यू आर कंज्यूमिंग ऑन ए एवरीडे बेसिस. तो मैंने सोचा यार मार्केट में कुछ तो बेटर मिलता होगा, मैं ऑर्डर कर लेती हूँ. बट व्हेन आई सर्च्ड मुझे कुछ भी अच्छा सा मिला नहीं. जो कुछ ब्रांड्स मिले मैंने ऑर्डर किया, ट्राई किया, या तो वो बिल्कुल ही गंदे टेस्ट के थे जो कि लाइक अनकंज्यूमेबल, या फिर ऐसे थे जो ब्रांड्स मार्केटिंग से कंज्यूमर्स को चीट कर रहे हैं, जिनके पैकेट के ऊपर तो चीज़ें और लिखी है और अंदर कुछ चीज़ें और है. एंड कोविड, उसके जस्ट बाद कोविड आ गया. मेरा IIT तो नहीं हुआ बट मैंने कॉलेज में एडमिशन ले लिया. एंड सिर्फ मैं किचन में रहती थी. कोविड में तो सब यही कर रहे हैं, फूड एक्सपेरिमेंट्स एंड ऑल. एंड आई रियलाइज कि ये सिर्फ मेरी या मेरे घर की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. जब नेबर्स से बात किया, फैमिली से बात की, हर घर की, हर बच्चे की, हर मम्मी की प्रॉब्लम है कि हर किसी की मम्मी डांटती है, बेटा ये अनहेल्दी है, ये मत खाओ, फ्रूट्स खाओ, ड्राई फ्रूट्स खाओ, आज बाहर का मत खाओ. तो ये एक यूनिवर्सल प्रॉब्लम है हमारे साथ हर घर में. तो आई शुड डू समथिंग अबाउट इट. एंड क्योंकि सॉसेस वॉज समथिंग विच वॉज माई फेवरेट, एंड आई रियलाइज कि सॉसेस हम बाहर तो खाते ही हैं, घर में भी जब हम पनीर चिली या पिज़्ज़ा बना रहे हैं या नूडल्स बना रहे हैं तो सॉसेस हम बाहर से ही लाते हैं, और वही टेस्ट ऐड करती है और वही सबसे ज़्यादा अनहेल्दी होती है. तो दैट्स हाउ आई स्टार्टेड विथ सॉसेस एंड आई डिसाइडेड टू मेक इट हेल्दियर. बट तब मुझे नहीं पता था कि एक फूड बिज़नेस स्टार्ट करना या एक जर्नी इतनी ज़्यादा चैलेंजिंग और इतनी मुश्किलों से भरी होती है. तब मुझे लगा था कि फूड प्रोडक्ट का आइडिया है, कहीं से बनवाएंगे, बनाएंगे, पैक करेंगे और बेच देंगे, इट्स दैट ईजी. बट नहीं, वहाँ मेरी एक आइडिया से इस जर्नी की शुरुआत हुई. मैं कॉलेज गई एंड आई फेस्ड मल्टीपल प्रॉब्लम्स. मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि प्रोडक्ट कैसे बनाऊँ, कहाँ से बनाऊँ. किचन में ट्रायल्स कर लिए थे, किचन में तो नमक और शक्कर का टेस्ट बैठ गया था, बट उसको कमर्शियली कैसे प्रोड्यूस करूँ, कहाँ मैन्युफैक्चर करूँ, लैब टेस्ट कहाँ से कराऊँ, लेबल कहाँ से लगाऊँ, ब्रांड नेम क्या रखूँ, ये सब भी नहीं पता था. तो बट आई केप्ट ऑन गोइंग. निफ्टेम के साथ मेरी एक बहुत छोटी सी स्टोरी एसोसिएटेड है, विच आई विल टेल यू. जब फर्स्ट टाइम मुझे फूड आइडिया आया, मैंने अपने कॉलेज वालों को पिच किया, और मैं थी थापर यूनिवर्सिटी पंजाब में, इंजीनियरिंग कर रही थी, कोई फूड बैकग्राउंड नहीं. तो पहले तो सब ने वहाँ मेरे आइडिया पे क्वेश्चन किया, इंजीनियर हो के फूड का आइडिया, बोल क्या रही है, कर तो कुछ सकती नहीं, वॉट एवर. एक टीचर ने बोला, देखो यहाँ पे ना सोनीपत में कॉलेज है निफ्टेम, वहाँ पे वो फूड कॉलेज है, उधर चले जाओ, उधर तुम्हें गाइडेंस मिल जाएगी. मैंने यहाँ पे किसी का नंबर निकाला और उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि वहाँ पे ना तुमको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का इशू है, वहाँ पे प्लांट्स भी मिल जाएंगे, मतलब मशीनरीज मिल जाएंगी, तुम मैन्युफैक्चर कर सकती हो. मैंने कहा बट उसका रेंट क्या होगा, मुझे सब पता करना है. मैंने कॉल किया तो कॉल में मुझे बोला कि आ जाओ मिलने. मैंने एक टाइम फिक्स किया और कोविड के टाइम ही बस कैब बुक कर ली नेक्स्ट डे की, जब भी उन्होंने मुझे अपॉइंटमेंट दी, आदित्य सर इफ़ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग. और मैं गाड़ी लेके उनसे मिलने आ गई. मिलने आई, मैंने प्लान्स देखा, मैंने उनसे रेंट की बात की, मैंने लैब टेस्ट की बात की, मैंने सब किया. तो लैब टेस्ट तो महंगे थे, रेंट मुझे लगा कि हो सकता है तो मैं यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चर कर लूँगी. हेलो सर.
Isha ma'am, we have limited time.
Yes, so I'll just fast forward it. तो मुझे लगा मैं यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चर कर लूँगी, और मैंने सर से पूछा कि सर आप प्रोडक्ट भी मेरा डेवलप नहीं है, आप एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को सपोर्ट, मतलब एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए यहाँ कुछ स्कीम्स होगी, कुछ होगा. उन्होंने बोला मुझे आइडिया नहीं है. मैंने कहा सर आपके नाम में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है, निफ्टेम, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फूड टेक्नोलॉजी एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, कुछ तो होगा. उन्होंने बोला रुको मैं पता करता हूँ. मैंने गूगल सर्च किया, एंटरप्रेन्योर सेल ऑफ निफ्टेम सोनीपत, एंड आई गॉट वन इमेज, प्रफुल्ल सर, मैनेजर, ई सेल. एंड आई सेड सर यहाँ पे कोई प्रफुल्ल सर होंगे, मैं उनसे मिल सकती हूँ क्या. उन्होंने बोला रुको पूछता हूँ. उन्होंने 2-4 कॉल्स लगाए, बोला कोई प्रफुल्ल यहाँ है क्या, कोई प्रफुल्ल है क्या. मैं 2 घंटे बैठी. उन्होंने बोला कि हाँ प्रफुल्ल उस बिल्डिंग में बैठता है, यू कैन गो मीट हर. आई मेट हिम and discussed with him. He told me about incubations. और 10 दिन बचे थे निफ्टेम के इंक्यूबेशन राउंड को. मैंने अप्लाई कर दिया. I got till the final round but got rejected that time. But that made me realize कि कहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम्स है. पहली बार कहीं से किसी चीज़ की गाइडेंस मिल रही थी. अब उन्होंने उस प्रोग्राम में 3 राउंड्स तक मुझे सब सिखा दिया कि कंपनी क्या होती है, कंपनी इनकॉर्पोरेट कैसे करते हैं, ब्रांडिंग, मार्केटिंग, फूड प्रोडक्शन, डेवलपमेंट, पैकेजिंग, सबके एक्सपर्ट्स आए, उन्होंने सेशंस लिए और मुझे बेसिक आइडिया मिल गया. एंड दैट्स हाउ माई जर्नी स्टार्टेड. जिस वजह से उन्होंने मुझे रिजेक्ट किया था, मैंने रिजेक्शन के बाद उन्हें कॉल करके पूछा कि सर आप मुझे बता सकते हैं कि मैं क्यों रिजेक्ट की गई. उन्होंने कहा बेटा अभी आइडिया वैलिडेटेड नहीं है. अब वो चीज़ मेरे दिमाग में बैठ गई. बोले सब सही है, बस आइडिया वैलिडेटेड नहीं है. मैं आइडिया वैलिडेट करने निकल गई एंड मैंने आइडिया वैलिडेट किया. उसके बाद मैंने आज तक जिस भी इंक्यूबेशंस में अप्लाई किया है, आई हैव गॉन थ्रू एंड दैट हेल्प मी रेज 33 lakhs of grant from the government. Just post that, I applied for Ministry of Agriculture, I raised 18 lakhs, I raised 10 lakhs from SISFS, and again जब दूसरे साल मैंने NIFTEM में अप्लाई किया, they selected me and they gave me 5 lakhs of seed grant. So that's my journey with NIFTEM. It started here and it comes to a full circle here as I'm speaking, but that's about it. And just a small takeaway about entrepreneurship and challenges. Entrepreneurship का दूसरा नाम है challenges and problem solving. हर दिन अगर आप ये जर्नी पे जा रहे हो तो बी प्रिपेयर्ड कि हर दिन एक नई प्रॉब्लम आएगी. आजकल तो मैं मम्मी को घर से बोल के निकलती हूँ, जा रही हूँ मम्मी ऑफिस आज की कोई प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने. It's that similar, it's that synonymous. तो be prepared and if you're equipped with that, आपके पास कोई skills हो ना हो, आपको कुछ पता हो ना हो, you can nail it. आपको बस consistent रहना है, you have to show up every day and solve the damn problem. और वो जब आप consistent हो वो automatically solve हो जाएगी. लोग जुड़ते जाएंगे, resources मिलते जाएंगे. It will be done. If I can do it, I graduated last year, I became an engineer last year, went to Shark Tank and sitting here, if I can do it, you definitely can.
Thank you so much for inspiring speech and also promoting our institute. Thank you so much. Next we have Shraan Kumar. Please, over to you, sir.
Hello. वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग टू वन एंड ऑल. मेरा नाम श्रवण कुमार रॉय है और मैं उस राज्य से आता हूँ जहाँ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप वो करते हैं जो कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं. बिहार में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की जगह नहीं है और लोग वहाँ सिर्फ और सिर्फ पढ़ाई करते हैं नौकरी करने के लिए. क्या मेरी बात से सहमत हैं आप लोग जो बिहारी लोग हैं? तो मैं भी वही था. एक्चुअली मैं भी आप लोगों की तरह निफ्टम से पास आउट हूँ. मैं निफ्टम तंजावुर का फर्स्ट बैच का पास आउट हूँ. मेरा नाम श्रवण कुमार है. मैंने बीटेक किया, फिर मैंने एमबीए किया और टिपिकल बिहारी नॉर्थ इंडियन की तरह जॉब के लिए डिफरेंट एमएनसीज कंपनी में मैंने जॉब किया. मेरी लास्ट कंपनी अडानी विल्मर थी जहाँ ईस्ट और सेंट्रल यूपी देख रहा था. मैंने 2019 में नौकरी छोड़ी. मुझे रियलाइज हुआ कि मैं इसके लिए पैदा नहीं हुआ हूँ कि ये 9 से 6 का जॉब करूँ और एक सर्टेन लोग एक लंबे समय तक मुझे जान पाएँ. और मेरे अंदर जो स्किल है, मेरे अंदर जो छोटा बड़ा जो भी गुण है, उसको मैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों तक एक्सप्लोर नहीं कर पा रहा था. आसान शब्दों में ये समझिए कि वो घुटन सी ज़िंदगी थी कि क्या इसी के लिए हम बने हैं कि एक कंपनी के लिए काम करें, कुछ लोगों के लिए काम करें. तो 2019 में मैंने अपना कंपनी छोड़ा और छोड़ करके स्टार्टअप लिया जिसका नाम है कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ सुपर फूड. और कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ सुपर फूड का पहला कॉन्सेप्ट था कि हम वैसे लड़के जो कॉरपोरेट में जॉब कर रहे हैं और जिनको कॉरपोरेट में मज़ा नहीं आ रहा है, जिनको लग रहा है कि नहीं हमको कुछ और भी करना चाहिए, मुझे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मास को हम सर्व कर सकते हैं, वैसे लोगों के लिए मैंने इस कंपनी को ओपन रखा और एक टीम बनाई. उस टीम में आज मेरे साथ रुचि मंडल है, मेरे साथ गार्गी सरा है, मेरे साथ भरत रंजन है, मेरे साथ भूषण सहाय हैं. ये वैसे लोग हैं जिनका बैकग्राउंड इंजीनियरिंग का रहा है. ये लोग कॉरपोरेट में जॉब कर रहे थे और आज मेरे साथ मेरी कंपनी में हैं. कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ सुपर फूड में जो है हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं ये मैं बाद में बताऊंगा. मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि देखिए अभी हम इंडियंस 140 करोड़ का पॉपुलेशन लेके बैठे हैं. 140 करोड़ के पॉपुलेशन में जो यूथ है वो लगभग 60% है और सबको नौकरी नहीं मिल सकता है. हम लोगों में एक ऐसी कम्युनिटी होनी चाहिए जो बचपन से ये सोचे कि हमको नौकरी लेना नहीं, नौकरी देने वाला बनना है. और इसका रास्ता एकमात्र है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. अगर आप अपना करियर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की तरह चूज करते हैं तो आप नौकरी देने वाले बनेंगे. तो मैं आप सबों से एक मैं गुजारिश करूंगा कि आप लोग जैसे अभी आप बहुत सारे लोग फाइनल ईयर में होंगे या सेकेंड ईयर फर्स्ट ईयर में होंगे, तो आप में से कम 1 से 1.5% ऐसा पॉपुलेशन होना चाहिए जो अभी से सोचना शुरू करे कि हमको नौकरी देने वाला बनना है. और ये तभी संभव है जब इसको आप एज ए पैशन एक्सेप्ट करेंगे. जैसे बहुत सारे लोग हैं खुद को क्रिकेटर बनाना चाहते हैं, खुद को आर्टिस्ट बनाना चाहते हैं, तो उसमें एक और जुड़ना चाहिए कि एंटरप्रेन्योर आपका एक पैसन हो। ठीक उसी पैसन के साथ हम लोग आए, कंपनी बनाए, कंपनी बनाने के बाद हम लोगों ने पहला प्रोडक्ट चूज किया जो कि मखाना है। मखाना एक सुपर फूड है, और मखाना चूज करने के पीछे रीज़न ये था कि मैंने अपने कुछ फाइनल ईयर प्रोजेक्ट में मखाना पे काम किया था। एक छोटी सी पॉपिंग मशीन बनाई थी, और एक ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग घटना घटा कि मेरे कॉलेज में 4 उत्तर भारतीयों के अलावा मखाना कोई नहीं जानता था। मेरे कैंपस में काजू का प्लांट है, तो मुझे उस दिन रियलाइज हुआ कि दक्षिण भारत के जो 4-5 राज्य हैं, वहाँ अगर एक हाथ में मखाना और दूसरे हाथ में काजू लेके अगर हम मूव करते हैं तो 10 में 10 लोग बता देंगे कि ये काजू है विथ डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज। एट द सेम टाइम 10 में 9 लोग नहीं बता पाएंगे कि ये मेरे दूसरे हाथ में मखाना है। तो मेरे दिमाग में ये आया कि वो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दिखा कि मखाने पे अभी काम करना बाकी है, और मैंने मखाना चूज किया। आज हम लोग मखाने की 22 प्रोडक्ट डेवलप किए हैं और एक रेस्टोरेंट मॉडल बनाया है। ये रेस्टोरेंट मॉडल कुछ इस तरह का है कि आप बीइंग अ फूड टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कि भारत के रेस्टोरेंट में अगर आप जाते हैं तो वहाँ क्या है कि हम जो एज ए कंज्यूमर सिर्फ एक ही बात सोचते हैं। जैसे आप अगर कोई भी चीज़ खाते हैं तो उसके बाद एक ही चीज़ सोचते हैं आप। जब आपसे पूछा जाता है कि ये कैसा लगा, तो आपके दिमाग में सिर्फ आता है टेस्ट, टेस्ट और टेस्ट। आप नहीं सोचते हैं कि ये कितना न्यूट्रिशनली हेल्दी है। तो मेरा पहला टारगेट था कि इंडियन कंज्यूमर को सुपर फूड उनके टेस्ट में सर्व करें। इसका पहला प्रोडक्ट हमने मखाना स्टार्ट किया। हम मखाने का डोसा बना रहे हैं, कुल्फ़ी बना रहे हैं, शेक बना रहे हैं, चाट बना रहे हैं, मखाने की कुकीज़ बना रहे हैं। 9 फ्लेवर्ड में फ्लेवर्ड मखाना है, और ये सारे प्रोडक्ट हम लोग एक रेस्टोरेंट मॉडल में सर्व करने जा रहे हैं। सपना ये देखते हैं कि जिस तरह विदेशी कंपनियां आज हमारे टायर 1, टायर 2 और टायर 3 सिटीज़ में टेस्ट के साथ जंक फूड सर्व कर रहा है, हम ऑस्ट्रेलिया, कनाडा और अमेरिका के टायर 1, टायर 2 और टायर 3 सिटीज़ में टेस्ट के साथ सुपर फूड सर्व करें। इसका एक छोटा सा मॉडल हम लोगों ने दरभंगा एयरपोर्ट पे स्टार्ट किया है, और बहुत जल्द अभी हम दिल्ली एनसीआर में अपना दूसरा मॉडल फुल्ली रेस्टोरेंट स्टार्ट करने जा रहे हैं। इसके बाद हम लोग फ्रेंचाइजी सेल करेंगे टायर 1 सिटीज़ में। हम लोग कुछ पैक्ड आइटम पे भी काम कर रहे हैं, जिसमें हमारा मखाना कुकीज़ है और फ्लेवर्ड मखाना है, जिसको काफ़ी अप्रिसिएट किया जा रहा है, लोग काफ़ी पसंद कर रहे हैं। तो ये तो मेरी जर्नी है, जो मेरे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की जर्नी है। और 1-2 चीज़ें मैं आप लोगों से शेयर करना चाहता हूँ कि 2019 में मेरी शादी हुई। एक्चुअली बिहारियों की शादी होती है 2 चीज़ देख करके, एक तो उनका एकेडमिक लाइफ और दूसरा कि लड़का किस तरह की कंपनी में जॉब करता है, कितना कमाता है। 2019 के 9 फरवरी को मेरी शादी हुई, और आप बिलीव कीजिए मार्च में मैंने पूरे परिवार को बोला कि मैं नौकरी छोड़ना चाहता हूँ। मेरे ससुराल वाले और मेरे परिवार वाले सब ठगा हुआ महसूस कर रहे थे कि मैं जिस लड़के से शादी किया हूँ वो लड़का बोल रहा है कि नौकरी छोड़ना चाहता हूँ। मेरा परिवार उस समय 2 हिस्सों में बट गया था। एक छोटा हिस्सा था जो मुझे सपोर्ट करने के लिए तैयार था, और एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा था जो मेरे को बोल रहा था कि अगर मखाना बेचना है तो बीटेक MBA करने की क्या ज़रूरत थी। स्टिल है गैप हमारे सोसाइटी में ये समझाना कि एक पढ़ा लिखा लड़का भी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप चूज कर सकता है। अच्छा, वर्ड मैं यूज कर रहा हूँ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, इसको लोग बोलते हैं बिजनेस। अगर बिजनेस करना था तो पढ़ने की क्या ज़रूरत थी। लेकिन मैं थैंक्स बोलूँगा उस छोटे से मेरे परिवार के हिस्से को, जिन्होंने मुझे हर तरीके से मदद किया इकोनॉमिकली, और सबसे बड़ा चीज़ जो उस समय होता है ढाढ़स देना कि ठीक है करो, कुछ भी होगा हम लोग तुम्हारे साथ हैं। और हम लोग स्टार्ट किए, और बैड लक ये रहा कि मैं उस समय ये डिसीजन लिया जिसके ठीक अगले साल ही कोरोना आ गया। उस पूरे 1 साल के पीरियड में मैंने 2 चीज़ खाया, एक तो अपनी सेविंग और दूसरा ताना। मैं जिस सोसाइटी से हूँ, मैं बहुत छोटे शहर से हूँ, दरभंगा बहुत छोटा शहर है, और वहाँ ज़्यादातर जब मैं घर से निकलता था ज़्यादातर लोग मुझे यही कहते थे इन मैथिली, तोरा अगर मखाने बेचे के चलो तो किया तू बीटेक MBA कर ली, बाबू के तू पैसा बर्बाद। इन हिंदी, अगर तुमको मखाना बेचना था तो तुम बीटेक MBA क्यों किए, अपने पेरेंट्स का पैसा क्यों बर्बाद किए। मेरे पास आंसर नहीं था, क्योंकि ये वो लोग थे जो मुझसे उम्र में बड़े हैं, मुझसे ओहदे में बड़े हैं, मैं नहीं समझा पा रहा था। देखिए, ये कहानी सुनाने के पीछे एक मात्र मकसद है कि मैं चाहता हूं कि इस कहानी के बाद आप लोगों में से कुछ लड़के हैं जो डिसीजन ले, कुछ लड़कियां डिसीजन ले कि नहीं मुझे भी एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना है। मैं उस समय जवाब नहीं दे पा रहा हूँ, लेकिन आज मुझे बड़ा सौभाग्य मिलता है जब मैं इस तरह के जगह पे मैं आता हूँ, लोग मेरी बातों को सुनते हैं, तो ये वो लोग जो वहाँ बैठे हैं छोटे शहरों में, उनको लगता है कि नहीं, ही हैज़ डन समथिंग गुड। और मैं पहला जो मेरा मतलब अचीवमेंट था, बहुत छोटा था लेकिन मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ा था। मैं टोटली, मुझे लग रहा था कि मैंने गलत डिसीजन लिया है। एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की जर्नी में आपको हमेशा ऐसा फील होगा कि आपने गलत डिसीजन लिया है। तो मुझे भी लग रहा था कि यार कोई नहीं है जो बोल रहा है सही कर रहा है। लेकिन पहली बार जो मेरे जिला अधिकारी हैं त्यागराजन सर, उनको पता चला कि 2 कपल हैं जो जॉब छोड़ के आए हैं। उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया और काफ़ी अप्रिसिएट किया मेरे आइडिया को, जो आइडिया मैंने अभी शेयर किया है आपसे। और नेक्स्ट डे वो मेरे घर आए, और घर आकर के मेरा छोटा सा स्टार्टअप उस समय था जिसको उन्होंने देखा, और उसके ठीक अगले दिन वहाँ के लोकल न्यूज़पेपर में ये न्यूज़ आया। ये घटना मेरे लिए उस कदर थी कि मैं लगभग इस स्टेज पे आ गया था कि मैं वापस कॉर्पोरेट में जाऊंगा, जॉब करूंगा। लेकिन उस दिन रियलाइज हुआ कि नहीं, जिलाधिकारी ने अप्रिसिएट किया है, उन्होंने अपना नंबर दिया है, इसका मतलब मैं सही डायरेक्शन में हूँ। और बिलीव कीजिए 1 साल मैंने बहुत जम के मेहनत किया, और उसके बाद मुझे MSME ऑनर अवार्ड मिला, ईस्ट जोन के लिए टैली अवार्ड मिला। मेरा दूसरा अचीवमेंट है कि मुझे बिहार चेंज मेकर अवार्ड मिला। मेरा तीसरा अचीवमेंट है कि G20 के 3 बड़े इवेंट में मुझे बुलाया गया, जिसके G20 के बिजनेस समिट में मेरा मखाना फ्लेवर्ड मखाना, मेरा मखाना कुकीज़ और मखाना खीर सर्व किया गया। और मुझे वहाँ काफ़ी डर था कि ये विदेशी किस तरीके से मेरे प्रोडक्ट को लेंगे। अब वहाँ लोग काफ़ी अप्रिसिएट किए मेरे मखाना कुकीज़ को और फ्लेवर्ड मखाने को। उसके बाद जो एक सक्सेस का दौर वो चलता रहा, और आज वो दौर है कि आज ये जो निफ्टम में आकर मुझे इस तरह का स्टेज मिला और आप लोगों से अपना अनुभव शेयर करने का मौका मिला। मैं इस स्टेज से भारत के इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और प्रिंट मीडिया को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। आज लगभग सारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और प्रिंट मीडिया में, स्पेशली प्रिंट मीडिया में, द हिंदू ने पिछले 4 महीना पहले मेरी फुल पेज में सक्सेस स्टोरी कवर की, जो पैन इंडिया डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया गया। द टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया ने मेरी सक्सेस स्टोरी कवर की है, जो फुल पेज में दिया गया है। लगभग सारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और प्रिंट मीडिया ने मुझे अप्रिसिएट किया है मेरे काम को।
सर, वी हैव लिमिटेड टाइम।
तो बस 2-3 चीज़ें मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ आप लोगों को कि ये हमारी ज़रूरत है और ये हमारी मजबूरी है, क्योंकि हम लोग उस देश में पैदा लिए हैं जो वर्ल्ड का सबसे बड़ा पॉपुलेशन लेके बैठा है। तो एज ए ज़रूरी और एज ए मजबूरी हम में से 2% आबादी को ये डिसीजन लेना है कि हमें नौकरी देने वाला बनना है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir, for your motivational speech. Next, we have Palak Arora. Over to you, ma'am.
Everyone, I am Palak Arora and I am an alumni of NIFTEM batch 1721. As many of you may know me, and most of you must have watched the Kya series on YouTube, Know Your Alumni. So many of you must have saw my story there as well. But I am really honored to be here today, to be called by my institute to share my journey from sitting on the auditorium seats to this stage. And I'm really glad to share my story and how it all started. So I was in my 3rd year and we were very happy कि हम लोगों के exams postpone हो गए. We got a notification that 15 days delay हो रहे हैं exams because there was some virus that is there. So we have to leave our hostels and go home. And that was the first time in NIFTEM कि एग्ज़ाम्स पोस्टपोन हो जाए. सब लोग प्रे कर रहे हैं कि किसी ने कुछ प्रिपरेशन नहीं करी है, लास्ट मोमेंट सब प्रिपेयर करते हैं. एंड वी वर वेरी हैप्पी कि अच्छा चलो घर जा रहे हैं एंड एग्ज़ाम्स पोस्टपोन हो रहे हैं. एंड दैट वाज द टाइम when we never realized कि हमें वापस कॉलेज नहीं आना होगा एंड वापस कभी ऐसे एग्ज़ाम्स नहीं होंगे, नॉर्मल क्लासेस जैसे होते थे वो नहीं होंगे. And everything went online after that, and that was the time which became serious and everyone was searching for immunity building foods. Now during the classes, one thing that stuck to my mind was राखी सिंह मैम का एक क्लास चल रहा था. उसमें she asked us कि हम दाल को भिगो के क्यों खाते हैं. So we were, as kids, just said, yes, uska cooking time reduce karne ke liye, we just soak the dal and then we basically cook it. So ma'am said that there is a technical reason behind that. You are food scientist. You should know the science behind food. So that is what we are here to learn. Know the science behind food and the tech behind the food and make something interesting out of that. So from there it all started. I learned about the anti-nutrients that are present in every grain that is grown on the Mother Earth, be it lentils, grains, millets, everything. So during lockdown, I was searching for immunity building foods. So millets के बारे में क्लास में थोड़ा सा पढ़ा था and anti-nutrients की थोड़ी थोड़ी knowledge थी. Third year में इतना ही ज्ञान होता है बस. तो उस time में I thought of ordering some products which are millet based online, searched a lot, and I realized इसमें से कोई भी product ऐसा नहीं है which is properly soaked or sprouted or extruded, किसी में primary processing अच्छे से नहीं करी हुई है, and people are not even much aware what millets are. So I thought of making and setting up a lab, small lab setup at my home. My parents supported me. I reached out to the professors, उन्होंने मेरे को help किया in some of the basic parameters. And I had set up the lab, developed some ready-to-cook and ready-to-eat food products. It was such a satisfying thing when I saw this sprout of millet coming out, and when I read the research papers on that, it was a completely different experience. From that to developing ready-to-cook, ready-to-eat food mixes, now we have set up our own gluten-free manufacturing unit in Faridabad, and we have also received some of the recognitions like the FICCI. We were the FICCI Millet Startup of the Year last year, Best Food Tech Brand of the Year for 2 consecutive years, and I was felicitated as the youngest entrepreneur working in the millet industry. And I felt really great to be a part of the millet ecosystem. And I got to know कि जब लोगों को health problems होते हैं तब वो healthy food की तरफ switch होते हैं. उससे पहले हम सबको लगता है कि जब तक हमारी body junk खा सकती है, let's all have junk food. जब तक कोई problem नहीं होती है, कोई health issue नहीं होता है, उसके बाद जाके healthy food पे switch होंगे. But that mindset is changing after COVID. And the industry before COVID, after COVID has changed a lot. And the change in the industry, it needs people like us, the food technologists like us. There is the presence of AI now. We have completely... Yes, sorry. Yeah, so the atmosphere and the basically the dynamics have completely changed, and it needs all of you, all of us together, the NIFTEMites, can create a change and bring a change. So start small, think of something, start something of your own, or add value to the products that are already existing. You all have the power, courage, and you are at the best place, trust me. You have access to pilot plants, to labs, to the bestest facilities, and also the best of the best faculties. They are oceans of knowledge. You just have to reach out to them and ask them कि इसको कैसे करना है, please हमें बताओ. Reach out to your seniors. Alumni network is slowly building. Oberoi sir is actually putting in a lot of efforts पूरा हमारे alumni system को, ecosystem को build करने के लिए. So you all are at a really amazing place. Trust me, all of us together can bring change in the food ecosystem, and we are the ones. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next we have Kunal Aurora. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kunal Aurora. I'm the co-founder of ONUTS. Before I delve into what ONUTS is, thank you, NIFTEM, for having me on the stage, and it's an honor to be with such fellow founders, and it's been great listening their story. It's been very inspiring for me as well. I'm an early stage founder only. What we do is really simple. We make chips out of real nuts. We're the world's first brand to do such concept. So nuts like peanut, almond, walnut, cashew, makhana, chana, we're using these 6 nuts to create chips out of them. It's a healthier product. It's non-fried, it's baked, it's gluten-free, it's preservative-free, it's rich in protein, it has 70% less oil, and no palm oil is being used. How I associate with NIFTEM is that I'm not an alumni here. I graduated from Hindu College, Delhi University last year. I'm a 22-year-old. But we run our manufacturing here in NIFTEM at the RT and pilot plant. We have leased the extrusion line and we have taken a FSI manufacturing license as well. Harinder sir was here earlier and he's been very kind to us, to our startup, to help us with the license and everything. Prasanna sir was here as well. Prasanna sir and Aditya sir, they've been very kind. To begin the journey with and to basically take into consideration what all the other founders here mentioned, entrepreneurship is a journey which is long. It's not a short-term thing. Whenever you get into entrepreneurship, you can't be there to turn around it in 2 or 3 years. And if you're getting into the FMCG or the F&B industry, it will take you time. But you will build slowly and you will build something good. So taking back onto my journey, this was in August 2022 when I was in my second year sitting with my co-founder Arjun, who's not here today. And we both got this random idea of making chips out of real nuts. And then we started doing good amount of market research and we realized that the healthy snacking industry was booming, but the sales of the healthier products were not as great. There were 2 pain points that we realized in the market. The first pain point was that all the healthy snacks available in the market were not as tasty as the junk counterparts. So it was not easy for the regular audience like you to make the switch from the junk counterparts to the healthy part. Second pain point we realized was that all the healthy snacks in the market were not at a very affordable price range. So you weren't able to consume it on a daily basis. And as Indians, we want taste first and health second. So that's when we began our journey and we realized that the 2 pain points we'll basically derive to the brand that we're building is to make it tastier, make it healthier, and make it affordable for the regular consumers. From August 2022, we did feasibility reports with various consultants and everything. And in February 2023, we basically hired a food scientist to develop our recipe. After going through multiple months of research into the prototypes and seasoning, we came into August when we had the biggest challenge we had to face, finding the right third-party manufacturer. It took us almost 5 months to actually find NIFTEM. This was in December 2023 at the World Food India Conference. Where NIFTEM had put up a stall, and that's when my co-founder and I met people from the NIFTEM campus, and we got to know about the pilot plants. And there was another company who had leased out the pilot plant earlier, till last year. January 2024, we met the authorities, we met everyone, and Harinder sir is here. So thank you so much, sir, for helping Onaj's business. Continuing to January 2024, we did our commercial trials with the company that had leased out the pilot plant in NIFTEM. March 2024 came when we did a pilot trial of 100 kgs. That's when we entered into the market and we had to check 2 things. First is POC, second is PMF. POC stands for proof of concept, which basically meant that we had to take the product into the real market and understand whether the retailers would sell it. Second was PMF, which is product market fit. We wanted to also understand whether the consumers will be willing to buy such a product. Will they be able to understand that these are chips made out of real nuts and it's as tasty and as healthier for a better for you snack. After doing the pilot trial for almost 4 months, we did our POC and PMF check. And after getting good amount of response, we were ready to begin our manufacturing. And then came the biggest setback that the people who had leased the RT pilot plant, they were ending their lease. So in July 2024, we again came back to square one without having a manufacturer with us. During that time, Nikhil Kamath, who's the founder of Zerodha, also launched his new fund called WT Fund, where he's basically giving grants to entrepreneurs under the age of 20-25. So we, Onaj, got selected into the first cohort, and we were the only consumer brand in the first cohort, we were even in the market. So July, we're losing the manufacturer. August, we're getting good amount of validation as well. So in entrepreneurship, this is basically to highlight that everything comes together. There are good things, there are bad things happening together. After July, we started finding another manufacturer, and for another 2 months, we couldn't find the right partner. And that's when we took the decision to BCom honors graduate with no experience in the food industry to do the manufacturing on our own. And that's when we knew that NIFTEM could be the right part. We troubled Harinder sir for, I believe, 3 months totally with Prasanna sir, Aditya sir for helping us get the plant on lease, get the manufacturing license. And with all their blessings, we did our first pilot trial in October 2024 last week. And on 1st November, which was Diwali, we started getting available in the market. For the past 5-6 months, the response from the market has been very good. The sales have been increasing and we are increasing our distribution day by day. Last month, I'm also honored to tell you that we got a grant of 20 lakh rupees under the Startup India Seed Fund scheme from Government of India. So in total, we've received over 40 lakh rupees as grant from a private and a public sector. Today, when I stand here, as someone who's producing at NIFTEM as well, who comes here regularly on a weekly basis, and at this stage today, I'm here to tell you that this is a very good platform for you to be if you want to begin in the F&B sector. I'm from the Delhi University, but these are not the benefits we've received from that university and my college that I've got from NIFTEM. So if you want to build up in the F&B sector, this is the best place to be in. Coming on to entrepreneurship, there's a small thing that me and my co-founder have realized. It's the PPC formula, which basically stands for patience, persistence, and consistency. You need to be patient. You need to understand things will take time to build something which is sustainable and successful. And as other founders rightly mentioned, that you need to be consistent with the efforts. To basically end this up, I'll give you a small anecdote. August 2022, when I mentioned we got the idea, we thought that we do our first sampling in Diwali that year, in Diwali 2022. We couldn't. Then we thought, okay, we'll do Diwali 2023. But as I mentioned, August to December, we couldn't find the right party manufacturer. So we missed another Diwali. Then came Diwali last year, 2024. And we were planning to do Diwali on a full scale, but we launched on the day of Diwali. So as for business, you need to be there in the market a month, 2 months before to basically begin the sales. But it's better late than never. So this Diwali 2025 would be our first Diwali when we'd actually be doing good sales. So it takes time, but it happens eventually, and you get good amount of resources and support throughout the way. Thank you, NIFTEM, and thank you, sir, for always helping us out there. And thank you to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. Next, we have Priyanshu Raj. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. I'm Priyanshu Raj, the co-founder and CTO at Romy. I'm a BTech first-year student at NIFTEM itself, and it's a very great opportunity for me that I got this space to speak about my startup in the very first year. So we at Romy are committed to foster innovation. We are currently in a war against the sugar-loaded chocolates in the market. We are trying to combine the nutritional and chocolate sector, where we build bars which are healthy as well as tasty. It all started just 2 months ago, February 8th, where we just got an idea while studying, analyzing the nutritional content, or maybe analyzing the market, the PMF. Also, when we talk about competitions, we were the top 100 teams in the College Youth Ideathon 2025 organized at the IIT Delhi. We got a lot of learnings from there, especially from Mr. Mandi. He's very inspiring, like Becho, Sikho. It is really something which inspires, like the marketing, the strategies are all aside, but jab tak bechoge nahi, tab tak sikhoge kaise? Talking about our mentors, I'm very grateful to Rajni ma'am and Hina ma'am. They are like heaven on earth for us. They really guide us in each and every step. We are at a very early stage where we are currently a minimum viable product or MVP. We have done initial sales at IIT Delhi, sales at here SUFALAM. We are to get an initial traction, to get more reviews on how we can improve our products. Talking about the challenges as of now, the biggest challenge for us is time. We need to do classes, we need to make assignments, a lot of homework and all, practicals and all, along with the work which we are doing at the startup. But still, कोई एक ऐसा दिन नहीं है जब हम कोई research paper नहीं पढ़ते हैं, when we are not analyzing the market, when we are not reading the reports, listening to people. So yeah, this is our journey, and I would also like to invite my team members, or I would say team brothers. Those are really very great for us. It is a very great opportunity to work with them. We at Romy are fostering innovation by each and every step. For example, even if you see our logo or even our packaging, which color should we use to which attracts the people, or maybe everything is hand drawn and handcrafted. You know, we made everything by ourselves in labs. We have facilities like the pilot plants, and where we get the opportunity to take the trials. We have CFRA labs where we conduct research and all. Now we are moving forward to commercialize it. We are talking to CA and lawyers for getting the valuation, current valuation, and trying to raise funds. Secondly, talking about the launch, I think we can launch the product in 8 to 10 months, getting an FSSAI license, registration. We are really working hard in that sector. I would not take much time. I would like to invite my co-founders, I would say the Co brothers on the stage. They are literally phenomenal in their job. It may be research and development, may be management and business and marketing. Please. Talking about the registrations and stuff, हमने basic उद्योग registration ले लिया है, but जो private LLP or maybe a private limited company हम बस करने ही वाले हैं, but हमारे founder महोदय ने अब तक अपना PAN card नहीं बनवाया है. So it's a great opportunity for us being in the BTech first years. Let's see where it goes, but we are trying to cater, we are trying to build an environment where guilt-free chocolates are a thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this inspiring speech. So next we have Mayang Gupta. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, NIFTEM. I think let's say cheers together. Cheers! Yeah. So मैं भी आप लोगों के बीच में से ही निकला हूँ. I am 18 to 22 pass out. So like मैं बैक बेंचर ही रहा हूँ. ऐसा नहीं है कि मेरे कोई टॉपर ग्रेड्स रहे. I am be around 7 to 8 CGPA only. But एक हमेशा से कीड़ा था कि कुछ ना कुछ करना है. हम फीस दे रहे हैं यार सरकारी कॉलेज में, हम कहीं से कुछ तो करना ही पड़ेगा. तो सेकंड ईयर से मेरे को विंकल सर मिले. उन्होंने मेरे को बिल्कुल बेस से हर चीज़ सिखाई. IoT, एम्बेडेड सिस्टम्स, आर्डिनो ट्रेनिंग्स, काफ़ी कुछ किया. तो एक फिर हमेशा से रहा कि यार निफ्टम में है, वी हैव CFRA, वी हैव पायलट प्लांट्स, वी हैव NT-BIF, वी हैव लाइक निफ्टम इज़ नॉट अ इंस्टीट्यूट, इट्स अ इकोसिस्टम. तो इसका कैसे हम यूज़ करा जाए. सो फिर मेरा प्लेसमेंट हुआ टेट्रा पैक में. मैंने 2 महीने वहाँ से सेल्स का सीखा. देन आई वेंट टू महान, वहाँ पे मैंने 2 महीने प्रोक्योरमेंट किया. देन आई वेंट टू मॉनलेस, वहाँ पे मैंने पूरा प्रोडक्शन सीखा. सो लाइक 22 पास आउट होने के बाद आफ्टर 6 months आई जस्ट स्टार्टेड माई ओन कंपनी ईजी प्रॉक्स सॉल्यूशंस. बट सो मेरा भी ऐसा ही था कि यार कुछ इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट बनाते चलेगा. ठीक है, तो हमने फ्लेवर्ड ग्रीन टी से शुरू किया. हमने पैकेजिंग करी, अमेजोन पे लिस्टिंग करी, बेचना शुरू किया. बट वी आर सीइंग कि बहुत वैसी मार्केट है, इसमें ब्रांड अवेयरनेस के लिए खर्चा लगेगा, बहुत लगेगा. सो वी आर स्टार्टेड एक्सपोर्टिंग इन बल्क पैकेजिंग. सो वी रियलाइज कि मज़ा तो नहीं आ रहा, इसको पिवट करना पड़ेगा. सो वी स्टार्टेड इम्पोर्टिंग रैपिड टेस्टिंग किट्स फॉर पेट्स फ्रॉम चाइना. ठीक है, तो उसमें हमने डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स बनाए. नागपुर में हमारे सुपर स्टॉकिस्ट हैं, उनको दिया. काफ़ी मार्केट बना. बट वही चीज़ है कि चाइनीज़ में बैनिंग वगैरह का इशू आया, तो उसको हमें ड्रॉप करना पड़ा. देन सडनली मैं ऐसे ही कोई बुक पढ़ रहा था, तो मेरे को किसी ने कहा कि यू शुड ट्राई फ्रोज़न ग्रीन पीज़ और मार्केट, जो हमारी काशीपुर और पुणे की बेल्ट में है. सो मैंने विज़िट किया. मेरे को कोई आइडिया नहीं था फ्रोज़न ग्रीन पीस का कैसे काम करता है, क्या मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है, क्या स्केल है. सो हमने उसका ट्रेडिंग शुरू करी. पुणे गए, वहाँ से सोर्सिंग किया, वेंडर्स बनाए, फार्मर्स के साथ टाई अप किया. सो मेरी फिर जर्नी वहाँ से पूरी फ्रोज़न सेगमेंट की वहाँ से शुरू हुई. देन अपना 3-4 महीने अपना वैसे चलता रहा. देन हमारे पास कुछ इंक्वायरीज आने लगी कि फ्रेंच फ्राइज़ भी कर लीजिए, एक्सपोर्ट कर लीजिए. सो हमारे गुजरात में सारा महसाना वाला पार्ट, राजकोट वाला पार्ट, वहाँ पे सारा फ्रेंच फ्राइज़ की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का पूरा हब है. तो वहाँ पे हमने विज़िट किया, वहाँ से हमने जॉब वर्क पे फ्रेंच फ्राइज़ बनवाई. तो हमारे लगा कि हाँ ठीक है, सही चल रहा है. देन क्या कहते हैं, अपना पायलट प्लांट में भी था, अपना मशीन्स वगैरह भी थी, काफ़ी हमारे पास ऑप्शन से एक्सप्लोर करने के. तो हमने फिर वहाँ पे अपना प्रोडक्शन चालू कर दिया. अब साथ ही साथ हमने न्यू प्रोडक्ट्स भी लॉन्च करे हैं. तो एक तो ये एक ऊपर ऊपर से लगता है कि हाँ लाइमलाइट की हम सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, बट बिलो द नाइन हमें एक एक चीज़ जाननी ज़रूरी है. हमें कैश क्रंच भी फेस करना पड़ता है, हमें ऑर्डर रिजेक्शंस भी फेस करने पड़ते हैं, हमें रिश्तेदारों की भी सुननी पड़ती है, हमें पेरेंट्स की भी सुननी पड़ती है कि भाई जॉब कर लेते इतना टाइम लगा रहे हो भैया, क्या कर रहे हो. तो वो चीज़ें रहता है, बट आपको एक जर्नी को हमेशा एंजॉय करना चाहिए और प्रोडक्ट की बजाय हमें देखना चाहिए कि कस्टमर को क्या चाहिए. लाइक मार्केट किसकी, आपको ज़्यादा पुश तो नहीं करना पड़ रहा, तो पुश करना पड़ेगा तो आप अपने आप मतलब टूट जाओगे. तो आपको हमेशा से कमोडिटाइज मार्केट से शुरू करना चाहिए, देन आपको एक नया प्रोडक्ट पकड़ना चाहिए. लाइक एवरीवन शुड बी ए साइलेंट एंटरप्रेन्योर. हमें किसी भी देख के वो नहीं महकना नहीं चाहिए. तो ऐसे ही मैं इम्फोसाइज करता हूँ लोगों के, अपना प्रोडक्ट बनाओ, उसका पहले PMF निकालो, उसको स्मॉल स्केल पे स्टॉल्स वगैरह पे देखो, देन उसको स्केल करना हमारे लिए ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा. देन हमेशा से ये एक फोकस रहना चाहिए कि आप बैलेंस शीट को देखते रहो बजाय कि बिक रहा है कि नहीं बिक रहा है. सो लाइक यही है. अब मैं आगे मोटिवेट करूँगा ही कि सब अच्छे से करें, सब यहीं से निकल के आएंगे. निफ्टम में ही हमें भी निफ्टम से ही सपोर्ट मिला है. हमारे पास मेरे को हमेशा से प्रसन्न सर, आदित्य सर, डायरेक्टर सर का सपोर्ट रहा है. तो जितना हम निफ्टम से यूज़ कर सकते हैं उतना करिए और निफ्टम को एक लाइक चमकाइए पूरा, हर जगह नाम फैलना चाहिए पूरा. तो या दैट्स इट फ्रॉम माय साइड.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enriching insights. So last we have Anak Goyal. Over to you, sir.
Namaste everybody, I am Anak Goyal. I am still pursuing my computer science. I am still in my third year in BITS Pilani. So I was also the entrepreneur of the year from BITS Pilani, all the campuses. I'm the co-founder of 1.5 Degree. We are a plant-based dairy startup. We have all the products from lactose-free, cholesterol-free, ice creams, gelatos, beverages, tofu. I think everybody on the panel here has been really inspiring with their stories and how the journey has been. What I want to do is sometime bring a bit of insights from our journey which happened. Firstly, I'd like to talk about the opportunities. India is a land of opportunity right now. Like everywhere in the business community, wherever you go, people are like, काम बहुत है, काम करने वालों की कमी है. So there's everybody, people who are there willing to support you. There are a lot of work. There's an ample opportunity where you are getting grants. Most of the people on this panel have received funding from people who would just believe in your startup, and that could be you. You could just make a pitch deck, get your ideas, talk to people and get the opportunity yourself. Second, I would like to say, as everybody was talking about, something which I learned on the way is enjoy the journey, don't wait for the destination. People, like, I was as happy as sitting in the auditorium as I am today. For example, when I received my first check of funding, I was as happy as when I was talking to the investor as I got the investment. So it's like when you start to celebrate the journey. Earlier myself, I was chasing goals, I was chasing revenue, I was chasing recognition. But later on in the journey, I enjoyed the real happiness lies in the work I'm doing. The real happiness is the all-nighters we are able to pull. The real happiness is where we are able to work for ourselves. So that's where you start to find a journey and enjoy that and don't wait for the destination. And thirdly, a startup is all about iterations. If I grew because I changed my work before my problems could grow. So there is always a huge scope that you will always be required to make iterations, you will always be required to change. For example, in our own startup, we wanted to start up by just launching products from tofu. Then we thought about launching our products from beverages. And now we finally launched our startup by the products of ice creams. So the life and entrepreneurship is all about changing, making iterations at the right time. Fourthly, I'd like to talk about the 0 to 1 journey. Everybody here, from you guys, from us, everybody has gone through the 0 to 1 journey, and you will be required to do that. It's like believing version 1 is better than version none, and you have to create something new. For example, when I was starting, I didn't just want to create any other vegan brand. I wanted to make something which the world hadn't seen before. I am still doing that, in which people haven't done that before, and you then start to grow out. You start to create a market segmentation in itself, and you start to love what you do. And one of the most important point how I'd like to conclude is what I feel everybody here has summed up to be as well is who, not how. There's this very beautiful book called Who, Not How, and all you learn from that is, for example, I ask you something that if you want to build a startup, how do you do it? The first question you ask yourself is, how do I do it? Rather, if you could just change it, who could I go to help me do this? I think that would be a drastic change in your life, because for my life as well, and what I feel for all the other panelists here as well, it is always about who you can get to. So for example, Dr. Prasanna, who was sitting here, he just guided me one thing, like when we were inviting Dr. Oberoi ji for our chief guest on India International Hospitality Expo, where we launched, he was like, why don't you invite Professor Ram Gopal Rao ji as well? His that advice for the from Ram Gopal Rao ji, he connected me to somebody else, and from there we received our first check of investments as well. So that is how your journey starts. You know, it's like one person gives you one small advice, and your journey gives a spark. That's the experience, you know, the people elder to me have. I am always, you know, you could always be grateful to the opportunities, to the learnings, to seek the blessings of people elder to you, and that would surely make you grow it. Your life, like the startup journey, I don't think would be possible without that. And the question always comes down to who, not how. And I think that sums up most of the important things. So just to sum up what I said, it's about being happy in the present, be happy right now, be happy in what you do. I'm happy when I'm struggling to pass my computer science exams in my college, or when I'm traveling to NIFTEM to, you know, be at the manufacturing facilities which we have got by the opportunity of NIFTEM in the pilot dairy plant. It's about making iterations, it's about changing what you think. I changed my business model numerous times, which, you know, helped me succeed. And it's about having a version 1 is better than version none. And it's about who, not how, reaching out to the right people, seeking their blessings, guidance, and mentorship. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your wonderful and motivational speech. So now we are having a short question-answer round. If anyone from the audience want to ask any question, they can ask. Else we can conclude this session. You can raise your hand.
Hello sir, my name is Shraan Kumar. I am presently in my 8th semester, final BTech. So I wanted to start a food color business. Actually, I belong from a business family. We make holy colors. So my father was talking to me about it. He wanted to start manufacturing food colors. So I'm very much confused, like from where do I start and initiate the thing. So can any one of you like guide me, like from where am I supposed to start?
Yes.
Great that you want to start your own business, and happy to know that at this age you already have thought of it. So the early you start, the early you get to know what is the market fitment and whether you want to take this journey on that level. So initially, start small. Maybe you can start with your proprietorship company. You don't have to hustle in order to get maybe partnership company, PAN card and all that. That maybe, the time is something which is very important. In the entire circle, you will lose maybe 30, 35 days like that. So since you already thought of it, you just have to go to the bank, open your bank account with your own name as a proprietorship company. And just go to the printer, get your product design. And since you already told me your dad is already having a business, you are from the color background which you want to sell it off, you have the ingredient, you have the product, that's a very beautiful thing at this moment, right? So you don't have to do everything from the scratch like we all did. We don't know where to get it, non-food background, me, owners, rest of the people, right? So you already have that vision and you already have that roadmap, what you want to do. That's a very beautiful thing at this moment. So I would suggest you go get your bank account open and just get into the water and start diving into it, and that's how you're going to start it off. And you will definitely save good amount of days, because the days is something, the weight kills you, and maybe your enthusiasm, maybe your energy go a little down, but since you have all those things at one place, I think it's a very good situation that you are into. Thank you. Anything else, if I can assist you with, you can ask.
I would like to add something to your question. When you said I want to start a food color business, जब भी आपको कोई product start करना होता है, I would say first validate the market and how are you adding, innovation in that market. आप क्या ऐसा unique कर रहे हो उस market में कि आपको करना चाहिए? Because as far as I know, people are moving away from food colors. Like we as, majority of us sitting here are, doing clean food business. And India and everything is shifting towards that, where we highly recommend, or we don't add anything which is like food color or anything. तो ये ऑलरेडी बहुत पुरानी चीज़ है जो चली आ रही है. क्या उसका मार्केट है, और मार्केट है तो कहाँ पे है, और आप उसमें क्या ऐसा यूनिक कर रहे हो कि वो आपको चूज़ करेंगे rather than the existing manufacturers. Thinking that, validating that is really, really important before registering a company, before, even thinking about fundraising or anything, or even marketing.
Very simple advice from me. Who, not how. If you want to solve a problem bigger than yourself, ask the question, who can I go to who would help me solve this problem? So like, for example, even Virat Kohli has coaches. So all the top players in the industry have coached too. You need to find your mentors.
आल्सो आपको देखना पड़ेगा कि जो आपके कॉम्पिटिटर्स हैं उनकी प्राइसिंग क्या है. मार्केट में बना तो हर कोई लेता है, बट आपको प्राइसिंग फाइट मारना जरूरी है. जब तक आप प्राइसिंग पे काम नहीं कर पाओगे, नो MNC, नो स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री वॉन्ट बाय. तो आपको प्राइसिंग पे खेलना है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग आपको सॉलिड करनी है, आपको क्वालिटी क्या चल रहा है. ये नहीं है कि हमारा इसमें आई डोंट नो व्हाट द परसेंटेज ऑफ केमिकल्स यू आर एडिंग, बट कंपनीज एडिंग 50% मोर केमिकल्स हैव लेस प्राइसिंग. तो आपको देखना है कि आप किस लेवल पे आके प्राइसिंग और क्वालिटी को ऑप्टिमाइज कर सकते हैं. तो वो एक आपको एक इनिशियल क्रूशियल स्टेप है जो आपको टेक केयर करना पड़ेगा.
थैंक यू सो मच सर.
के जो एलुमनाई नेटवर्क है उसमें देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ एलुमनाइज वर्किंग इन द फूड कलर सेगमेंट. यू कैन रीच आउट टू देम एंड दे वुड बी द बेस्ट मेंटर्स टू व्हाट यू वांट टू स्टार्ट विद. सो आई फील दैट वुड बी वेरी बेनिफिशियल बिफोर यू स्टार्ट.
थैंक यू सो मच मैम.
Thank you so much, everyone. So now, to conclude this session, I would like to invite our respected directors and Shekhar sir to kindly come forward and to facilitate our esteemed guest.
Before I do the honors, I'll just take a minute. Can you please sit down? I'm glad to see that the hall is almost full, even the second day. कल मैंने एक बात कही थी, आपको याद है? मैंने कहा था निफ्टम है ना. तो आज मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि हम हैं तो निफ्टम है, या निफ्टम है तो हम हैं? निफ्टम है तो हम हैं. So आपने सुना इन जेन जीज को? See, NIFTEM is a place where ideas meet with success, where weaknesses get transformed to strength, where opportunities emerge from threats. So, जैसे मयंक ने कहा, आप भी आगे बढ़िए, हम भी बढ़ेंगे, साथ साथ निफ्टम को भी चमकाएंगे और खुद को भी चमकाएंगे. So you've heard all of these, young guns. They all are blazing. I wish you all success in whatever you do. And NIFTEM is always there with you, because all of you are connected with NIFTEM in one way or the other, or going to get connected with NIFTEM in some way. So whatever support that you need from my institute, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ, being head of the institute, I'm right there for you. I'm there with you also. All the very best.
Miss Palak Arora. Romy Kulia. Romy Kulia. Next, Isha Chabber. Isha Chabber. Ma'am. Next, Shraan Kumar. Next, Kunal Aurora. Kunal Aurora. Next, Priyanshu Raj. Priyanshu Raj. Next, we have Mayang Gupta. Last, we have Anak Goyal. So thank you so much, all the speakers, guests, and the audience members, to being present here.
So before the session ends, can we invite all speakers to come forward to have a group photograph, please?
Thank you so much, speakers, audience, and all. So next session will start in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Everybody!
Thinking of solution, learning execution, selling is a passion. Come to Mahamandi, making a creation of an institution. It's a revolution, all LT. शेरों की राहों को हम अपना मंच बनाए, अतरंगी तरकीबों से बेचना सिखाए, नीति के आदर्शों से अपनी छाप बनाए.
Everybody! Everybody! Everybody!
सोचो सोचो बेचो 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 सीखो 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 सोचो दिली दिली मारो 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 गली 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 दिली विचारीने बेचो बेचीने सीखो सीखीने समझो सोचो सोचो बेचो 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 सीखो 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 सोचो.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a rare privilege of welcoming not just an academicians and the trailblazers, a man who didn't just teach management but the transformed it, a visionary,
श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज.
a visionary who took learning beyond the boundaries of the classrooms, into the street, marketplaces, most importantly into the hearts of his students. He is none other than Dr. T. Prasad, lovingly celebrated across the nations as the Mandi Man of India, a senior professor at IIM Mumbai, formerly NITI, and Dr. Prasad is the architect of Mandi model, where the students engage in the selling educational toys in the live market environments, gaining hands-on experience in business, empathy, and ethics and innovations. His powerful mantra, Socho, Becho, Dekho, Think, Sell, Learn, has evolved into a national momentum, or that has empowerment, or thousands of the young minds. While supporting those educational underprivileged children, he is a mentor, reformers, and through the thought leaders who has turned the educational into the experience and entrepreneurship into the force of the social goods. So please join us with the warmth and gratitude as a welcome the man of experience and entrepreneurship into the force of the social goods. Thank you so much. Dr. T. Prasad.
Ladies and gentlemen, and girls and boys, aunties and uncles, mataon, pitaon, thank you very much for this invitation. It's my pleasure to be here. I think it's the second time I'm coming over. Long back, I was here in NIFTEM, and for me, it's a pleasure to be here. The idea is that there are very few institutions who have got entrepreneurship as the title in their institution. This is an institution which has got entrepreneurship in the very title. For changing the video, these things? Yeah, I'll keep it. So, I love word entrepreneurship when it is there part of an institution. And I could see the galaxy of people who are here who are talking about entrepreneurship. And the most fascinating thing is that there are students who are entrepreneurs. I mean, somebody was talking about being the first year BTech student, being an entrepreneur like that. Our idea ki, our soch kya hai ki, I think the 4 crore, 5 crore Indian graduate students across the country. Actually, we have around 5 crore graduate students in this country studying in the higher education institutions. And these 5 crore students can say that, sir, I am running a company. I have my own startup. This kind of a orientation can come. And you can imagine the kind of impact it will have, the kind of impact it is going to have on the 140 crore population in this country. Actually, when these 5 crore people, if they say, if they claim, if they work, that we are doing a startup as a student, a BA student as a startup, a BCom student as a startup, a zoology student, a technical engineering college student, an MBA student, a commerce student, a political science student, anybody can start an enterprise. Some people say that no students can't start startups like. I mean, anybody can start it. It's not kind of thing. And an important problem which we could see is that if you're a student, you're only pado, 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 pado. Seeko, 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 seeko. Actually, the slogan is seeko, 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 socho. Nahin. The problem is, if you have done seeko, 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 at the end of it, they sote rehta hai. I'll tell this like that, okay? Seeko, 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 so jao. This happens. Actually, if you learn, I'm sure they will definitely get into a nap. If you listen to around 5 lectures continuously, you will sleep. But it can be something different also. Becho, becho, seeko. Bech, bech ke seeko. Becho, seeko. Becho. You don't sleep. Actually, you can't sleep. The seekna and bechna, these two things will complement each other very well like that. Actually, this is what we would like to see. An institution like NIFTEM, with the leadership of Mr. Obraji, and this kind of an activities which are happening, is amazing to say. I say, it's not only SUFALAM, but also, it can also be SUFALAM. I say, SUFALAM, 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 SUFALAM. बोलिए आप? अरे अच्छा जोर से बोलो. SUFALAM, 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 SUFALAM. बोलिए आप? Yeah, we want successful also. We want SUFAL and also SAFAL hona hai. And these 4 crore students, 5 crore students should become fruitful and also successful. And that is what we are trying to look at it. And the kind of path which is being given by the NIFTEM is an amazing kind of thing. I'll try to share my experience of student startups. Actually, when I saw some of the people here working on here, it that I want many students to come, but idea is that how to do that. Is there a way to do it? And especially for the faculty and also for the students. Aye. People who are there, please come and join. Actually, there is an amazing method can be done with which you can easily find out like this. Okay? The topic is being given like to me, saying that it is staying resilient in the startup world. When I was just going to this resilience, I could see a word called, what do you call resilience? In Hindi में क्या बोलते हैं आप? हाँ, ये तो सही बोला है. Give it claps to this gentleman like that. So I was just looking at what is lachilapan. Lachilapan. क्या है? Lachilapan क्या है? What do you mean by lachilapan? हाँ, it's a flexible. Actually, I brought a, okay. A rubber band. ये लचीलापन है. लचीलापन. इट्स तेलुगु में हम बोलता है कि स्थिति स्थापकता. स्थिति को स्थापित करना, एक पहले स्थिति है उसको स्थापित करना इज ए लचीलापन. स्टार्टअप वर्ल्ड में स्थिति स्थापित कैसे करना है? Basically, there is a fear among the startuppers saying that there will be a lot of problems which will come. And how do you face these challenges so that you can stand tall, you don't fall down? This is one of the challenges which is being talked about like that. Actually, I feel that a newborn baby doesn't have a lachilapan. एक बुढ़ा के लिए लचीलापन होती रहता है. कोविड आएगा मर जाएगा, बट बच्चे को कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. The startups are absolutely, they don't face these so-called lachilapan. The beauty about the startups is that where they don't find the natural so-called problems, they don't face it. An young man will never face such kind of things. Old man will immediately fall down. There is some kind of thing will fall down. An young man will not fall down. Young man will fall down and get up very fast. Actually, when you're looking at the resilience, for startups के लिए resilience बहुत कम है. कुछ नहीं है actually. This is the reason why I brought it and I thought of saying that sthiti stapakata is a very natural for an young man. गिरेगा, उठेगा, और चलती रहेगा. So this is one of the things which an young people, youthful people like that, if he is not lachilapan, he is not an young man, he is not an young lady. There is some small problem is there, हट गया, no, he is not an young man. Actually, they will immediately bounce back and go ahead for that. That is one of the things which we would like to see. And second thing is that startups also have got one amazing kind of thing where they are so small that the big problems will never be kind of thing. Actually, they get an opportunity for that matter. They become amazing kind of an opportunity. अवसर होता है. And they get a new paths because of these kind of a resilience kind of thing. Actually, it's not a problem, but it is one of the best things to happen, which I have seen in my life for the last 20 years with my students. This is a story which I'll be talking about it, a part of this particular session. I would like to go to the next, this thing? Slide, okay, I'll go. And I would like to ask you that, no, there is a YouTube channel called 1/12 Mandi Sir. I wish you go there and see for that. Actually, आप जाओ ना, जाके देख बार YouTube में देखो ना क्या चीज़ है. अब जाके देख एक बार देख ले क्या है. YouTube देखे 1/12 Mandi Sir. आप if your internet is there, just go there and see that. क्या चीज़ है, कैसा दिखता है YouTube. आप जाइए please. आपको इंटरनेट है तो please just get in 1/12 Mandi Sir and see that what is there in 1/12 Mandi Sir. How many faculty have got a YouTube channels? Raise your hands. Good. I request you, faculty should have a YouTube channels. And how many students have got a YouTube channels? Raise your hands. This is one more thing. Every student should have a YouTube channel. ये है startup की first step है. If you are doing a startup, first thing is that you should have फूकड़ को आने वाला, मुफ्त में आने वाला, कुछ पैसे के खर्चा नहीं आने वाला, एक चीज़ है कि you create YouTube channel. Do you know that YouTube channel you have to pay any money for that matter? My dear, कितने पैसे पे करना YouTube channel के लिए? Do you get money out of it? Actually, you get money out of it. So that is the reason why I say that I request the faculty to have YouTube channels as an important thing. This is the first step in startup. You should have a free YouTube channel. Yeah. How many students have got it? Raise your hands. Good idea. Gentlemen, you, this lady and this gentleman, both of you come over here. I'll give a gift to both of you. This lady, yeah. Come here. अरे कुछ तो दे देंगे ना. अरे दे तो काम किया ना. आओ. This girl. So this gentleman, Romy, has got a amazing kind of company. What is the channel? I will ask him. This girl is also has got this thing. आइए, इधर आइए, इधर आइए, इधर आइए. You got a YouTube channel. Beautiful. Congratulations for this matter. Take a book. Okay? Take a book. Yeah, good idea. So, what is the channel? क्या चैनल है? अच्छी बात है. मेरा चैनल ढूंढ रहे हैं, खुद का चैनल नहीं है. Give a claps to this girl. Yeah, I will take back his gift, my nana. No, actually I'm not. But I have already given a gift. It's wrong on my part not take it back as it is. But you deserve it like that. That's wonderful. Stand there. You got a YouTube channel? Yeah. Give a big hand to the gentleman like that. Yeah. What is YouTube channel? Arome. How many videos?
5 actually.
5. Give a big hand to this gentleman like that. Okay. I got a 500 videos, 400 videos from this. He has only 5 videos. Okay. Should I take back this thing? No, I think I will not take back. Oh, ऐसे सर कहते हैं पूरा support है इनका तो. One of the best thing is that why don't you create your learnings as a videos and keep it and make it a business, keep it as a brand, keep it as a learning for others. What all you are doing, why don't you put as a video on the net and put it as part of the CV? When he started a company, Aroma, he started these videos. And he has got a 5 videos. What are the 5 videos? Can you tell it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Actually, we rebranded a channel. It was a gaming channel before.
हाँ, एक पहले गेमिंग था, अभी अरोमा बना दिया. देखो, देखो. तो पहले उनको तो थोड़ा कीड़ा था. Then he got into like that. Okay? So you should have a, you have a, whatever the channel. It may be cooking, it may be playing, it may be anything like that. I request you please understand, social media is one of the greatest startup help for you. If you are not using startup, social media means you are not leveraging and you are educated. You have a laptop, you have a mobile, you have a time, you have an ability to put it. Why don't you do it like that? If you want to create videos, what will we do for that? Yeah.
So, like me, I like gaming, so I would shift to that.
Good idea. So whatever is the content, you pick it up and take it forward. My dear friends, I say that one of the components of startup is social media. I'll tell more about it. We call it as telling the whole world that I am doing this. Bolo. Do you know that one of the greatest politicians of India has got some thousands of videos on his politician. I don't want to require to repeat who is that politician. Has got a channel of his own and has got thousands of videos. Can you guess? I think you can guess it. One of the topmost politicians of the country is so popular because his videos on that. How many directors, how many vice chancellor, how many professors, how many deans have got those things is a big question mark. Because a politician has got so many videos. And today, you got an influencer there. My dear friends, my point here is that telling is the first thing in business. Okay? Please take it. Yeah. Go ahead. So go to the next slide. Yeah. So resilience is basically, which I was talking about, how started up itself is the antidote. If you start properly, that itself becomes antidote for resilience. It becomes one of the best medicines for that. And startup has got all ingredients to cope up with the pressures of the problems of startup resilience like that. And one more thing is that startup is a startup, 0 to 1. It is so small. It's so small that it won't have a problems. If it have a problems, it will just die. It doesn't bother. It will again come up in a new form. A big company dying, a big company disappearing becomes a big story. A small kind of things going, startups disappearing should not be a problem actually. Because startups, when they go back, they immediately come back again. So we want more startups to come up, more startups because of the problems they die, and they come out again and again kind of thing like that. Startup frequency is the most important thing for us. That's the reason why I say 0 to 1. And it's not about scale up. Please understand, it's not about 10 to 11, it's not, it's 110, 101 to 105. It's not a bigger kind of thing, it's a smaller kind of thing. It should not matter much for us. That's one point. I say the startup is akin to a baby in the womb. Small baby. So which is a very strong, which is resilient, which is resistant, which has got an amazing kind of resistance to disease. It can sustain, it can grow. All that qualities is there for it like that. And I will be insisting on 3 things for a startup, which are an amazing kind of a thing, which we can look at. One is lean management. Second is effectuation. Third is design thinking. When startups follow these principles of lean, effectuation and design thinking, the resilience का problem ही नहीं होगा, disease का problem ही नहीं आएगा, problems का problem ही नहीं होगा, and it has got a smooth going for that matter. I will insist on these 3 things like lean and also effectuation and design thinking. I don't know how many of you read about any lean startup book. Anybody raised your hand? Okay, raise your hand. Have you laid your hand on this book? I request you, pick up this. So startups can flourish if the path of this kind of a book is taken care. It's a Bible for it like that. It talks about how to make startups from 0 to 1, how to make beginnings of the startup very, very easily. It is available as a PDF book. I request you, anybody had seen it, raise your hand, I'll give a gift. This is, please understand, being an entrepreneurship institute, you should have these books, read it like that. It's available as PDF, okay? This is the best book to be looked at. Of course, there are many other books, it's not only just one, but this, I found it one, and which you can also follow. Lean startup is the whole idea. Anybody knows what are the lean principles? Anybody? Can anybody go to the YouTube and find out what are the lean principles? 1 or 2, 3, 4? Can you? Quickly. Go to the YouTube. Please, you have a YouTube. Why don't you use it like that? Why I should restrict you? Go there. Lean principles. Just tell me 1 or 2, 3. Good idea. I'll come to you. I'll come to you. Anybody? जाओ ना YouTube में जाओ ना देखो ना आप क्यों नहीं करते आप कॉपी मारो भाई आई एम आस्किंग यू टू कॉपी मारो बोल के बोल रहा हूँ मैं lean principles I am asking. Thank you very much for the directors to give your time. Yeah. Lean startup. Anybody? Take up the lean part thing like that. Yeah. What are the principles? देखो कितना खूबसूरत चीज है. Startups are basically meant for maximizing the value and minimizing the cost. ये तो simple principle है. हर एक businessman करता है हमारे पास. This is a lean principle which you look at. Value is created by reducing the waste to the zero. कुछ भी बेकार नहीं छोड़ना. कुछ भी बेकार नहीं छोड़ना. That's the whole idea. Waste elimination is the whole idea. At least in academics, in curriculum, we have a huge waste. इतनी waste है कि 70-80% waste है. I will tell you about, I'm the last 40 years, 50 years in academics kind of thing. For example, how many number of days we run curriculum? It's only around 160 days, 170 days we have in a curriculum out of 360 days. So other parties waste only. Chalo yaar 160 days, 120, 180 days we are having a curriculum. How much we study in this 160, 170 is a big question mark. So waste is so much. I would like to tell one more waste which I would like to bring you like that. Actually, I am very keen to tell this particular part for you like that. Most of the students, they don't get admission in the college. That itself is a waste. For example, there are 4 crore graduate students are studying in the country. There are 4 times or 3 times people who couldn't get admission who are there outside the college. They are also waste. So 4 crore का admission नया मिला है, इसकी मतलब है कि 12 crore बाहर है. They also should have got the admission in the college, which our gross enrollment ratio is only 30%. इसकी मतलब है कि there are 70% students are outside who could have got admission. only because they are also eligible, because इनके पास पैसे नहीं है, हमारे पास कॉलेज में सीट्स नहीं है, that's also waste. Please, this is the waste which we require to be reducing. I would like to tell one waste which I focus on so much on it like that. The answer sheets which are being done by the students can be used so well that we can create value out of it. I was just discussing morning with our professor. If you put together all the answer sheets together of a student's kind of thing, it is his academic history. It can be published as a book and it can be share it with a thing and people will get a value out of it. For example, a top gold medalist, if they put all their answer sheets in their life, gold medalist answer sheets, if they put together, it becomes an amazing book actually. But usually what we do is that answer sheets will go to Raddiwala. I request the institutions, please compile the answer sheets and give it as along with a degree saying that this is your answer sheets. Whether you have a value or not, you find out. वो आंसर शीट देके वो रोने शुरू करता है कि मैं इतना बेकार किया था बोल के. अच्छा आदमी बोलता है कि मैं इतना अच्छा किया बोल के. Please understand, it is value creation in academics which can be enterprised. This is what we'll be looking at. I'll come to the next level. One more waste which is there. This is because of lean methodology which can be applied in startups. Amazing kind of thing. This is what I do at my place. Every student will do one assignment for one course and every student will have at least n number of courses will have it. For example, in a NIFTEM, okay, in a postgraduate program, how many assignments a student will do for how many courses? Just like that I will ask. Anybody who would like to, any faculty, I will just give in a gift also. मेरा प्रॉमिस है कोई भी आप बोलेगा मैं गिफ्ट दे दूंगा इंक्लूडिंग डायरेक्टर साहब को भी मैं दे दूंगा कि कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. हाँ, एनीबडी, हाउ मेनी कोर्सेज, हाउ मेनी असाइनमेंट्स ए स्टूडेंट विल डू? आप रफली बोले. हाँ जी, हाँ, कितना कोर्सेज है सर? पूरा कितना है सर? अरे इतना हिसाब मांगना है सर हमें आपको. एक ही पूरा बोल ना सर. टोटल पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन चले, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन. हाँ, आप ये अच्छा आंसर है. आप इधर आइए, इधर आइए, इधर आइए. माता जी के लिए आप ताली देना, ताली देना. हाँ, द लेडीज आर ऑलवेज बेटर देन. बोलो ना, जोर से बोलो ना आप. हाँ आइए, अब इधर आइए, इधर आइए. हमारे क्या बोलते थे? This is a wonderful book for you, ma'am. And this is by a gentleman, old man. His name is क्या मैम? कौन है मैम ये? महात्मा गांधी जी. बोलिए आप, महात्मा गांधी जी की जी. हाँ, ओके. कितना कोर्सेस है ना, कितना असाइनमेंट है? छोड़ेगा नहीं, हम ऐसे थोड़ी छोड़ेगा ऐसे. हाँ, करेंगे ना. क्या कितना कोर्स? हाँ हाँ, 28 कोर्सेज. हाँ, 28 असाइनमेंट. 28 मिनट आप देख ले, आप पकड़ रख लिए. इफ यू लुक एट 28 असाइनमेंट्स, इफ यू पुट टुगेदर, इतना बड़ा बुक बन जाएगा. इतना इससे बड़ा भी बन जाएगा, इससे बड़ा बन जाएगा. ताली दे दे, और एक बार ताली दे दे. विल यू पुट टुगेदर ऑल द असाइनमेंट्स बाय एनी चांस? नहीं. ये एक कॉलेज का नहीं है, पूरा 1000 यूनिवर्सिटीज में यही हिसाब है. The assignments are not being put together so that it becomes a entity, an identity of a student's work. वो खुद काम किया है, ये बेकार नहीं है. बेकार है ही नहीं, ये बात की बात है. पक्का है? And this happens in all academic institutions. I request you, if you put together 20 or 30 assignments together, they becomes 20 chapters in a book called thing like that. Actually, I call it as a startup. Only thing is that one chapter should relate to other chapter. One assignment should relate to other assignment. मेरा next सवाल है कि एक फैकल्टी का असाइनमेंट दूसरा फैकल्टी से रिलेशनशिप होता है नहीं होता है? वेरी लेस चांसेस कि मैं ताली दे दे। ये क्यों होता है? ये दिस इज द wasting of this thing. When you have not related one assignment with the other assignment to the other assignment to the other assignment to the other assignment to the other assignment, a chain of assignments ban jata hai. Shrunkala. And when the chain becomes, it becomes book. Actually, it becomes mulya. Mulya. बोलिए, ताली दे दे मुझे ताली दे दे। वैल्यू इज नथिंग बट संकलन, टुगेदरनेस। गोल्ड ऐसी नहीं है, गोल्ड में रहता है छोटा छोटा पार्टिकल्स रहता है। ये तो फूड का है, हानि है ना, हर एक हानि भी एक क्या बोलते हैं उसको, ड्रॉप भी नहीं है, ड्रॉप बहुत बड़ा चीज है एक्चुअली। हाँ, छोटा छोटा आइटम्स लाके एक जगह पे रखने से तभी बन जाता है, हानि बन जाता है। When all these particular atoms are being added together, then it becomes a gold, then it becomes a honey, madhu. So why not the assignments are being put together is the, thank you very much. Okay, my dear friends, assignments are goes to Raddiwalas, and most of these assignments are picked up and downloaded and published and given to us. Actually, this is the biggest issue because they know that anyhow it's a waste. Why should we unnecessarily do work like that? But if they are made to together create an entity, students will take it very seriously. Actually, this is what we do it. We say very clearly to the students saying that you create a startup, you draw as many assignments out of this particular one single source basket so that all assignments are related. And we make two students come together so that the assignments numbers are, sir, with two students together they do it, number of assignments will double hota hai. And three students, they become triple hota hai. Can you imagine 30 assignments become 60 and 60 becomes 90 and 90 becomes an amazing kind of a company. We have a 220 bones together, we call it a human body. If there are no bones, we can't have a body. Each cell is related to other cell, otherwise parts of the human body are absolutely useless. So assignments are going to be one of the best things to be done for that. Experimentation. One of the important principles of lean startup is experimentation. All education is experimentation. नहीं है कि रट मारना, ये this is not an education. Experimentation ये होता है कि ideas are experimented. Information experimentation is an education. Actually, every concept which is taught in the classroom has to be experimented. For example, मधु का टेस्ट क्या होता है? ये सच्चाई है या पूरा झूठ है? सर ये सच्चाई है सर? मधु कौन सा टेस्ट होता है सर? आप एक्सपेरिमेंट किया? पक्का? ना की? गिवे ताली दे दे, ताली दे दे. So one of the things is that if Everest is 7,000 feet, have you experimented? नहीं सर बोला है, मैं लिख लिया था. Customer is a king. Have you experimented? हमारा मार्केटिंग सर बोला है, हम क्या बोले थे, हम लिख लिया था, हो जाएगा, हमारा मार्क्स मिल गया था. This is what to be looked at, saying that whether customer is a king or is a beggar. Actually, there are many customers who are beggars, not only kings. They ask you, please, मुझे प्रोडक्ट दे दे, मुझे प्रोडक्ट दे दे भी बोलता है कि ये टेस्ट आप करना है कि कस्टमर इज ए किंग. मेरे पास नहीं है ना, मैं नहीं ले लूंगा. हाउ मेनी एक्चुअली देयर आर पीपल गो देयर लाइन मारता है आपका कंपनी के सामने. दे आर नॉट किंग्स, दे आर जस्ट स्टैंड देयर एंड से दैट प्लीज व्हेनेवर यू गिव आई विल टेक इट सर, मेरे लिए बहुत जरूरी है सर बोल के बोलता है. This experimentation of this particular concept has to be done by every marketing student. Why not? And if you market it, if you are experimented, तुम्हारे को धन मिलता है, पैसे मिलेगा. कस्टमर आपको बिना पैसे नहीं करेगा, पैसे दे देगा आपको. So my dear friends, all the information concepts which are given in the curriculum has to be tested in real time. This is what lean is all about. And if you test it, you will not have a resilience problem at all. Because it is such ki baat hai. You have tested it. Whether madhu is, whether it is bitter or sweet, you have tested it. You have such fayda kiya hai. Whether customers pay or not, what price they buy it, you can test it. Everything has to be tested. Unless tested, education is not education. It is rat marna hai. The problem of education is that we are making them rat marna hai, and you can create assignments for testing all these concepts with which you can create value. That is the reason why we use one word, basically, bech ke seeko, main karunga. I'll go to the next slide. When we do this, these are all the companies which we came across. Any companies which you know here? Any of these things which you are able to see them? Any companies? कौन सा कंपनी देखा है आपको? सर, आप गिफ्ट दे दूंगा मैं आपको थोड़ा, आप देने से आपको. जी, बोलिए आप, कौन सा कंपनी देखा है? आप देखा है? क्या है? जायका का तड़का क्या है सर? बोलिए आप. सर, जायका का तड़का क्या कंपनी है? ऐसी बोला है, फेंका है सर. बताएगा ऐसा फेंका था. जायका का तड़का ऐसा फेंका था. देखो क्या मैम, कौन सा कंपनी देखा था? स्क्वायर हेड्स देखा है? आई लव यू डियर. कैशिफाई क्या है? कैशिफाई क्या है? क्या बोलते हैं सर? I love you. I love you. Give a kiss to this gentleman. Everybody. 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 Everybody give it. So nice of you. Like any other company you've seen it, man. ऐसे क्यों बोलते हैं मैम? ये पूरा मेरा स्टूडेंट का कंपनी से, ये पूरा मेरे स्टूडेंट का कंपनी है. Cashify is of course my student का company. Anybody knows about Cashify? You know it. Anybody you know company? What is the Cashify, man? Yeah. पुराना मोबाइल को आप बेच के नया रिफर्बिश करके दे देता है. टुडे इट इज 1000 crores कंपनी. मैं कल आ रहा हूँ, मैं बोला मनदीप मैं सोनीपेट जा रहा हूँ. सर सोनीपेट जा रहे हैं, चलो बोल के बोला था. मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? बोला कि सर मैं टी शर्ट दे दूंगा आपको, आप पहन के दिखाना, ओबराय साहब को दिखाना बोल के बोला था. मैं बोला कि हाँ पक्का बोल के. एंड ही सेंड मी टी शर्ट्स and I wear one and I came here like that. Okay? And today morning when I am coming here, I sent his photograph, this thing, and I will show my mobile to you. And he said, wow, sir, you are looking so smart. मेरा मनदीप से मुझे मैसेज भी आया था. My dear friends, every faculty should have at least 10 unicorns. सर आप थाली दे सकते हैं सर, आप इतना क्यों ऐसा बोलते हैं? आप क्या मैं क्यों ऐसा सर ऐसा क्यों नाराज क्यों है मेरे से? Yeah. Can you imagine what kind of we got a 10 lakh, 15 lakh faculty members we have in this country, and if they got each one has got a 10 unicorns, अरे संजय जी क्या होने वाला है? एकदम पूरा. Why not? If I can have a unicorn, how come you cannot have a unicorn, sir? You will also have a unicorn as it is. And it's just made out of the simple kind of thing which I am talking about, saying that assignments are used for benefit of learning and for placement. बस इतना ही. We are not wasting the assignments. Every assignment is related to the next assignment. आप दोनों हाथ जोड़िए सब. ये assignment आप दोनों हाथ जोड़िए. दोनों फाइटिंग करने वाला है कि आप दोनों हाथ जोड़िए सर. आप दोनों ये 3 आदमी असाइनमेंट्स जोड़ के दे देगा. देखो कोई कितना बता. एक बैटरी एक है, ये भी बैटरी, 3 बैटरीज आर अलाइंड प्रॉपर्ली, एंड द पावर ऑफ बैटरी, I mean the torch will increase. The more number of things, whole range of all faculty will give in this thing, the power of this thing happen. So every student can become a startup with only the assignments used well. आपको समझ में आया नहीं आया? आपको कुछ डाउट है मेरे बारे में? कुछ है ऐसा दिख रहा है कि कुछ है आपका दिमाग में चल रहा है कि क्या सब बोल रहा है, ऐसा कुछ है चल रहा है कुछ. बोलिए आप कुछ हाँ अच्छा है ना? आप समझ में आ रहा है क्या चीज़ असाइनमेंट के बारे में? जोड़ के असाइनमेंट जोड़ने से उसके फायदा होता है, उसमें मूल्य मिलता है, बस इतना ही है. ये चीज है और कुछ नहीं है. पुष्पा जी, हाँ, अच्छा वो क्या बोलते हैं एकदम क्या बड़ी चीज है. सो वेरी, हाँ, अरे क्या कंट्रोलर ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन है क्या? ये तो ट्रेजरर है, ये तो पूरा पैसे वाला है क्या? I say that, please understand, you have to combine the things, then only the value is created. If you keep a hydrogen and oxygen separately, they cannot give money. अब सफल कहाँ मिलेगा हमारे को? सुफलम कैसा हो जाएगा? सुफलम नहीं होने वाला है. सुजलम होने से सुफलम हो जाएगा. The biggest issue is that we are forcing two answer sheets not to get mixed up. ये कंट्रोलर ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन का काम ही है कि you will see to that no two question पे answer sheet should come together actually. होता है कि उसको burn करना है. This is what happens. Please, we are burning answer sheets and we are burning value. This is what happens with the assignments. Anyhow, so these are all the kind of thing which we got to cashify. Magenta, Kale Logistics, Huawei. If you look at Jaika Ka Tadka is a cooking company by mother and daughter, and they started a company today. It's around 10 million subscribers. $10 million subscribers. ये तो फूड कंपनी है भाई, ये तो खाने का कंपनी है. आई एम नॉट, जायका का तड़का इज टॉक्स अबाउट ओनली खाना कैसे बनाना है. सर ये निफ्टी में आता है और कुछ अलग कंपनी में आता है. निफ्टी में है तो यही चीज है ना, खाना है कैसे बनाना है कैसे खाना है, बस वही चीज है ना, बस. So the whole idea is that no, Jaika ka tadka, actually you should be able to create how to make every fruit, every vegetable, every nut, every millet. You can create an amazing kind of channels which can be created. And you should be able to sponsor hundreds and thousands of companies out of it. Arey, how do you make curd? I mean, it can be an amazing kind of an art. How do you make paneer? It can be an amazing kind of an art. So there are n number of products which can be created. Zaika Ka Tadka is one. I'm telling about 10 million subscribers. And she's an amazing student. Aparna Handa, she was there. And similarly, any other company which you have seen it? Imagi Make, you have seen it? Recently, they were there in the Shark Tank. Okay? They create toys and internationally. They're all student assignments which came out of the whole exercise. हम कुछ नहीं करते, हम इंक्यूबेशन नहीं करते, हम कुछ पैसे नहीं देते, हम ऐसे नहीं बोलता है कि तुम्हारा कुछ जोश होना है कि ऐसा करने के, कुछ नहीं है. तो नहीं करेगा तुम्हारा आंकड़ा नहीं मिलेगा, बस. हमारा सीखने का तरीका ये है कि वो सीखने में टाइम है, हाँ, सीखने में you have to create the company and automatically it happens. This is what you like to look at it. Magenta is Dugdhara is a Bihar में एक company है. He makes a dairy company actually. Lalten, he exports internationally toys as it is. Sislav is basically a healthy hygiene related company. It is like that. My dear friends, you just manipulate the teaching and you can do it. I would like to tell one point and then close it in 2 minutes. Okay? And business में startup में और एक important बात होता है कि बेचना एक आदत बनाना. आदत. वो सुबह उठ के यही करना है कि आज किसको बेचना है, कैसा बेचना है, यही होना है आदत. And it is not a passion. It is not born quality. It can be done like that. So हम बोलता है कि बेच के सीखो बोल के बोलता है. Whatever you are learning, you should be able to sell it. It is your problem because unless you sell it, you will not be able to earn your money. You are not able to get your Atmanirbharata. And if you are able to sell it, you will be getting good Atmanirbharata. These are all the companies which came out of this kind. Polygon is one more unicorn which is there. Indian Auto Gas, he does auto gas बेचता है. These are all the people who have sold simple toys in the Bombay market. Simple toys. हम ये बोलता है कि ऐसा toys लेके खिलौना लेके जाके तुम बेचना और बेचना हम आदत बना देता है, इससे बढ़ जाता है. So my dear friends, 2-3 more important things I would like to stress here. बेचना एक आदत बनाना बहुत ज़रूरी है. It can be done with all 700 people, 800 people. They can go one day, they go out and sell it. automatically it becomes, when they are seeing 700 people, it can happen. Number one. Number two, assignments, don't waste it. Number two. Number three, social media is an amazing concept which should be useful. And fourth one is that you make compulsory for every student to start a startup in the classroom. Otherwise, don't give marks. These are four things which I would like to present to you. With this, you can make all 700 students, you can make it. I'm sure the NIFTEM will become a lighthouse for entrepreneurship across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for teaching us regarding the resilience, lean principles, importance of the change of the assignments, and habits of selling. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Can anybody help me here? Yeah.
Any question?
Yeah, any questions? One or two. I got a gift also. I'll give the gift. अच्छा सवाल पूछ ले, मैं लीन स्टार्टअप भी दे दूंगा मैं. अच्छा सवाल पूछ ले, and मैं लीन स्टार्टअप किताब दे दूंगा. फैकल्टी है, स्टूडेंट है मैं. Oh, good idea. Good idea. Good idea. But actually, students, if you can, पूछ ले. आप सवाल तो पूछ ले. Yeah. हाँ. जी. Students, get ready for a one question at least. Yeah.
So my question is, I'm working in enriched water segment. That is the need of our water segment.
पानी तो बहुत ज़रूरी है.
हाँ, तो H2O को हम ब्रेक करके कैसे प्रोसेस करते हैं और उसको न्यूट्रिएंट से एनरिच करते हैं, इस चीज़ पे फोकस करते हुए मैंने विटामिन B12 एनरिच वाटर बनाया है. और भी अपकमिंग जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो हम विटामिन सॉल्युबल और मिनरल सॉल्युबल जो वाटर में हो सकता है,
हाँ जी.
दैट्स माय फोकस.
जी.
एट प्रेजेंट आई एम फेसिंग चैलेंजेस कमिंग टू द मार्केट प्लेस.
पैसे जरूरी है क्या?
क्या सर?
पैसे जरूरी है क्या?
बिल्कुल सर, वो तो चाहिए.
Give a big hand, give a big hand for the hand. ओबराय साहब है, आप पानी बेच रहे बोले तो पैसे ही पैसे है काम के लिए.
सर पानी बेचना भी है, पिलाना भी है.
वही चीज़ है. हाँ.
तो सर जैसे इंडिया के भी लॉज हैं, आई हैव गॉन थ्रू दैट, और बाहर से भी मुझे जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स आ रही हैं, सो हाउ टू डील विद इट. मतलब मुझे कुछ पॉइंट्स चाहिए कि हम अगर बाहर भी जाएं तो सेम ब्रांड और अपने इंडिया का नाम कैसे लेके जा सकते हैं.
गुड. थैंक यू वेरी मच, एंड वी विल टॉक टू एज वी गो बाय. ओके. या एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? या समबडी. या we will listen to the questions so that give the gifts, and after the answers will come later on. Yeah. Mujhe beta. Oh. The other gentleman come over here for paucity of time. Yeah. Puchli.
हेलो सर.
Good.
यस सर, फाउंडर ऑफ एग्रो साथी. मैं एक ऐप में काम कर रहा हूँ सर.
हाँ.
एक ऐसा ऐप जो फार्मर और सर्विस प्रोवाइडर दोनों कनेक्ट करे. आज के टाइम पे एक ऐसा प्रॉब्लम आ रही है कि फार्मर भी है और सर्विस प्रोवाइडर भी है. अगर फार्मर को सही टाइम पे ट्रैक्टर.
आप संजीव का प्रोग्राम में आया क्या?
हाँ सर,
तो मैं देखा था. मैं IIT दिल्ली में मिला है उनको. IIT दिल्ली में हम गया था स्टार्टअप. गिव अ बिग हैंड यार, हम मिल चुका है. हाँ
सर, तो इसी बारे में आपसे डिस्कस किया था मैं.
हाँ.
तो सर मेरे को इस प्रॉब्लम आ रही है कि अब देखो स्टार्टअप करें तो उससे पैसा निकालना ही पड़ेगा, तभी वो स्टार्टअप चलेगा. तो मैं वहाँ पे सोच रहा हूँ कि हमारा जो इनकम सोर्स है, जो वहाँ कमीशन है, वो कैसे फिगर आउट किया जाए.
गुड गुड.
सर मेरे पास एक सवाल है.
हाँ.
जैसे कि हम अभी आई एम इन अ 4 years B.Tech प्रोग्राम.
मुझे ऐसा लगता है ईयर में है. फर्स्ट ईयर
में है सर. सर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अगर एक स्टार्टअप सक्सेसफुल स्टार्टअप बनाना है किसी को, तो एटलीस्ट 2 से 3 फेलियर किसी को देखना पड़ेगा.
हाँ.
जैसे
कौन बोला है आपको 2 से 3 फेलियर बोला है?
सर,
थोड़ी है. हाँ.
मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है, जैसे सर मैं फर्स्ट ईयर में आया.
हाँ.
मैंने एक मिलेट बेस्ड ड्रिंक बनाया.
हाँ.
फिर मैं उसको फंडिंग के लिए लेके गया, बट वो फेलियर हो गया. तो ऐसे में 2-3 चीज़ें और बनाऊंगा जो फेल होंगे. तो हाउ कैन समवन एवरी टाइम गो बैक टू द ड्राइंग बोर्ड?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My dear friends, one of the important thing about failure and success in entrepreneurship is very clear. फेल्योर किसी के पास पैसे है हो ले सकता है. हमारे पास पैसे ले, हम गरीब है, ये फेल्योर के मत सोचो. 100 रुपये हर दिन कैसे कमाना एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है. इसमें फेल्योर नहीं है, इसमें एक बड़ा सक्सेस भी है. मैं खुद मेरा खाना कैसे कमाना, दिस इज द सिंपलेस्ट startup principle for every student of these 4 crore students of this country. I request you, just focus on मेरा पढ़ाई की खर्चा मेरा पढ़ाई से मैं आज ही निकालूंगा. दिस इज द सिंपलेस्ट वन. देयर इज नो फेल्यूर इन इट. कुछ फेल्यूर नहीं है, इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं है, कुछ प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है. एंड आई विश दिस कैन बी सिंप्लीफाइड सो वेल. मैं जो खा रहा हूँ मैं कमा सकता हूँ. What a beautiful idea about an individual. A 20 years, 18 years plus boy or a girl comes out and says that मैं जो कुछ खा रहा हूँ मैं कमाऊंगा मेरा पढ़ाई से. This is the best way to start startup, and these are the principles which we should be able to stress on it. Okay, we'll talk to as we go by. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
So now
You want to ask? I think you want to ask question. That's your problem. Yeah. You want to give time or not? I don't want to be there in that. Let. Yeah.
हेलो सर, हम को फाउंडर हैं
हाँ.
रोमे का.
या दिखाए.
हम फूड ब्रांडिंग बना रहे हैं. अब हमारा ये कंफ्यूजन है कि हम B2B में जाए या फिर B2C में जाए.
तुम एक्सपेरिमेंट करो, मार्केट में जाओ, उतरो, 100 रुपए कमाना सीखो. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एंड कॉम्पिटिटर का प्रोडक्ट तुम बेचो. कॉम्पिटिटर का प्रोडक्ट तुम लेके बेचो, तभी समझ में आता है कि कॉम्पिटिटर का औकात क्या है, उनका क्या चीज है. यू कैन बिकम इट लाइक दैट. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, डोंट बॉदर अबाउट इट. कॉम्पिटिटर का प्रोडक्ट ही लेके कॉम्पिटिटर का स्टाइल से ही बेचना बहुत जरूरी है. थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
सर यदि हमें B2B में जाना है ना तो कैसे नेटवर्किंग कर सकते हैं?
बात की बात है, पहले तुम 100 रुपए कमाना बहुत जरूरी है. तुम्हारा पैर पे तू खड़े होना बहुत जरूरी है. ये बहुत जरूरी है.
कल 3000 का प्रोडक्ट.
हाँ जी.
कल मैंने 3000 का प्रोडक्ट सेल किया और IT दिल्ली में हम
बिग हैंड टू दिस जेंटलमैन.
IT दिल्ली में हमने 4000 सेल करके आए थे.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया. थैंक यू वेरी मच. विल टॉक टू. या प्लीज कैरी.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful lecture. So to conclude this session, I would like to invite our esteemed director, sir, to facilitate our esteemed guest.
अरे सर क्या बोलते हैं सर. थैंक यू वेरी मच. इट्स माय प्लेजर. इट्स माय प्लेजर सर. It's my pleasure to meet you and have this thing, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sure. I will hand over this mic to somebody. Please can come. Yeah. Mic. Thank you very much.
So next session we will start in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
a very important and empowering topic, government funding and policy support for startups. As we all know, the startup ecosystem in India has seen extraordinary transformation in the recent years, and this would not have been possible without the strong backing of the government initiatives, supportive policies, and visionary entrepreneurs who dare to dream differently. Today, we are honored to have with us some remarkable individuals who have truly made an impact in their respective fields, and we are excited to learn from their journeys and insights. So without making any further delay, I would like to invite on stage our first speaker for the day, Dr. Debrata Das. A big round of applause, everyone. Next we have Dr. Neeraj Prajapati, who's also known as the Bicycle Man of India. I request you, sir, to please take your seat on the stage. A big round of applause for sir. Last but not the least, we have two dynamic individuals, Mr. Ritwik and Mr. Rohan, who will be representing Startup India. May I have a big round of applause for them too. Unfortunately, due to some circumstances and emergency, Dr. Sateen Panda is unable to join us. So we'll be starting with the session. I would like to call our first speaker, Dr. Debrata Das, who is not only an alumnus of NIFTEM, but also a co-founder and CEO of ProMeet. He is currently an entrepreneur in resident at Sign IIT Bombay. A food tech innovator, he is a former global ambassador for Thought for Food, GFI India Fellow, and Sigma Squared Executive. Under his leadership, ProMeet won the India Smart Protein Innovation Challenge, revolutionizing plant-based meat and sustainable protein solutions. Once again, I welcome you, sir, here. The stage is all yours.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share some of the insights. Everything started from here, but I really appreciate and all my regards to all the faculty members because I got this opportunity only from you. So today, I know that lots of the students most have gone through a lot of inputs from yesterday's sessions, but I'll try to cover majorly on the action points because I'll try to stand. I think I'll be much more comfortable. So basically, what exactly I want to try to cover is that a lot of gyans you already got, but what exactly the problem we face is that the action points. Because when I was a student, I know what are the pinpoints we have to come up with and to rectify that so that we can able to take action on our ideas. So majorly, I'll try to cover the government benefits and the policies which is there already there in the ecosystem, which we can able to get the benefit out of it. And using this, we can able to take that steps forward. The next slide, please. So I wanted to ask us very few questions to all of you. Anyone is interested or might have come up with any good idea, we'll draw entire basically we'll plan out entire action points which you can able to follow and able to get through it. Any idea anyone wanted to come up at this stage or maybe have some can anybody come up in the stage first quickly? Yeah, please. What's the idea you have? Can you just give me a brief? Anything, just come up to the stage. We'll come to the stage quickly. Or maybe you can have a seat there. I'll give you some simple concepts, understanding it that what are the action points you have to take to get these things done. For example, the point is what we think is that major problem we face in the startups is how to take the steps forward. So both together we'll come up with ideas and we'll take it up. So can you share the idea what you have?
So is it important that the product is healthy, or I can go with
anything?
Okay, so let's do shoe pastry.
Okay.
It's a French pastry. It's not that common in India. It'll be like a cream bun, and there will be whipped cream filled inside it. So product testing has been done. It is stable for 2 weeks, 2 months.
So,
And yeah.
So what are the 3 problems you mostly face? Any top 3 problems you mostly face?
I really haven't, like I have done the R&D part, but I'd never try to like sell it.
Okay,
So
what
I
else?
haven't done that part.
Sales part, what else? Any 2 pointers?
Uh,
what is restricting you to like get things done?
So I feel it is a FMCG product.
Okay.
Like the manufacturing cost for one shoe pastry would be like 4 to 5 rupees for me. And so given that is there, so the product would be sold around 20 rupees. So I feel that in that segment, I would not be able to compete with someone like Britannia. If I launch that product, Bowley, Britannia, those companies will like instantly make a copycat.
Got
So
it.
yeah.
I understood, okay, fine. So what you will do, you're which year student?
I am a 4th year student.
4th year, perfect. So if you take a job, you will mostly have around like 8-10 lakhs or 12 lakhs of package, correct?
Correct.
In the startup,
9 lakhs max.
Whatever it's go, like next. So we'll try to take it up in such a way that what the key action points you have to take, and you have to like keep on calculating it. For example, what are the benefits we'll keep on getting from the government side? You have to like keep on calculating it in terms of numbers, how much
Okay.
fund you can able to get through that. Along with it, what are the key steps you will take it forward? Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you go next slide, please? So major problems we mostly face. Can you go next? So it's mainly the lack of funding. We thought like we have to come up with a like calculated risk. Doing a startup is not exactly a lot of risk you have to take. You have to understand it like how you're going to take that up into the calculated risk. So major 3 problems we face in the funding side. Then comes the failure. We mostly fear to like the failure we have to come up with, might have to face, and lack of the network. So I'll give you some context, some hacks as well in the later in the stage. Next slide, please. So we already got the one. We'll go through it. So the point is we have to come up with something which is like show me the money ultimately. How we have to like make money out of it, and where the money come from. So just a quick disclaimer. Today whatever I will share, it's majorly with my own experiences. So something which I have gone through it, but don't quote me anywhere. But I'll try to give you some hacks and understanding how to take it up. But ultimately it's your choice. If you take it up, it's fine, but don't quote me anywhere. Okay, so Government of India mostly gives multiple types of grants and benefits you can get. One is grant, which is like directly, you don't have to pay back. It's ultimately the government grant to help you to like take things up in the startup itself. Then there's a lot of subsidiaries are there. Along with that, equity funding, which is normally the CCPS conversion rates, government-backed funds like SIDBI also put some funds on it, and some loans and the credit lines. So normally if we see like all these organizations are already there, who is helping us in terms of giving multiple different options to, in terms of your journey to build a startup. So starting from SIDBI to NABARD to Niti Aayog, I think from Startup India also we have Ritvik, so he can able to cover a lot of the aspects of it. Okay, so at the very beginning, he has mentioned that he has the idea, but at the idea stage, first is what exactly you can able to get. So initially, if we normally go to the industry, first I need my pocket money chahiye sabse pehle. So the pocket money where will come from? Pocket money in the sense the living expenses you have to cater to. So Government of India has a very simple direct benefit. It's called 30,000 per month in the EIR, in which you can able to get 30,000 per month basis for an entire year. So you don't have to think through it, and it's very, very calculated risk. So for example, if I start my company, you can have a sit please, don't stand. So 30,000 per month you will keep on getting for an entire year to work on your idea, but basically you have to graduate in yourself. And eventually in the idea itself, you will get 10 lakhs. So 10 lakhs from Nidhi Prayas. So Nidhi Prayas directly gives fund in terms of to do the R&D work, to do the initial research work, market research. So everything you can able to get through this fund. So this will help you to like come up with some solid product which has like good market fit eventually. So the idea stage, these 2 grants I will definitely recommend for all of you to apply. Then comes when we have the product ready, which is something I know the POC is already being done. So from the POC, how I can able to get to the next level. So for the next level, majorly the funds available is called Nidhi SSS. It gives 30 lakhs of fund, majorly for the commercialization. So for example, if your product is ready within the lab itself, and then you can able to take through from the equity-based funding, it's called CCPS. Then if you're something working on biotechnology or very hardcore tech development, so BIREC has a fund called BIG. It gives 50 lakhs of grant, which you can able to, not even grant exactly, so they can help you to like take things up. And BIREC seed also is there, that also for the commercial fund. So, and then also we have SIDBI. So SIDBI also have Aspire program in which 50 lakhs of fund you can able to get. So the point is, why exactly I'm covering all these pointers? So we think that like if I don't go for a job, if I start my own company, I have to get through a lot of pain. I know pain is there, but the point is if you do calculated risk, you can able to get through all these pains. So you don't have to think like ki monthly salary itna aana hi hai, then I can able to do things. Funds are available, resources are available. Government of India is putting a lot of effort in terms of giving all this entire pathway to it. So so that's what I'm saying, like all these pointers I'm covering, which can help you to like take the idea from the lab to the market ready. So we have gone through the entire schemes of all these grants. So that's why I'm just sharing with you, because the main problem we face is that in today's time, we don't know the pathway exactly. So all this like gyans we will definitely get, but we need a very, very like solid steps to like take things up. And I learned everything from what exactly we have done in the market. We try to pitch to multiple different grants. And then so basically all these compilations I have done so that it will be easy for you to stage by stage move forward. So we have done with the R&D work. We had 30,000 for entire year. Our product is ready. For the commercial part, you got 30 lakhs of multiple different grants for the commercial part. Now comes, so next stage, if you move towards it, then there is one more fund called Startup India Seed Fund. That also it gives 20 lakhs in terms of equity direct grant itself. Along with that, BIREC big also you can able to get. So if you can able to align something which is from the agriculture domain, then you can able to get 2 different grants. So in the idea stage, you will get 5 to 10 lakhs of prototype grant, for example, for the product development side. And then you will get 25 lakhs of MVP stage. MVP is like minimum like viable product. You have to get through it and then you can able to get that grant. So align, so इसमें सबसे बड़ा trick ये है कि you know what exactly you have to pitch. So for example, if you have to align, you should know where exactly you are pitching and what exactly you are pitching. So if you know सामने वाले को क्या सुनना है, उसको वो सुनाना है. Like that you have to like go, like you have to tell them in that direction only. So how to apply what the key resources? It's basically have to be incorporated in India. Like your turnover should less than 25 crore, majorly for that. And operation 7 साल से नीचे होना चाहिए. Majority of the tech should be within India, and innovative products you have to be. Now Government of India also come up with a Bio E3 policy, which I think most of the students should know about this, because this is mainly for the smart protein as well as for the new developments which is happening in the food space. So Bio E3 policy, everyone should go through it, and Government of India is also coming up with the protein policy, which all the students should know about this as well. So please be mindful and go through this major 2 policies. Then we have done with the commercial part, we have done with the product. Now we are moving forward with manufacturing unit. So for the manufacturing unit also, we have 2 major grants. One is called PMKSY, in which you will get like 75% of the subsidy in terms of all the equipments you have. And then PMFME. So in the PMFME, majorly you can go through the micro MSME. So almost like, did you calculate it? How much exactly fund you got total? How much? Calculate it quickly, like we'll go through it. So which a comparison I'll just give, like per year basis, how much exactly we'll got? Just give a comparison number.
Like around 2 years, 85.
Exactly. So 85 lakhs of funds you can able to get within 2 years. So just think there is no risk as such. You have to take the steps forward, and within that steps, multiple grants are already available. You have to keep on taking the steps at a time. And also look after all the accelerators and the incubators which is there in India and abroad, but don't only settle down within India itself. Try to take your idea or like what the innovations to the global market. There's a lot of opportunities already there in the ecosystem. For example, ProVeg backed us, so go towards multiple incubations which is there in the Netherlands or any other markets. So some of the coverage I have done, and along with this, all these are majorly accelerators and incubators already available. Then big idea ventures is also there. Southeast Asia market you can definitely tap into. For example, Singapore has a lot of different incubation facilities as well as accelerators which can able to back you in terms of taking the network and take these things forward. I'm just writing it up quickly. Look for global opportunities, Europe, US, China. Anyone know like who hold the most of the patents in the food space? Which country has most of the patents in the food space? Anyone?
China?
Yes. So it's far, far ahead than what exactly India have done. China has the majority of the patents in today's market. Not even US, not even Australia. So our journey has started very, very from here itself on the campus. So from third year itself, I started this journey. So during third year, what we have done, I was working with GFI, and during the GFI, I got into there. I think Pranjali already yesterday covered this. But initial 2 grants we got in Jan in 2021. So we have the entire year funds with us. And before starting any startup or like taking things up full time, try to have cash in your bank account. Don't start instantly. But most of the things is the journey has been till now. We are currently available in most of the platforms. The key learnings I'll try to cover. Like always, like cash is the king ultimately. So if you have fund in your bank account, then only like you can able to take things up, and your like employees or everyone will listen to you. So always like always be open with the eye open on the same. And university is the right place to start because you don't have the risk. Ultimately, the time is which you have to like, you will lose majorly, but you will get a lot of experience. I would definitely recommend everyone to like start something on your own. There's ample amount of opportunities there in the market. Within India, outside India, a lot of opportunities are there. Focus towards the ingredient companies, which is currently doing in India itself. Along with this, you have all the lab facilities. I can definitely assure you, NIFTEM has the best labs. Initially, when I was in the campus, I never thought about it. But when I went out, I've seen all the universities. But definitely, I can able to say that like NIFTEM has the majority of all the lab facilities are there in the NIFTEM. Just explore it. There are a lot of product development is happening, but take that up in the market for the next stage. Then build your network. How many students currently have their business card? Anyone have the business card or like any card which you are able to exchange? So just a quick hack on this. Always carry a business card with you. So for example, if you are exchanging or talking to anyone, so that hack obviously helps. For example, what I used to do with the use of NIFTEM's names, I used to go to a lot of events which is happening in Delhi, mostly from the CII and FICCI. They used to do a lot of events. So the hack is whenever, don't consider yourself as a student. Take it ahead, talk to them, put a business card upfront, and you will get you have to exchange the card. So ultimately, you will keep on building a network, you will keep on building your database. So that database ultimately help you in eventually. So go to such events, don't limit yourself. All these things are you can able to get in free. So they're mostly paid for outside, majorly for the like normal, but using NIFTEM's name, you can able to get through it like on free basis. So build your network instantly. Don't wait for like CRD to give you the placements. You should know how to take things up, build your own network. You should like start your journey on your own. And one more thing, discover yourself, like which industry, where you wanted to go. Don't be very confused at the last stage. For example, in the 4th year, we mostly be very, very confused. We don't know where to go, what to do. Explore the market, understand the trends, what is happening in the Indian ecosystem. Know the entire food chain, food supply chain, what exactly happening on the trend side, and then take things up. But know yourself, discover yourself early as soon as possible. So this is something I have learned. Your personality is your career. So your career starts with your own personality. So if you're if you want to go to sales, you should have the similar skill sets in your team. For example, in yourself. So for example, we go and instantly sit just to see by the package we normally got, but always be assured that what exactly the personality you have, and along with the personality, which are the alignments and what kind of like career you can able to take through it. But be very assured on it. And I'll also try to mentor different startups. If you have very good ideas, come up to me, like pitch it to me maybe, or like share your ideas. We'll see what can be done from my side. So I'll mostly like take 2 startups with whom exactly I can able to help through it. Whatever the journey I have got through it, I will definitely help you to like achieve the same. And thank you so much. Like feel free to ask any questions if you have, and you can able to connect me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Debrata, for such an insightful session. Now, next, I would like to invite Mr. Neeraj Prajapati, who is also the founder of Jaivik Bhai Fresh LLP and widely known as the Bicycle Man of India. He has cycled over 67,000 kilometers across India promoting organic farming. As a guest of honor for Intex 2023 and 24, and the face behind the 111,111 kilometer mission Organic Bicycle, his grassroots mission is inspiring change across rural India. A big round of applause for him. I request the speakers to please wrap up their presentations within 8 to 10 minutes as we are running short of time. Thank you.
नमस्ते। आप में से कितने ऐसे साथी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं जो 2023 की यहाँ पे जो निफ्टम में इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट की कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई थी, आप में से अटेंड की थी? एक बार हाथ उठा लो, ईमानदारी से हाथ उठाना, क्योंकि मैंने सोविनियर पढ़ा था, मैं कुछ भी पूछ सकता हूँ। अब क्या हुआ? आप में से कितने को याद है कि मैंने उसमें एक प्रॉमिस किया था, और वो कितनों को याद है? मतलब मैंने पसीना बहाया, कोई फायदा नहीं रहा। किसने हाथ उठाया था? अभी एक ने हाथ उठाया था। मैंने कुछ प्रॉमिस करके गया था 2023 में, किसी को याद है? मैंने प्रॉमिस किया था उस दिन जब अपने डायरेक्टर सर यहाँ साथ में बैठे थे। उन्होंने मुझसे पूछा था, नीरज आप बाइसाइकिल मैन ऑफ इंडिया के नाम से जानते हो, आप मिलेट के लिए क्या करोगे? और मैंने उस समय आपसे प्रॉमिस किया था, उसका एक मैं छोटा सा क्लिप आपको दिखाऊंगा, वीडियो। अगर आप, मुझे खुद मतलब शर्म आ रही है कि मैं पूरा भारत साइकिल से निफ्टम को प्रमोट करके आ गया, और आप में से किसी को ये नहीं पता कि मैंने क्या प्रमोट किया जंगलों में और क्या किया। ये बहुत शर्म की बात है। आप वीडियो दिखाना। अगर मेरी बात का किसी को बुरा लगे, मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। वीडियो दिखाना। ये वो वीडियो है। मैंने इसी स्टेज से प्रॉमिस किया था कि मैं कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी की 4200 किलोमीटर की साइकिल यात्रा करूंगा मिलेट को प्रमोट करने के लिए, जो मैंने 40 दिन में कंप्लीट करी थी, और अकेला साइकिल पे चला था, अपना पूरा लगेज कैरी करके। कश्मीर लाल चौक से चला था, और कन्याकुमारी जिस दिन चलने से पहले मेरा कोई आइडिया प्लानिंग नहीं था। मैंने जस्ट स्टेज से उठ के अचानक बोल दिया था कि मैं आने वाली तारीख को करूँगा। ना मेरे पास कोई फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट था, ना मैंने कुछ आइडिया सोचा था। वो तो यहाँ से जाने के बाद रात को मैंने सोचा, यार मैंने प्रॉमिस करके आ गया, उसको पूरा कैसे करना है। ये अनंतनाग की है, वही कुलगाम पुलवामा ये पूरी होती हुई ये पूरी साइकिल यात्रा मैंने करी थी। करीब जब यात्रा चलने से पहले मैंने ये कह दिया था, 31 तारीख को शाम को 4 बजे मैं स्वामी विवेकानंद रॉक मेमोरियल कन्याकुमारी पहुंच जाऊंगा। और मैं 31 तारीख को जनवरी को दोपहर 12 बजे कन्याकुमारी पहुंच गया था। ये मैं क्यों आपको बोल रहा हूँ? आप गाड़ी से आते हैं, कार से आते हैं, बस से आते हैं, आप लास्ट में कहते हैं सर जाम लग गया, सर ये हो गया, सर वो हो गया। अगर आपको पता है रास्ते में जाम लग सकता, आधा घंटा पहले निकलो। मेरा अभी तक का रिकॉर्ड है, आप किसी भी यूनिवर्सिटी से पता कर लेना। जब मैं यात्रा में था, मैंने जिसको टाइम दिया उससे पहले पहुंचा। अगर गेस्ट लेट पहुंचा तो मैं गेस्ट के लिए रुका भी नहीं। मैं टाइम 7 बजे का देता था, 7:30 आ रहा, मैं कभी किसी के लिए नहीं रुका। ये यात्रा हमने कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी की यात्रा कर दी। हमारे उस समय डायरेक्टर चौधरी इकबाल साहब थे, डायरेक्टर एग्रीकल्चर कश्मीर के, इनके द्वारा वहां से फ्लैग ऑफ हुआ था लाल चौक से। इस यात्रा में हमने बहुत सारी चीजें ढूंढी, बहुत सारी चीजें समझी कि हमारे भारत देश में क्या क्या चीज है। दुनिया में ब्रांडिंग के नाम से, पैकेजिंग के नाम से बहुत कुछ बिकता है। अपने प्रोडक्ट को यूनिक बनाना, जो मुझे भी समझ में आया, स्टोरी बिकती है, प्रोडक्ट नहीं बिकता, जो मुझे अभी तक समझ में आया। और जो अभी सर ने, आपने सर बोला कि अपना प्रोडक्ट बेचो, मैं अपना प्रोडक्ट आज भी बेच के जा रहा हूँ, अभी भी बेचूंगा। मैं अपना प्रोडक्ट अपनी जेब में रखता हूँ। सर रीजन क्या है? आज का मैं सुबह की बात बताऊं। सुबह हमने चाय पी, दूध निफ्टम का था, सेल मैंने करी। साथ में 4 बंदे बैठे थे। मैंने बोला चलो यार पी दो। वो बोले कॉफी पीते। मैं यार कॉफी तो रोज पीते हो, केसर पीते हैं। बोला भैया ओरिजिनल केसर कौन लाएगा? मैं बोला मेरे पास है। निकाला, मैंने बोला यार कॉफी छोड़, 4 गिलास दूध का ले पिया। वो बोले भाई साहब कितने का? मैं बोला 599 का है। बोला डिब्बी लाया? मैं बोला नहीं, कोरियर लगे हो। सुबह मैंने 4000 रुपये की सेल कर ली यहाँ बैठ के। मैंने पहले टारगेट था कि डेली में 1 ग्राम केसर बेचूंगा, चाहे मेरे को 50 रुपये मार्जिन में मेरी सब्जी का खर्चा निकलेगा। आज मेरा टारगेट है कि डेली में 5 डिब्बी केसर बेचता हूँ, चाहे मेरे को किसी असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर को, इवन निफ्टम के ही मैंने बहुत सारे प्रोफेसर को बेचा बार बार मैसेज करके। होता क्या है, मैं रोज स्टेटस लगाता हूँ, रोज करता हूँ, वो खुद ये बोलते हैं यार ये बार बार भेज रहा है, इससे अच्छा एक बार ले लूँ, कम से कम अगली बार मैसेज नहीं भेजेगा। ये केसर मैंने अपनी कश्मीर यात्रा में ढूंढा था। ये पुलवामा का केसर है, पंपोर का। मैंने, क्योंकि आज के टाइम में बहुत सारी मिक्सिंग, आपके दिमाग में बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप का आइडिया होगी, हम भी आर्टिफिशियली ग्रो करें केसर। तो उस समय अगर किसी को इसके बारे में और डीप नॉलेज चाहिए, वो मेरे से डिस्कस कर सकता है केसर के बारे में, क्योंकि मैं पंपोर में कश्मीर गवर्नमेंट के साथ ऐसे एम्बेसडर भी काम कर रहा हूँ। और अभी जो मेरा स्टार्टअप है जैविक भाई फ्रेश फूड LLP, वो क्या कर रही है, पूरी यात्रा में पूरे भारत से मैंने जो जो चीज ढूंढी है उसको मैं लेके आ रहा हूँ। सिंपल पैकिंग, कोई हाईफाई नहीं, कुछ नहीं, सिंपल पैकिंग, कम खर्चा। पहले उसको मैं बेचता हूँ, जब तक 1 लाख रुपए का माल नहीं बेच देता तब तक मैं ब्रांडिंग नहीं करता। जब मेरे को रिपीटेड ऑर्डर आते हैं कि सर रिपीट ऑर्डर आ रहा है, सर मेरे को और भिजवा दो, और भिजवा दो, तब मैं बोला यार आपको अपने को प्रोडक्ट पब्लिक को समझ में आ गया, नीरज दे रहा है तो अच्छा चीज दे रहा है, फिर मैं उसकी ब्रांडिंग करने को उतरता हूँ। अभी मैंने कश्मीर गवर्नमेंट में जो वहाँ पे LG साहब है, श्री मनोज सिन्हा जी, और डायरेक्टर और प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी सबने मुझे इनवाइट किया। उन्होंने बोला नीरज जी आप हमारे कश्मीर गवर्नमेंट के भी एज ए एम्बेसडर, जो हमारी कश्मीरी प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, सैफरन ईरान से इंपोर्ट हो रहा है, अफगानिस्तान से इंपोर्ट हो रहा है, क्वालिटी बहुत डाउन है इंपोर्ट की, लेकिन हमारा जो इंडियन केसर उसका रेट अच्छा है, लेकिन उसके कारण क्या है कि कस्टमर तक नहीं पहुंच पा रहा प्योर वाला। तो उन्होंने बोला आप हमारे कश्मीरी, चाहे अखरोट हो, मामरा बादाम हो, केसर हो, ये ऐसी चीजें हैं जो आपके, हमारे रेड राइस है, मुस्क भुजी चावल है, दुनिया का एक ऐसा एप्पल मैंने जो खुद देखा है कश्मीर में, अमरी एप्पल, बाय डिफॉल्ट उसमें अरोमा है और बाय डिफॉल्ट वो जाना जाता है GI टैग भी है। तो उन्होंने बोला आप हमारे इन प्रोड्यूस को बेचो, तो मतलब प्रमोट करो, बेचना, प्रमोट करना, पहले खुद बेचूंगा, खुद धंधा मिलेगा, तभी अपने आप कंपटीटर मेरे साथ आएगा। मैं आज भी कहता हूँ अगर कंपटीटर मुझे वेलकम है, क्योंकि वो कंपीट करेगा, पहले वो कम से कम पब्लिक को कश्मीरी केसर तो भेजे। मेरा सिर्फ टारगेट है कि पब्लिक को रियल चीज पता चले। ये यात्रा चल रही है, ये ढिंडोरी की है, ये जो पीछे में ये कोदो मिलेट निकाल रहे हैं, तो इस यात्रा में ऐसे ही पूरे भारत में मैं घुमा। ये 2019 से चल रही है यात्रा, 1,11,111 किलोमीटर की यात्रा है, 70,000 किलोमीटर में यात्रा कर चुका हूँ, जिसमें मैंने ग्रो करना, गुड एग्रीकल्चर प्रैक्टिस और ऑर्गेनिक को, अब जो भविष्य है 40 किलोमीटर 1000 किलोमीटर का, वो प्रोसेसिंग का है। और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि मैं निफ्टम के साथ करीबन वैसे तो पहले से जुड़ा हूँ, जब से हमारे डायरेक्टर नरेंद्र अग्रवाल से 8 अगस्त को ज्वाइन किया था, उसके बाद से मैं जहाँ भी जाता हूँ, आज मेरे साथ भी 3-4 भाई ऐसे बैठे हैं जिनको वो मुझसे मिलना के लिए बोल रहे थे नीरज भाई मेरे को आपसे मिलना, आपके घर आना चाहता हूँ, आपसे मिलना। मैं बोला भाई मेरे पास आएगा, पैसा लगेगा मिलने का, क्योंकि तू बिजनेस करेगा, मैं बिजनेस से बात करने का पैसा लेता हूँ, किसान है फ्री में। बोला तू एक काम कर, निफ्टम आ जा, तेरे को फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट कर दूंगा। बोला ऐसा क्यों? बोला निफ्टम से मैंने एक वादा कर रखा है कि इंडिया में मैं जहाँ भी जाऊँगा, कोई भी एंटरप्रेन्योर या किसी को कोई भी समस्या है, उसको मैं निफ्टम से फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट और निफ्टम को प्रमोट करूंगा। आज हमारे एक नीर भाई भी हैं जो श्री गंगानगर से हैं, मेरे से कई दिनों से जुड़े थे, मैंने इनको 2 साल से प्रमोट किया। इन्होंने अपनी एक ब्रांड निकाली है किनू वाला, इनको प्रमोट किया, इन्होंने स्क्वैश बनाया। ये बोले नीरज मेरे को टेस्टिंग कर, मतलब जब निफ्टम से बढ़िया और क्या है। सिरसा से सुबह चल के आया गंगानगर से, अपना प्रोडक्ट लेके अभी निफ्टम से टेस्ट कराएगा। मैं इसलिए कहता हूँ हमारी इस यात्रा का आप में से कितने ऐसे साथी हैं जो ये कह सकते हैं मैं उसके गांव में फोन करूं, उसके गांव के 10 आदमी ये बता दें कि निफ्टम को इंस्टीट्यूट और क्या काम करता है कोई साथी यहाँ बैठा हुआ? जो स्टूडेंट है वो ये कहते हैं भैया मैं इस गांव का रहने वाला हूँ, मैं अपने गांव के सरपंच का नंबर देता हूँ, मैं सरपंच को कॉल करूँगा, सरपंच मेरे को ये बता दे कि मेरे गांव का लड़का निफ्टम में काम करता है क्या है, क्योंकि निफ्टम के ब्रांड एम्बेसडर आप लोग हो। जब तक आप अपने गाँव में, अपने आस पड़ोस में ये नहीं बताओगे कि निफ्टम क्या काम करता है, जब तक निफ्टम का प्रमोशन होगा। क्यों सर, सही बात है कि नहीं? मेरे को खुद, मैं अपनी इस यात्रा में जब मैं डिंडोरी गया था, वहां पे मोबाइल नेटवर्क काम नहीं करता। आपने लारी भाई का नाम सबने सुना था कि नहीं? लारी भाई का आपने सुना था? आप में से कितनों ने सुना था लारी भाई का नाम? सुना है? कहां से है वो? जोर से बोल, आवाज। शर्मा मत भाई, मैं ऐसे ही पूछूंगा क्योंकि मैंने मेहनत कर रखी है। कहां से है लारी भाई? क्या हुआ? मैंने वीडियो में भी दिखाया था, उनके घर में मैं गया था और उनके घर में कोई नेटवर्क नहीं चलता। मेरे से वहाँ के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने इतनी रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि सर आप इस पार्क में घूम लो, उस पार्क में घूम लो, आप वहाँ VIP ट्रीटमेंट ले लो। सर क्या करोगे जाके, वहाँ मोबाइल काम नहीं करता, रास्ता नहीं पता। और जब जाने लगे मेरे से एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बोलता सर हमें घर उसका नहीं पता, मैं बोला यार वो यूएन के एम्बेसडर होगी सब हो गए, तुम्हें नहीं घर का रास्ता पता। इसमें मैंने वीडियो में भी दिखाया था, उनके घर में गया था। ये चीज़ है कि हमारे देश में अच्छे अच्छे आदमी काम कर लेते हैं, हम सिर्फ उस चीज़ को सुनते हैं जिससे हमें पैसा मिल जाए। अब आप ये सोचो अगर मेरे साथ आज लारी भाई यहाँ होती और उसको ये चीज़ सुनने को मिलती कि आप में से कोई उसको जानता नहीं, वो क्या बोलती यार मैं किसके लिए काम कर रही हूँ और किस भविष्य के लिए। उस लेडी बहन ने अभी तक शादी भी नहीं करी है, सिर्फ किसके लिए कि शादी होने के बाद मैं ससुराल चली जाऊंगी, इस मिलेट्स को कौन संभालेगा। तो ये जो चीजें हैं बहुत सारी ऐसी हैं। हमारा जो युवा है वो सिर्फ देखो, मैं ये नहीं आपके ऊपर थोप रहा हूँ, हमारा जो युवा है ना उसको चाहिए तुरंत मलाई। तुरंत मलाई क्या सर दे दो, बताओ पैसा क्या है, ये क्या है, वो क्या है, और चमक दमक जिंदगी में बिजी हो रखा है। भाई साहब मैं एक चीज कह रहा हूँ, जितनी मेहनत करोगे टाइम लगेगा। मेरे को कोई नहीं जानता था, मुझे नहीं पता आप में से कितने जानते हैं, कितनों को यही नहीं पता होगा मैं निफ्टम से एसोसिएटेड हूँ, कितनों को पता है मैं निफ्टम से एसोसिएटेड हूँ। अब बताओ यार क्या मतलब सोचने की बात है। हाँ तो बोला क्यों नहीं उस समय कोई, मैं आरती का इंतजार कर रहा था कि मैं आरती करूंगा। भाई मेहनत किया मैंने कश्मीर में, तो फिर बोला क्यों नहीं। हाँ देख जो चीज पता है अपने हक के लिए लड़ो, हक के लिए लड़ोगे भाई जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ोगे, समझिए ना। अकमत की बात नहीं। देख यार देख जब निकलते हो ना घर से, जिंदगी हथेली पे रखी थी मैंने, जो अंदर से निकलते हैं ना वो, जब आप आज किसी को बाइक से बोलोगे ना हाईवे पे जीटी रोड पे चले जा 4 बार सोचेगा। और जब कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी में आपको ये नहीं पता खाना कहाँ होगा, पहनना क्या है, कहाँ रहना है, क्या उसके, उस समय एक चीज सोचो, अगर कोई पीछे से ठोक जाता ना कुछ नहीं होता, 4 दिन अखबार लगते, जो जानता था वो डीपी लगा देता, नहीं तो बोलता यार मेरे को कहीं तो ऐसे मरने के बाद भी बोलता यार तू यार मैं क्या पोस्टर बनाऊंगा, तो अपना ही दे दे मैं उसी को फॉरवर्ड कर दूंगा। मैंने खुद अपने गाँव में सरपंच का इलेक्शन लड़ा था, 40 वोट आई थी, 28 वोट मेरे घर की थी, 12 बाहर की थी। गांव को बोला, घर वालों को बोला मरू तो ना सीधा भट्टी में डाल देना, गांव में मत जलाना। क्यों? जब जिंदे जी मेरे गांव में मेरे आदमी मेरे साथ में, मरने के बाद क्या करूंगा उस भीड़ का। तो मेरा ये सीधा रूल है कि भाई देखो मेहनत करो। अब ये जैविक भाई मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ क्योंकि जो मेरा स्टार्टअप है जैविक भाई फ्रेश फूड, ये एक स्टार्टअप मैंने खड़ा किया, अपनी कंपनी रजिस्टर कराई है, क्योंकि मैंने बहुतों के साथ पार्टनरशिप करी है, बहुतों के साथ, बहुतों ने मेरे साथ पार्टनरशिप की है। लास्ट में कोई पार्टनरशिप नहीं। रीजन क्या था, सबने ये देखा नीरज सारे मिनिस्टरों को जानता है, नीरज सारे सेक्रेटरी को जानता है, नीरज 106 आईसीआर के डायरेक्टरों को जानता है, नीरज सारे डीडीजी वाइस चांसलर को जानता है, नीरज सारों को जानता है। सबने क्या सोचा इसके साथ जुड़ेंगे, इसको बोलेंगे यार उस यूनिवर्सिटी में जा रहे हो वीसी का नंबर दे दे, यार डीन का नंबर दे दे। हर आदमी में से जब डाटा निकालने की कोशिश करी, और जब मुझे पता चल जाता है मेहनत नहीं कर रहा, गलत रास्ते पे जा रहा है, मैं पाँव पीछे हटा लेता हूँ, मेरे को पैसे की चिंता नहीं है। तो इसीलिए मैंने धीरे धीरे लास्ट में सोचा यार इससे अच्छा मैं दूसरे पे भरोसा करने की बजाय मैं अपनी ब्रांड लेके आऊँ, जैविक बाई फ्रेश फूड LLP। आज मैं खाली अपने व्हाट्सएप के स्टेटस से बेचता हूँ। मेरा व्हाट्सएप का स्टेटस 2,500 से 3,000 आदमी पर डे सीन करते हैं, और मेरे पास 30 से 40,000 मोबाइल नंबर है। और मैं आपको बताऊँ, शायद पता नहीं आपको किसी को पता नहीं, मैं इनकम टैक्स में भी एज एम्बेसडर हूँ। लास्ट 3 साल से जितने IAS IPS आता है उनको मैं ट्रेनिंग कराने जाता हूँ हर 3 महीने में, जिसके कारण मेरा सिविल लॉबी में भी मेरा एक अच्छा कॉन्टैक्ट बना हुआ है। मेरे सारे वही कस्टमर हैं सिविल सर्विसेज और मोस्टली। तो मेरा ये है कि आप अपने प्रोडक्ट को बेचो, जैसे बेच सकते बेचो। पहले जब तक पब्लिक आपके प्रोडक्ट को टेस्ट नहीं करे, क्योंकि अभी केसर की बात करी मैंने, क्योंकि इंडिया में इतनी बहुत सारे तरह के केसर अवेलेबल है, जब तक पब्लिक को रियल केसर नहीं मिलेगा वो ये नहीं बता पाएगा रियल क्या है और गलत क्या है। तो इसी को स्टार्ट करके मैंने जैविक बाई चालू करी। भगवान की दया से धीरे धीरे मैंने कश्मीर के प्रोडक्ट प्रमोट किए। अब कुछ मैं लाकाडोंग हल्दी, आधे से ज़्यादा फैकल्टी को तो पता ही है क्योंकि मैं उनको मैसेज करता रहता हूँ। लाकाडोंग हल्दी है, फिर उसके बाद असम की वर्ल्ड में पहला फॉर्म है जिसमें सारे जंगली जानवर ऐसे घूमते रहते हैं। चाय का उसकी चाय लेके आए CTC ग्रीन टी ज़्यादातर वो डिप वाली पीते हैं। मैंने इस बार उस किसान से बात करके सीधा लीफ लेके आया हूँ। आप खाली गर्म पानी में डालो सीधा पत्ता खुल जाता है। नेचुरली ऐसी चीजें लाए। मैं कोई बड़ी पैकेजिंग उसके चक्कर में नहीं पड़ा। पहले आप प्रोडक्ट करो, पहले पैसा कमा लो कहीं खड़े होने के लिए। जब आपके पास खर्चा आएगा ना कोई नहीं सुनने वाला, सारे आश्वासन देंगे नीरज बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहा है, देश को तेरी जरूरत है, ये है वो है। अभी सबने बोला सर बाईसाइकिल मैन ऑफ इंडिया आप तो इतने मोटे हो। मान लो भाई देख सीधी सी बात है, मैं पतला होऊंगा क्यों जब साइकिल चलाऊंगा। साइकिल दिन भर चलाता रहूंगा, मेरा घर कौन देखेगा, गरीबी में मर जाऊंगा। शादीशुदा आदमी हूँ, खर्चा कहाँ से आएगा, घर वाली 4 दिन में बोलेगी भैया भाग जा घर। तो इसीलिए सीधा सा मेरा कंसेप्ट है, पहले मैंने सेवा करी, अब अपना स्टार्टअप लाया, पैसे की तरफ सोच रहा हूँ धीरे धीरे करके। मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ आप जिस एरिया से आते हो अपने एरिया में काम करो। काम करने के बाद आपके जो लोकल प्रोडक्ट है उनको लोकल तरीके से पहले उसका टेस्ट तो कराओ पब्लिक को। और उसी की ब्रांड बन जाएगी। अभी ये जो फोटो है ये संजय धान की है। ये आपने सुना होगा किश्तवाड़, बहुत हाइट पे है किश्तवाड़ में गाड़ी साइकिल, मुझे पता है कैसे निकला था। और इस यात्रा में अभी मैंने लास्ट मिलेट यात्रा के बाद मैंने अभी JNK गवर्नमेंट के लिए इंडिया में पहला आदमी हूँ जिसने 20 डिस्ट्रिक्ट जम्मू कश्मीर के साइकिल से ट्रैवल किया 2.5-3 महीने में। और कश्मीर के हर कौन से कश्मीर में मेरे ऊपर 2 अटैक भी हुए थे, बारामूला और किश्तवाड़ में। ये उस समय मुझे समझ में आया कि मेहनत करने से लेकिन फल है। आज फल इतना मेरे को कोई कुछ नहीं बोलना पड़ता, पब्लिक जानती है स्टोरी को, पब्लिक बोलते हैं केसर लेना तो नीरज से ले लेते हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं आपको ये बता रहा हूँ कि मार्केटिंग का स्टोरी बिकती है। देखो एक बार सक्सेस हो जाओगे ना फिर आप स्टोरी बनाओ आराम से, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। चलिए मैं ज़्यादा टाइम हो गया ना, चलिए धन्यवाद। और अगर आपको इंडिया में कहीं भी कोई हेल्प चाहिए कॉन्टैक्ट में, ईमानदारी अच्छे काम से, ये नहीं कि सर SRF का फॉर्म लगा है सर वो डायरेक्टर आपको जानते हैं सर फोन कर दो कि इंटरव्यू में बैठी हूँ, ये वाली के लिए मेरे को कॉल मत करना। क्योंकि मैंने जो रिलेशन बनाए मेहनत से बनाए, अच्छे काम के लिए बनाए, अच्छे काम के लिए मैं आपके साथ हमेशा तैयार हूँ। नंबर मेरा नोट करने की जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि गूगल पे जब आपको प्रॉब्लम है द बाईसाइकिल मैन ऑफ इंडिया सर्च करना, पूरा मेरे न्यूज़ कम से कम 4-5 पेज पूरे गूगल पे है। सोशल मीडिया पे बहुत एक्टिव रहता हूँ, रात को 2-2 ढाई बजे तक एक मैसेज का रिप्लाई करता हूँ, एक कॉल का। चलिए धन्यवाद, जय हिंद जय भारत।
Thank you so much, Mr. Neeraj, for such an inspiring journey. Now, I would like to invite next speakers, Mr. Rohan and Mr. Ritwik, who are today representing Startup India. They will be giving us valuable insights into the government initiatives that is helping early stage startups scale and succeed. Over to you both.
Hello. 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 Yeah. Namaskar. I think. Hello. Namaskar and a very warm welcome to each and every one of you present here. My name is Ritwik and this is my colleague Rohan, and we both are here to represent Startup India. It is both an honor and responsibility to be addressing this crowd full of pioneers, trailblazers of India's next big transformation. As a representative of Startup India, I bring not just policy updates and data points, but a message of partnership, pride and possibility. Because today, when we talk about Indian startup story, we are no longer talking about potential, we are talking about progress. And you, the change makers in the food processing sector, are at the very heart of this progress. India's relationship with food goes beyond nourishment. Food is culture, food is community, food is economy, food is life for us. We are the world's first largest producer of milk, the second largest. We are the world's largest producer of milk, the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables, and third largest producer of cereals. But for decades, we also faced staggering post-harvest losses, gaps in cold chains, and value erosion between farm and folk. That's where you come in. Food processing startups are rewriting this narrative. You are turning loss into logistics, waste into wealth, crops into capital. Now let me take a moment to reflect the Startup India journey so far. So, Startup India initiative was launched on 16 January 2016 by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. The vision was simple. Indian citizens should become job creators rather than job seekers. A visionary 19-point action plan was introduced. The aim was simple, to unleash the entrepreneurial spirit of India. There were 3 key pillars of this action plan: simplification and handholding, funding support and incentives, industry academia partnerships and incubation. Now I would like to tell you about the achievements of Startup India so far, from 2016 to 2025. Since 2016, India's startup ecosystem has grown exponentially, from just 420 startups to 1.6 lakh startups in 2025, registered across 770 plus districts of India. India is now home to 118 unicorns, from just 8 in 2016, and creating over 1.7 million jobs. The funding ecosystem has also exploded, from just $8 billion in 2016 to over $155 billion in 2025. This is not just growth, this is a movement, and the food processing sector is playing a vital role in this transformation. Now, let's quickly understand what qualifies as a startup under the Governments of India definition. So, to be recognized as a startup, you should be either a private limited company, or a registered partnership, or a limited liability partnership. Also, you should not cross the age limit of 10 years from the date of incorporation. And also the yearly turnover should not exceed 100 crores. Also, you should focus on innovation, scalability, job creation, as well as wealth creation. So, as you can see in this slide, we have created the startup life cycle. There's this first stage is the ideation stage, and we have listed down all the benefits we provide to you in these stages. At the ideation stage, we provide you DPIT recognition, by which you can get multiple benefits from the government. We provide the idea bank access to you, in which we have listed multiple problems, and you can pick any one of them and provide us the solution, and we will help you to build it from there. Apart from that, there is the seed fund scheme, in which we provide grants up to rupees 20 lakhs and soft loans up to rupees 50 lakhs. We also provide hand-holding support. The next stage is the validation stage, in which we provide access to incubators, master classes, and pro bono services. The third stage, which is the early traction stage, in which the startup starts generating some kind of revenue, we provide you access to pitching sessions. We also have the Investor Connect program, in which we use AI matchmaking to connect you to investors of your relevant sector and relevant field. You can pitch your ideas to them. If they find your business model feasible, they can also invest in you. Apart from that, we have this Mark Mentorship portal. If you want any kind of mentorship for your business, for any important decision, then you can connect with any mentor which is specific to your sector only. We have over 500 mentors from diverse backgrounds. The last stage, which is the scaling and the growth stage, we provide access to venture capitals, accelerators. We also do a national startup awards, in which we recognize startups for their performance. We award them, we recognize them. You get direct contacts to government stakeholders. Apart from that, there's also funding opportunity there and a lot of recognition. Then there is the Fund of Funds scheme, which has a 10,000 crore corpus mobilized by SIDBI. Now, every startup wants funding to start to progress, and we are here to help. We have multiple funding schemes. The first one is the Fund of Funds mobilized by SIDBI. It has a 10,000 crore corpus, and there's a cap for each startup. Per startup, you can take up to rupees 10 crore. Apart from that, there's this flagship seed fund scheme. This is only for early stage founders. If your startup has not crossed the 2 years of age from the date of incorporation, then you can apply for this. In this, we provide grants and soft loans. Grants up to rupees 20 lakhs and soft loans up to rupees 50 lakhs. Apart from that, there is this credit guarantee scheme, in which we provide collateral-free loans. You don't have to use any collateral of yours, and the rate of interest is also very low. Then, as I told you, the Investor Connect portal. We use AI matchmaking to connect you to investor which is specific to your field, and you can pitch your idea to them. They can invest in your business if they like your model. Now, as I mentioned about the mentorship opportunities, we have the MAR mentorship portal, in which you can get one-on-one personalized mentorship from your sector-specific expert. And apart from that, we also provide cohort mentorships, in which we have startups from a specific area and there are multiple mentors. It's a great opportunity to learn and network. Also, if you want to become a mentor, you can also do so at this platform. You have to there are only 2 qualifications. First, you should have minimum 7 years of experience and you have to submit your resume for that. It's that simple. Now my friend Rohan will introduce you the market opportunities we have.
Thank you, Ritvik, for taking the audience for the startup India is providing. So, I will start by market access opportunity for startups. So, as you know, by registering with Startup India, it helps startups with scale and improve their market presence through government initiatives like GEM, BIRAC, Niti Prayas, etc., as well as the corporate and domestic access. As you can see on the screen, like pilot orders, cash grant, incubation, mentorship, prototype, and many more. So, let's talk about the real market. After your startup gets registered with DPID, you can register your startup with GEM, which stands for Government E-Marketplace. Through the Government E-Marketplace, over 28,000 startups, many from the food sectors, have collectively delivered over rupees 35,000 crore worth of public procurement orders. Think about the opportunities. School midday meals, nutrition schemes, army rations, railway catering, public health program. As a DPID recognized startup, you get exemption from prior turnovers and experience requirement and can list your innovative product directly on GEM. Whether you are offering vacuum bag picker from rural UP or a low GI nutrition bar for diabetic patients, your buyer could be ministries, municipal bodies, and mission-driven NGOs. Now, Startup India helps startups connect directly with central ministry like Ministry of Ayush, National Health Authority, NTPC, MOFP, and other PSUs. As you can see on the screen, over 630 startups have already received the support through them, and with more than rupees 10 crore in total funding provided. This shows how serious the government is backing innovation and new ideas. We recognize that startups thrive the right guidance and support. To enable this, Startup India has partnered with 100 plus leading corporates across sectors through strategic MOUs. These partners offer both monetary and non-monetary support, from funding grants to critical resources like mentorship, R&D, prototyping testing, infrastructure access, and market linkages. This collaboration bridges the gap between innovation and implementation, helps startups scale faster and smarter. For example, the Gen AI Exchange Hackathon, launched with Google and Startup India, aims to unlock large-scale business opportunity using AI, offering cash prizes, mentorship, VCs Connect, and showcasing top innovation to industry leaders. Another collaboration with Google was Startup School 2020, enabling 12,000 plus startups to access 35 plus expert-led sessions. And the satisfaction score was 4.34 out of 5, and 87% recommended rate among participation. So, India is not just building for Bharat. We are building for the world. Through Startup India, 20 plus international bridges, as you can see on the screen, you can now connect with global government, investors, accelerators, and many more. Whether it is a protein bar looking to export to Europe or a cold chain solution for tropical fruit headed to the Middle East, you have our support. We have built ties with Japan, UAE, Israel, the US, and many more. The food startups are a priority in many of these collaborations. Besides these nations, we also had tied up with multinational organizations like G20, BRICS, WIPA, SCOs, and many more. And these organizations enable dialogues between member nations and disseminate how India has become the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. Through international collaborations, Startup India is enabling Indian startups to think global from day one, whether it's access to foreign market, capital, or knowledge. Our initiative helps startups expand beyond borders, connect with global leaders, global partners, and establish a strong international footprint. This not only support the startup growth, but also contribute directly to India's innovation leadership and economic growth. These are some key models of engagement like mentorship series, ecosystem immersion, investor pitching, joint funds, incubator training, innovation challenge, investor roundtable, and academia partnership. So these are some international collaboration and benefit you can get through key model of engagement. Now, let me introduce to a game-changing initiative, Bhaskar, your digital passport. Bhaskar stands for Bharat Startup Knowledge Access Registry, and it's India's first digital economy registry connecting every stakeholder in the startup value chain. Think of Bhaskar as your LinkedIn connects Wikipedia and Meet Startup India portal, all rolled into one. It gives you a personalized identifier, help you network, connect with mentors, VCs, corporates, and government schemes, all with a few clicks. Especially for food startups in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. This is your bridge to the national global stage. By providing a comprehensive platform for connections, knowledge sharing, and searchability, Bhaskar aspires to empower entrepreneurs, ecosystem stakeholders at every stage of their journey, driving forward a culture of innovation that propels India to the forefront of global entrepreneurship. Now I'm going to take you some little marquee programs that is launched by the Startup India. So, National Startup Award. We have recognized several food processing startups that are solving grassroots challenges from zero-waste food packaging to AI-based quality sorting rice meal. Winners receive visibility, funding opportunity, mentorship, direct connection with government stakeholders. We urge each one of you to apply, share your stories, and get recognized that you deserve. State Startup Ranking is also an initiative. The Startup State Ranking is a framework designed to encourage states and union territories to build stronger startup ecosystem. It promotes healthy competition, foster innovation, drive growth, and identify best practice across states. Through the State Startup Ranking, we are making India's ecosystem more inclusive, competitive, and dynamic. Let's not forget the second edition of Startup Mahakumbh 25, held from April 3 to 5th, concluded at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi, marking a significant milestone in India's entrepreneurship journey, the largest innovation gathering in India's history. Over the course of 3 days, the event hosted over 2,900 exhibitors, predominantly startups, as well as the other ecosystem players like incubators, accelerators, investors, corporate, with overall footfall of 2.5 lakh people. While exhibition was the most happening feature, 751 speakers shared insight across 211 sessions and 10 thematic pavilions. A total of 15,983 B2B meetings, both physical and virtually, facilitating meaningful collaboration. These are mostly angels, investors, FOs, VCs, LPs, GPs, actively engaged with the startup ecosystem, contributing to their growth journey. With participants over 60 plus countries worldwide, Startup Mahakumbh reaffirmed its position as a truly global celebration of entrepreneurship and innovation. And food tech was one of the most exciting verticals, and we plan to make it even bigger next year. Now I want to introduce an interesting initiative which is Bharat Startup Grand Challenge. Celebrating National Startup Day 25, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shraan Kumar, launched the Bharat Startup Grand Challenge for entrepreneurs in collaboration with 20 large corporations. The government aimed to launch 75 similar challenges by the 9th, 10th anniversary of Startup India. The challenge will enable startups to address issues in sectors including renewable energy, agri-tech, health tech, robotics, blockchain, semiconductor, and many more. They are offering like cash prizes, funding, mentorship support, and capacity building. I would encourage all startups and budding students who want to be a future entrepreneur to keep an eye out on such opportunities on the Startup India portal. I'm going to mention a quote from our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, that startups are changing the rule of the king. That's why I believe startups are going to be the backbone of New India. Now let me share a few quick success stories. A startup in Maharashtra turned spoiled bananas into nutrition flour and now supplies to the school kitchen across 2 states. A millet-based ready-to-cook brand in Odisha, run by tribal women, is now exporting to 5 countries. These are not just business ventures, these are social mission with sustainable models. And Startup India is proud to stand behind as well as with them. As we look to the future, a few things are clear. By the end of 2025, India will have 900 million digital users, a massive market for D2C food brands. 50% of startups today are in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, proving that innovation knows its worth. In the next 5 years, startups are projected to contribute 4 to 5% to India's GDP, with food processing expected to be a major driver. This sector is not just feeding mouths, it's feeding the economy, feeding employment, and feeding the dream of a self-reliant Bharat.
So I ask everybody out here, what's your vision for startup? Whether you are solving shelf life, food safety, sustainability, or affordability, your work matters. Apply for DPIT recognition, list on GEM, register on Bhaskar, apply for grants, collaborate with incubators, scale with us. Let us help you to go from idea to impact. Friends, in every millet cookie, in every dehydrated food pack, in every AI-empowered grain analyzer, there lies a story of aspiration and ambition. You are not just feeding a country, you are fueling the future. Let us build the new India together, from fields to factories, from farmers to founders, from local kitchens to global chefs. The next food revolution starts here. The next food revolution starts now. Thank you so much. If you have any questions regarding any schemes of Startup India, we are happy to answer.
Any questions from the audience?
Yes.
So my question is, once the seed fund is like reimbursed, apart from that, a plant or a manufacturing plant, what other investment they can take for the scaling of the company?
So, have you received the seed fund?
Yeah, I have received the seed fund.
So apart from that, we have the credit guarantee scheme in which you can get the collateral-free loan at a very low rate of interest. The rate of interest matches to the repo rate of the country, which keeps on changing. And apart from that, we have the funds of funds scheme, which is mobilized by SIDBI. As I mentioned, we have a cap of 10 crore per startup. So you can also apply for that via the SIDBI's website.
Can go to SIDBI FFS commitments. There are the list of incubator accelerator investors. You can directly connect with them also. And I guess we are on short time. So if you have any questions, we will meet you outside and we can take up your questions.
Can I add some points? For food startup mainly, you can also check for PM-KSY. So there is 2 more grants already available. And with that also you can try for, there's a scheme called NABARD. With NABARD also they've mostly put funds. So PM-KSY, you'll get 75% direct subsidy on all the equipments you will mostly go for. And along with that, PMFME. So PMFME also you'll get majorly of the benefits for the majorly food startups.
Also, if you have any questions regarding funding and mentorship, we are very happy to answer. If not now, we can also meet you off stage and help you regarding any processes if you are stuck in. Yeah, that's it. If anybody else has any questions. Yeah. You're not audible.
I want to ask, till what stage do you provide that credit guarantee?
So first of all, you should be a DPIT recognized startup. And as I mentioned, for that, you should be a private limited company or a registered partnership or a limited liability partnership. Once you get the DPIT certificate, then you can apply for the credit guarantee scheme. Also, you should not cross the 10 years mark. That is the age of the startup from the date of incorporation. Within that age bracket, you can apply for the credit guarantee scheme anytime.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much everyone for sparing your valuable time and giving us insights about these government initiatives. Now I would like to invite our coordinator for today, Dr. Kumar Rahul, to come on stage and felicitate our guests. Mr. Debrata Das. A big round of applause, everyone. Mr. Neeraj. Mr. Rohan, Mr. Ritvik, please come forward. I request all the speakers to come forward for a group photo. Thank you, everyone. We will be meeting soon in the same auditorium for another session after a short period of time. The next
Sustainable Food Solutions. This session brings together leaders and visionaries who are shaping a more resilient and sustainable future of food. To set the tone of the discussion, it's my privilege to welcome a distinguished speaker in Corporate Affairs and Sustainability, Mr. Sanjay Khajuria. A seasoned leader, over 3 decades of experience, including 28 years at Nestle India, Corporate Affairs and Sustainability, driving key initiatives at CSR and regulatory advocacy. Currently serving as President of Confederation of Indian Food Trade and Industry, CIFTI, where he continues to champion food policy reforms, sustainability, public-private collaborations. We welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a huge round of applause. So we are honored to have you. The stage is all yours.
Thanks for your kind words. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had good lunch. Okay, let me begin by thanking the Ministry of Food Processing Industries and NIFTEM for organizing SUFALAM 2025, a startup forum for aspiring leaders like yourself to foster innovation, sustainability, and entrepreneurship in food processing sector. SUFALAM also means abundance, prosperity, and a very fitting name that captures the vision of this conclave to nurture a thriving and forward-looking, and I think this is going to be the topic and the discussion during the panel on food processing sector. This is a very timely and a vital initiative, as you all know. I'm sure many of you have already gained valuable insights, forged new connections, and explored avenues for collaboration and for mutual support. I'm deeply grateful, and I don't see the organizing team here, for inviting me to speak on a topic which is very, very close to my heart. Thank you all for being here. I'll take about 10 to 15 minutes just to start the discussion on finding better ways for the food industry to be sustainable. As Anne Wigmore wisely said, the food you eat can either keep you healthy and strong or slowly make you sick. The quote reminds us that the food systems have the power to heal or to harm. The food can nourish us and fuel progress. At the same time, food can also harm people and the planet. I think as a group, and the panel members are here as well, our collective goal would be to discuss how the food is safe, nutritious, convenient and accessible, supportive of livelihood, and good for the planet, not just for today, but for generations to come. Let's explore in next few minutes why sustainability in the food processing and food structure matter, the key challenges we face, and the innovative solutions, and some of those solutions you would have already seen. Collaborations and partnerships needed to really create a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable food system. Let's also remind ourselves that sustainability is not an option. I think this is the expectation from all of us in the room and people who are in the food support systems. Why food matters and why food processing is relevant for sustainability. I think there are billions of people food actually feeds. Millions of people get involved in the food systems and it shapes traditions. But it's also responsible for a significant share of environmental challenges. Let me put some facts before you. The global food system from farm to fork contributes to about 30% of emissions. It consumes nearly 70% of the world's fresh water. 1/3 of all food produced globally gets wasted. In India, we waste about 55 kilos of food per person per year. Due to inadequate post-harvest storage and transport, 15 to 30% of food is lost. This translates to some 70 million tons of post-harvest loss. Just imagine the scale we are talking about. Climate change also brings in unpredictable and erratic weather. heat waves, droughts, floods, unseasonal rains, all are impacting agriculture and the food nutrition. We also face double burden of malnutrition. Some of us struggle with hunger, some of us overconsume. And lastly and very importantly, the farm sizes in our country are small, and therefore not at all times the farmers have the resources to work towards the sustainability approach, and that's where all of us together can help and support. I would also go back in history a little bit on India's food security journey. In 1960s, we faced severe food shortages and depended heavily on imports. The threat of famine that time loomed large. The Green Revolution, and I'm sure all of you would have read it. Has everyone read about Green Revolution? Let me see a show of hands. Okay, I would encourage all of you, because this is a very significant part of our food history, to go through what happened during Green Revolution. But Green Revolution changed quite a bit. It boosted food production, it ensured food security, and it enhanced farmers' income. However, it also brought in new challenges. Overuse of chemical fertilizers and pesticides damaged soil health, and you know the impact of soil health. Excessive reliance on groundwater led to sharp declines in water tables, and monoculture practices reduced biodiversity. In next couple of minutes, I'll talk about what is it which can be done at the farm level, because whichever journey on food system we start with, it has to start at the farm level. Our approach must focus on, and I think the panel will discuss this, on how to reduce emission, how to make farms more climate resilient, and how to improve farmers' livelihood. The impactful strategy, and I'm sure you have been reading about it or you've been looking at the media reports on this, there is precision farming, GPS, drones, soil maps, so that at the farm we apply very, very efficiently the fertilizers, compost, animal manure, biochar, how to use this so that the soil health gets improved, how do you do crop rotation and intercropping so that the soil fertility and the pests are reduced, the fertility goes up and pest comes down, cover crops like legumes which actually fix nitrogen, and agroforestry and biodiversity, how to encourage these, integrating trees and plant diversity into farms. I can give you one very promising example from dairy. The best practices when they get applied on the dairy farms, along with the feed formulations which are best in class, the productivity goes up and accordingly the emission starts to come down. I've also been witness to what we call small biodigester. When this biodigester is put in a farm, it provides the farmer renewable energy. Equivalent, if it's a small biodigester, it can still give the gas equivalent of about 1.5 cylinders. It also provides organic fertilizer, and at the same time it reduces the use of firewood. So there are multiple benefits out of this. The other area where food processors or food processing manufacturers can work on is reducing energy and water use. How to adopt clean, innovative technologies to achieve this. How many of you have read about biomass boilers? Quite a few. So biomass boiler, actually, if you put in and the biomass is used for energy, it definitely reduces the dependence on fossil fuel. You would have read about examples that water can be recovered even from milk, which can be used and for utilities, and it reduces the extraction from ground. Energy audits is what we need to do to make sure that we identify wastes and plug those, switching to solar energy, wind energy, and bioenergy as required. Water cycling techniques, which again reduces the pressure on groundwater extraction. I must also say that these initiatives, while they take care of environment, They also make the operations very, very efficient and useful, and at some time it also reduces the cost of manufacture. Plastic is the third area where the food support system or food systems have to work on. I would put it as 4 R's. Can the industry look at reducing the plastic which is used? Can we look at replacing the plastic with something else? It could be seaweeds, or the crop waste can be converted into packaging. Can we look at reusing the plastic which we bring at our homes? Can we also see whatever material is being used is easy to recycle and it gets recycled so that natural resources are not used again and again? The industry and the food system can also play a big role when it comes to logistics. Can we ask the logistics suppliers to use AI and software so that the trucks or the vehicles which are used, they have the shortest possible routes on which the material can be provided? Can we start looking at multimodal transport where a ship can be used, a train can be used, a truck can be used? Again, I'm sure you all know that when you move goods on trains or rails, it reduces emissions by close to 80%. Shift to warehouses where the energy comes from LED lighting and better design. Again, this is going to be a win-win. It will reduce emission, and long term, it will also reduce the cost. And the last one, which is very relevant for all of us sitting here, which is how much food are we wasting at the household level? As I said, in India, we are wasting 55 kilos per person per year. The question we have to ask ourselves is, can we really afford to do that? Can we stop overbuying? Can we look at storing food properly so that, it doesn't end up not good for us to eat and we throw major part of it? Can we repurpose leftovers? Can we look at composting the scraps which we get? These small actions at home, and I think we can do it without much difficulty, can contribute to sustainability goals which we have. I would also encourage you to pass this message to your friends and family. Let's create a national mission, national campaign around it, that we wouldn't let any food go waste. The question which you'll ask me now is, if all of this is done, what will a sustainable food system look like? Imagine the soil is regenerated. Imagine biodiversity is protected. All of us follow circular economy principle where things or the material doesn't go to landfill. It's used again and again. The livelihood of everyone in the value chain, especially the farmers, it increases. We prioritize safe, hygienic, and nutritious food, which benefits people and the economy. How will you do it, or how will we do it? I think collaboration is the key. I would remind you of what Helen Keller said, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. All of us have a role to play. Authorities can support sustainable farming, invest in cold storage, warehousing, develop eco-friendly practices, incentivize them. Businesses can innovate in manufacturing, logistics, and packaging. Train and support farmers, set net zero goals, and those goals are followed on a regular interval so that it's monitored and evaluated well. Communities can empower farmers, promote nutrition, and reduce waste at grassroots. Academia, and we are sitting in a university today, standing here, develop climate resilient crops, look at data which can help the policymaker decide on guidelines and policies, and train future sustainability leader like yourself. I get very encouraged when I come to NIFTEM and when you speak about sustainability. And as consumers, we all have a role to play, which is reducing food waste, choosing products which are made with sustainable best practices, and segregate plastic for recycling. Many a times people say that there is not much we can do because we are not into agriculture. And I would respond by saying, and this I read on internet, but very, very relevant. It says, if you eat, you are involved in agriculture. Thank you very much for your interest. Let's ensure that the food on our plates nourish us without harming the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an inspiring keynote. I would now like to request Dr. Vimal Pant, CEO NTBIF and Head Department of Food Business Management and Entrepreneurship Development, to kindly come on stage to felicitate Mr. Sanjay Khajuria. Please, sir. Now, to continue the momentum, may I invite our distinguished panelists on stage. Please welcome them all with a big round of applause. Mr. Sanjay Bamar, Managing Partner, Green Frontier Capital. Mr. Hemendra Mathur, Venture Partner, Bharat Innovation Funds. Dr. Vibhuti Agrawal, General Partner, Real Time Angel Fund. Mr. Rahul Mittal, Managing Director, Granules World Food India Private Limited. As they all take their seats on the stage, I would like to give a brief intro about each of these panelists. Mr. Sanjay Bamar is a veteran investor with over 30 years of experience in both buy and sell side roles across the USA and Asia. He has held key positions such as Portfolio Manager at Belasne Asset Management and Associate Portfolio Manager at Amarnath Advisors LLC. Recognized as a super angel, he has invested early in numerous successful global green startups and co-authored the book India's Green Startup. Next, we have Hemendra Mathur, a venture partner at Bharat Innovation Funds, focusing on early-stage deep tech startup in agriculture, healthcare, and sustainability. With over 25 years of experience in India's innovation ecosystem, he co-founded Think8, an agri-tech platform, and chairs FICCI task force on agri startups. Mr. Mathur advocates patient capital and envisions 10,000 agri-tech startups in India by 2030. Next, we have Dr. Vibhuti Agrawal, who is a journal partner at Real Time Angel Fund and director at Q6 India Private Limited, with over 16 years of experience in investment, business strategy, and supporting early-stage startups. She brings sharp strategic insight and deep commitment to entrepreneurial growth. And last, we have Mr. Rahul Mittal, who is a co-founder and managing director of Granules World Food India Private Limited, with over a decade of experience in creating health-focused, innovative food products. A passionate first-generation entrepreneur, he blends food culture, quality, and thought-provoking packaging into every aspect of his work. And to moderate this exciting discussion, I invite on stage Dr. Siddharth Manvati, co-founder and CEO of ClearMe. Dr. Siddharth Manvati is a leading India's innovation in cultivated meat since 2019. He is also co-founder and mentor at Foresight Biotech, promoting biotech entrepreneurship and research. With a strong academic foundation, he served as a postdoctoral research and earlier a researcher at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Dr. Manvati specializes in tissue culture and biotechnology, blending science and innovation for sustainable food solutions. Dr. Manvati, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share the thoughts. I'm deeply thankful to all the panelists today. I know how hard it had been for me to get them on board today, because I found we have been associated with NIFTEM for the last 2 years now. And the opportunity that NIFTEM provides to the global arena is pretty amazing, and I feel that you as students at NIFTEM should have the right exposure towards people who are building strategies that are required to get something on board and make laboratory applications more industrially viable. Today's panel is basically focused on discussing on these grounds, giving you an exposure to how VCs think, how VCs work, and what is required to make what you do on routine more feasible for VCs to make it mainstream. With that, I thank you all for coming today and sharing your thoughts with the audience. Now, I will sit directly there and we will start the conversation. Today, we have with us Dr. Sameer, Mr. Sameer. I call him Dr. Sameer, but he comes with a background of more than, I would say, 10 years of experience when it comes to starting his journey from becoming a professor in sustainable finance and ultimately landing into the space of venture capitalism. So I would directly ask you, you have seen the transition from administration to venture capitalism, and you have been passionate about pushing sustainable ideas into the mainstream. You even wrote a book on India's green startups, and that has been one of the leading bestsellers recently. If I'm right, in 3 months he has sold more than 6,000 copies. 6 lakh copies, sorry. That's an achievement when it comes to startups in India, that could take a more focus on green technology. You bring in an expertise that is globally oriented, and how do you see it has shaped for the global audience and also for the Indian ecosystem? Your thoughts?
Hi everybody, is everyone awake? I want to hear you. It has to be interactive, right? Perfect. Awesome. So I'm actually going to talk a little bit about, I have a unique vantage point because I live in New York. And the only reason why I've actually come here is to share my thought process with a lot of you on how you can think larger to create something that is truly disruptive. So when we talk about innovation from an Indian perspective and how we need to do something that can actually announce India's arrival on a global stage. The biggest issue that I've actually found as a VC with Indian companies is their inability to go beyond what is conventional. Very few companies in India actually create products that are truly disruptive. Let me talk a little bit about specifically the food tech and the ag tech space. Have you ever seen an Indian food tech company do something that is actually available for the global platform to consume, either from a science perspective or from a product perspective? It's largely, most of the innovation that we actually see in India is taking an international product and doing price-led innovation or use case-led innovation around it. And the reason is that Indians inherently are afraid of failure. And when you're afraid of failure, you can't do something that is truly scientifically innovative. The difference for me in the US ecosystem, because I invest in both markets, is that when a US company comes to me, they come to me with something truly unique. So let me share a couple of examples, if you don't mind, because it's very important. I might actually take some time to respond to you, but it's important for people to understand how US companies are unique. Putting aside clean meat, which obviously I know is doing unique stuff in the food tech industry, I've invested in a company in the US which is actually called Eat Just and Impossible Foods. And anyone know what Impossible Foods and Eat Just does? So Eat Just basically is engaged in, in cellular fermentation business. And what they've done is through a biopsy of an existing chicken and a cow, they've taken a blood sample, studied how the DNA of that animal effectively causes that animal to essentially reproduce muscle,
and have effectively taken that DNA and subjected it to a microbe, and then fed that microbe with some very interesting nutrition that animal typically would get, to start recreating the same mass that it does normally inside a laboratory. So you effectively trick the microbe into thinking that it's actually an animal. And then when you feed it the same nutrition, it starts producing itself. So it actually starts producing meat, except that now you're not killing an animal in doing so. Now, if that same product or that same process was actually taken to an Indian VC, and you tell that Indian VC that I'm actually doing this, first of all, they'll laugh at you. And secondly, they will actually ask you, how long is it going to take before this becomes a reality? And I think you've been facing it. So my point is that for truly innovative, disruptive innovation to take place, India first has to fix its attitude on failure. And only when we actually start supporting startups that don't fear failure will those startups actually create products for global consumption.
Perfect, sir. I will come back to you on those lines because there is something that you have pinched me, but I will come back to you. Now, coming to Hemendra, sir. So, you have more than 29 years of experience when it comes to funding Indian ecosystem. You have seen the journey where there was no startup to we having lakhs of startups till date. Now, how has been your exposure when it comes to only food tech? I know you are focused on multiple domains, but how do you see food tech domain evolving, and what has it actually done the right sense when it comes to food innovation?
Thanks, Siddharth, and thanks, NIFTEM, for inviting me. Most of you won't know I have more than 20 years association with NIFTEM, when NIFTEM was not there. I was the one who wrote the feasibility report and a detailed project report for setting up NIFTEM. It was 2005 that Ministry of Food came with this idea that we should have an institution of excellence in India. And an interesting trivia around it is that originally it was named NIFTM without an E. And the Joint Secretary at that point of time, Mr. N.P. Sinha, said, something is amiss, it's not a great acronym. And he only came with an idea, let's put E in. And of course we know E is for entrepreneurship, and here I am today, 20 years later, at a startup conclave, so feeling very good about it. Now, coming to Siddharth's question, so I've been part and parcel of this agri-tech, food tech ecosystem, good, bad, ugly, and whatever has happened, I'm happy to take the credit or the blame as you see it. I think what Sandeep said is right to some extent. A lot of innovations in the food part of it, especially in India, is more about food distribution, food delivery, food brands. One single deal in Swiggy or Zomato is probably bigger than the entire cumulative investment in the food tech or agri-tech sector. So clearly, I am as disappointed as you are in terms of the innovations that we want to see on the, which are more science-driven or tech-driven, right? But I think I will not just blame VCs for that. Of course, we as a VC have to evolve and appreciate the power of deep tech in creating value. I think it's the ecosystem which needs to be nurtured, right? And that's where I see institutions like NIFTEM, CFTRI, NDRI, I think they have to really, nurture that talent, right? We need very good laboratories. In fact, you were talking about US. Most of the food tech startups in US have origin in some of the universities out there. What UC Davis has done, what Cornell has done. In Europe, if you look at Wageningen, what they have done. So I think we have to really, change our benchmarks when it comes to institutional support, whether it is mentoring by professors, scientists, creating that laboratory which have those kind of equipments where you can test. And also regulations also have to evolve, right? I think one of the challenges with a lot of deep tech, food tech innovation, that the regulatory arbitrage, and a lot of startups struggle in terms of where it can be classified and things like that. So I think my take is that we probably as an ecosystem, we have to, change. We need a lot of catalytic capital. I would say venture capital will come, but catalytic capital to, learn, to fail, to experiment a bit more, which could come as an incubation capital, or some of the, I would say, more impact-oriented funds probably should take bet on it. And I think as BC, I completely agree. We also have to evolve and, build that lens which can evaluate deep tech, right? Frankly, we do deep tech, but in food we haven't seen too much of deep tech. We talk about robotics in food, we talk about 3D printing, we talk about converting carbon dioxide into protein, and of course what you are doing, cultured meat and etc. But that deal pipeline is shallow. So I think we need to first accept and recognize and probably look for solutions.
I totally agree, and I firstly feel proud that from a bird's eye view, you are able to see that yes, there have been some positive changes, but also from a founder view, we do see there are certain pain points when it comes to materializing what we are doing in deep tech and how VCs foresee it and how government bodies see it. And I will come back to that point also. But we have Dr. Vibhuti with us. Ma'am, you have had an experience from completing your PhD in life sciences with an exposure to hardcore laboratory science. And then you shifting your gears to IP and all those realizations on all those lines, what we as founders now try to figure out and keep control or tab on things. How you have, once you landed in the space of venture capitalism, how do you see that journey helping you identify deep tech startups, and is it actually needed in that particular format where we are today?
So, hi Siddharth, thank you so much, NIFTEM, for inviting me here. So glad to be here, and it was a wonderful session for me yesterday and today to meet the wonderful founders we have here doing deep tech work and trying to bring so much innovation in the food tech. So looking at the young founders at NIFTEM, I'm very much hopeful that definitely some deep tech food processing startups will emerge from here, and definitely we would love to be a part of it. Having said this, so I want to share this interesting thing which came to my mind, that I started my journey as an investor with a food startup, which is Burger Singh. So 15 years back, we invested, the startup culture was very new, yet to arrive. So this small restaurant they opened in Gurgaon, and we invested our own personal money, as well as we brought some friends, colleagues and clients to the board, and we made a round of 1 CR and we invested into Burger Singh. थोड़ा डरते डरते हम लोगों ने invest किया, पता नहीं क्या होगा, but things fell into place. The startup started doing well, and we got a good exit after 2 years, and that's what this gave us a confidence to enter into startup funding, and we could realize that it has a potential to grow big. So, and having said this, since then we have invested into another 2-3 startups. We invested into Master Chow, and thankfully we got an exit from Master Chow also, and recently we have invested into 2 food-based startups, which are Noto and Burgerama. So, Siddharth, yes, the question of deep tech into food processing, it is still there. But see, India is has a big mass market. One has to understand whatever startups we are doing, whatever businesses, whatever entrepreneurship we are doing in India, if it is targeted towards Indian population, it has to solve Indian problems. So what are Indian problems? We have to look at that. So if we are able to solve, whether it is through traditional way or through deep tech, so we have to look at the problems and then solve it for the Indian population, be it making it for masses like Zomato. I understand that innovation might be lacking. Swiggy, too much innovation. I would say that, see, still at the end of the day, they are a copied model, but still they are solving Indian population's problem. They are making meat consumers and producers, and they are matching delivery with the supply. So once we are solving the problem through whatever way, through deep tech or anything, we are solving a problem, and that is what startup culture is all about. We have to find a problem and find a solution. So if we are solving it for the bigger population, if we are giving employment, see, though I would say that delivery options are not the best employable conditions, but still, if we are giving them employment, we are still solving a problem. And once we talk of deep tech, it is relevant not only for the food startups. So the problem of deep tech is relevant for all other models. And unfortunately, it is true that we are not able to bring a big brands also. So brand building is also an issue with India. But now things are changing with government support, and we see mindset change. And I'm so happy to see that we have international brands coming from India, and like Forest Essentials and Kama Ayurveda. So interestingly, I saw Foreign Essential at the first store which I saw was outside India, and I thought, okay, somebody else has copied India's Ayurveda solution, and they made a international brand, and that's what we are doing it to our knowledge, ancient knowledge. But I was so happy to learn later that Forest Essential is an Indian brand, and so now we are waking up to this fact that we can do big, we can bring big brands from India. Now we have deep tech startups, food tech startups. Clear Meat is a clear example of, so they are a food tech startup, also a deep tech startup. So I am hopeful that now with the support of institutes like NIFTEM, we will have deep tech food processing based startups coming from India, and definitely we as VC would be very happy to be part of their journey once their model is established, once our control checks are in place, and once we are sure that we will be able to do justice to our partners. So one has to understand also that how a VC model, how an angel fund model works, and why angel funds are not risk takers. Actually, if you look at it, because angel fund is a fund, so it is a pooled money. So we are backed by our limited partners and investors who trust us with their hard-earned money, and that money we invest into startups to help them grow. So therefore, our risk-taking capabilities as much as their risk-taking capabilities. So there is a limitation. So that's why for venture capitalists and angel funds, it is not possible to take huge bets, but with a change of mindset and with more confidence in the startups, I'm very hopeful that we would be able to support deep tech food-based startups very soon.
Perfect, perfect. There is one conclusion that I could make out of the three that you spoke, that is possibly food tech or food is actually giving profits to the VCs. So at least I am confident that as founders coming from a food domain, we will give returns when it comes to the right way. So food industry, yes, it is profitable for VCs when they do business, but at the same time, it requires more innovation. Now, when you speak of innovation, there is a thin line of difference between a business, a startup, and a deep tech. Now, we have Rahul with us today. Rahul brings in more than 10 to 15 years of experience when it comes. He changed your gears from distribution to starting your own setup. Give a brief about what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks, Siddharth, first of all. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be among such inspirational panelists and aspirational audience. So, I'm born and brought Dehradun. Yeah, I'm founder of Clean Label Health Food brand Granos, that offering products like roasted makhanas, roasted millet puffs, gourmet teas. So I started my journey back in Dehradun from meager 5,000 rupees, which I borrowed from my father. And the journey has been inspirational for myself. From there, I always wanted to, go for bigger heights. I look for things out of the box. After 15 plus years in distribution, I launched Granos to provide a solution to India's overprocessed and sugar-heavy food culture. And I'm on the way to build a 1,000 crore rupee brand, which feels like a roof for multiple healthy categories under one roof.
So that's a great thought, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to correct the thought process of food industry. Normally, these people coming from a background of food, you study food all the time. For us as founders, food is something which we are using as an opportunity to make revenues or returns. Now, you bring in the idea of bringing more thoughts to making more returns. How do you see in your journey from distribution to the current stage that you are? Has there been any evolution on the lines of VCs supporting it? What are the problem statements that you have figured out in the last couple of years?
Yeah, so as I told you that I came from a distribution and a business family, my suggestion would be always look for the gaps. Get into the thick and thin of the things that you're doing at the moment, whether you're doing a job in a conglomerate company, in a food tech company, and if you are doing distribution or business like mine, look for the gaps. You'll always find these opportunities to build upon, and if you are working in the right direction, you will always find some support in the in the form of VC fundings and the like-minded people.
So you are able to figure out those support systems exist, right? So that's pretty positive when I speak of, because for them you have to start your journey. We are already halfway the line. You have to start your journey on those lines. But I will come back to you. So, Sandeep sir, you gave us a perspective when it came to global, how global deep tech works, how the thought process is, what is their expectation when it comes to the VC funding. But do you see from a global bird's eye how India has evolved and what corrections Indian VCs or Indian founders have to do? So that, yes, deep tech is one of the demand, but ma'am also identified that you have to figure out locally based problem statements, give a solution to that. How do you see that shift, and are we as Indians working on the same correct line or not?
So I have to say that where the maximum amount of wealth in the past has been made out of the startup ecosystem evolving is the software services business. India's global stage limelight actually happened when our software services industry grew heavily. And do you know what was the most important thing about the Indian software services industry? It wasn't built for Indian consumption. It was built for international consumption. So while I agree with the points here that businesses need to be built for the local markets, I don't think valuations can be built on local markets. Valuations have to be built on providing local solutions for global needs. And I think India has an advantage where it can, because of its engineering talent, provide the same solutions at a much cheaper cost. So India's biggest advantage is cheap intellectual labor, right? I mean, if you call it labor, I mean cheap intellectual minds. And also the fact that, we're a very hardworking culture. Now, therefore, in order for an Indian food tech startup to, in my opinion, really deliver at a local level and at an international level, it requires two very different value propositions. Okay, so in order for you to understand what makes an Indian startup successful, I can share what I think an Indian startup should do, because the Indian consumer, which is obviously a 1.4 billion marketplace, is also the most difficult consumer base to sell to. Why? Because Indians are very value oriented, right? Even if you see all the big automobile companies that actually do advertisements here, and you see the automobile companies that do advertisements abroad, यहाँ पे there's a tagline, कितना देती है? There's a sign, there's a line here. It's never about, can you talk to me about the power of this engine or the power of the technology? No, it's about how much value add can I actually get from this product. So in order to basically sell product in India successfully, you need to either offer an existing product at a lower price, and if you want a premium price, then you actually have to offer that same product with vastly different product promise. For the US or for an international market, there's no value proposition. You either offer a scientific solution which is disruptive, or you're just a commodity. So I wanted to set that out, at the very outset. Now coming back to the issue of food tech, and I think your question was, why is it that food tech companies are not able to deliver on that value proposition? What was your exact question again?
The exact question was, do you see what corrections Indian ecosystem
Yes, correct. So in order for Indian VCs to, find the right, in order for the VC ecosystem to produce the right kind of startups, the VCs have to obviously correct the manner in which they also make investments. And they really need to do two things. One, either find, as Dr. Agarwal suggested, her LPs are looking for returns very quickly because, they look upon their returns in saving.
looks at the Indian ecosystem and how it is evolving. But coming to you, Hemis, because you have been part of the Indian ecosystem since day one, do you find that this correction is happening? Because from a founder's lens, it seems as if it is only happening in locations or domains which have been giving good returns or good dividends for the VCs. But do you find it, coming to a food tech topic, is it happening that changes are occurring in the Indian ecosystem? Again, keeping reference point of these software companies or these setups.
Right, that's a good question. So I just want to take a step back. Any idea how much food India consumes? $800 billion, right? At consumer price value. So it's a matter of time, will be $1 trillion food economy, right? Approximately 20% of GDP, agri and food combined. And we have a vision of a $25 trillion overall GDP by 2047, Viksit Bharat, right? If we assume that same 20% ratio for food and agri, as in the food economy, it should touch $5 trillion, right? So this is quite fascinating, and it gives me bumps sometimes, that we took millennials to get to $1 trillion, and we have about 22, 23 years to get to $5 trillion, right? तो फिर मैं आसपास देखता हूँ कि कौन लोग हैं जो ये $4 trillion ऐड करने वाले हैं, right? So I think that is the size of opportunity, right? And I think it starts from entrepreneurship. Frankly, as a VC, the last thing I want to do is to sow ideas in entrepreneurs' mind. They have to be passionate about something, right? So I think given the fact that a lot of the people in the audience are young students, my suggestion to them, is start with problem statements. And there are many low-hanging, Sanjay ji talked about post-harvest food losses being so large in a country like India. It's actually criminal when significant part of the population is undernourished, right? So how do you reduce that? And there are, a lot of solutions, biotech solutions. There's use of AI now, which is helping you improve shelf life. So, start attacking large problems, and that's where you'll create scalable solutions, right? Ingredients. To me, lot of innovations in food will be driven by ingredients. Be it spices mix, or be it bakery ingredients, dairy ingredients, bacterial culture. Who would have thought Indians will eat packaged curd here? 20 साल पहले तो हमने सोचा ही नहीं था. And look how country has changed. And thanks to CHR Ensign, this company out of one of the Scandinavian companies, their culture got into India and they made sure that we have packaged curd and we in fact started eating yogurt. So I think food ingredients is another large space which is completely, to me, I don't see too much of innovations happening, right? We talk about food sustainability, right? And that needs a very different perspective. I think one of my disappointments being in the sector that agriculture and food, though part of the same value chain, don't talk to each other. Different institutions, different talent, different investors, bipolar disorder of another extent. And how do you become a sustainable food company or sustainable food supply chain when you don't have an integrated approach to the food supply chain, right? So to me, when you say course correction, I think we need to look at the larger picture, and I think entrepreneurs have to solve for real problems. I agree also with Vibhuti, even food delivery was an issue, fine, someone solved for it. Nothing wrong with it. But there are larger problems which are still unaddressed, which will need science. Right? So I think that's where the course correction starts. One entrepreneur, thankfully we are a large country, 140 crore log, but I think it needs one entrepreneur to prove something. We need that Sachin Tendulkar or Amitabh Bachchan, whatever you want to call it, who can set the benchmarks for the rest of the startup community and say, hey guys, there's something which is substantial and, as Sandeep said, globally relevant solution that we built out of India.
So I think if I'm correctly understanding it, the Government of India's mandate to make India as the manufacturing hub for the world, or the food hub for the world, or feed the world, fits in perfectly. And I think if I'm getting the right points from you guys, Indian ecosystem is evolving, but at the same time, there are Indian demands that have to be taken care of. There is an emerging business that is coming out of it, and as ma'am rightly pointed, you have homegrown issues that you need to figure out and answer the needs internally. But ma'am, do you feel that the changes that are happening in this ecosystem, when it comes to answering Indian demands, will ultimately in the next couple of years, let's see, for example, if there are 20 students sitting here and 5 out of these 20 create something which is deep tech, do you feel they will get the right hand holding and the right guidance either through NIFTEM institutes or government policy makers, whatever the model may be? Will they be able to bring in the right change? What is your thought?
Yeah, I think it's a very relevant question looking at the audience. I'm sure we are here to motivate students to think of deep tech and to start something new, something revolutionary. So far, I think chicken butter tikka is the most acceptable Indian export worldwide and most loved also. So we Indians have been humble all these, for centuries we have been exporting masalas and curries and not asking for anything from the world. So now it's the time that we export something unique to the world, and also we should be able to monetize it and generate revenues for India. We create product for Bharat, for our tier 2, tier 3 cities. Also, it is very important to solve the problems which are global in nature, not only Indian. For example, producing sustainable food, avoiding food wastage, increasing the shelf life. So if we are able to solve these problems, definitely we are solving for the world, not only for India. We have to look at the palatability of the product is very important. When we talk of food, I think the customer acceptance in terms of taste and flavor and everything, it is the primary importance. It is a matter of primary importance. In addition to, as yesterday sir was mentioning, that we have to address all the senses. When we are talking of food, we have to address the sight. It should be visually appealing. It should have a good smell, and it should taste well also. It should be good for health. So if we are able to produce such food tech startups which have innovations and which are solving global problems, definitely we are going in the right directions. And so far we have been a lot of Indian startups which are solving Indian problems. Last year, the many Indian brands, they got funding like Pizza Greens, Pizza Wings, and other, because thing is that international brands, except 2 or 3, are not able to keep up with the Indian markets lately, because they are not able to look at the local supply chains, and they are not able to cater to local Indian flavors. So if Indian startups, through any way, I mean through deep tech or any technology, they may solve supply chain problems, they may solve cold chain supply problem, which is a big problem, especially for ice cream food techs. So if we are able to solve such problems, definitely we hope that such startups can be the startups of the future, and definitely such startups will attract VC funding, all kinds of patient capital, whatever sir was saying. So Indian investors are now, they are slowly waking up. They're slowly, but they're waking up to the concept of patient funding into deep tech startups, and yes, it is going to happen very soon.
Thank you, ma'am. So out of, again, coming back to these 3 VCs, I could really relate that yes, you want to push food tech mainstream. There is a demand-supply issue. There are ground problems that need to be solved. Now, Rahul, coming back to you. You have seen these 3 VCs speaking about how they think about the ecosystem, how food is evolving, the sustainable. I'm not going to the sustainability part right now, but how food solutions are required. You starting a setup that is focused on millets and likewise, and India pushing for millets to be promoted globally. How do you see this as an opportunity, and is it the right time for this to become mainstream?
Yeah, Siddharth, to answer that, I think this is the best time. As I said earlier, I am very closely associated to imports and distribution. I've seen this shift very closely. I've seen the whole categories got wiped out of the shelves. Earlier, India used to import a lot of breakfast cereals, spreads, sauces from USA, namely Pringles of the world, Doritos of the world, Post cereals of the world. But now the brands are building, global standard products in India, based out of millets, based out of cereals which are much healthier, and the Indian diaspora is opting for those products and those as a guilt-free alternatives, and the globe is also on the way to accept it, and India is on to the way to export more of those kind of products. Yeah.
So you rightly identified that millets is becoming mainstream, but from what I read recently, that again this is for the audience to understand, we as founders are able to figure out what is happening, what might happen, and VCs are ready to push those ideas. But there are ground challenges. If I take millets for example, millets was promoted 2 years back. Government tried to make it mainstream for the global supply chain. But millet is still not able to get that acceptance because it does not match the taste expectation, as ma'am also identified. Now you guys coming from a food tech institute have the right exposure and understanding to figure out. The reason we had this discussion was you could understand and realize how much potential food tech has, and it is actually becoming mainstream when it's taking India to the global arena. And you have the opportunity to bring it mainstream and make some both profits as well as returns in the longer run. Now,
Siddharth, I want to mention one thing if you don't mind. Look around you. You don't need to basically try and figure out a unique product. There are challenges galore. Do you know which country is the only country in the world where McDonald's actually sold a burger without tomatoes inside for almost 1 year? Which is the country that actually had McDonald's being sold, burgers being sold without tomatoes for 1 full year? Anyone want to guess? India. There were no tomatoes in India for 1 year post-COVID. So there was these 2 smart guys in Pune who said this situation that exists has created a problem that we need to potentially solve for so that it doesn't happen in the future. They didn't sit there and say, let me try and figure out an alternative for meat. They figured out a real problem that existed. And you know what they did? In the last 2 years, they've built a controlled environment agricultural facility off the Bombay-Pune highway, which is the single location controlled environment agricultural facility in the country. And in 2 years, what India has going for it, which is unbelievable, is the 1.4 billion population. In 2 years, they've scaled from an idea to now selling 400 crores of vegetables and fruits. And how do they do that? On land on which no fruits and vegetables can be grown, which is therefore cheaply available. They've actually bought cheap land. That's the scalability vector in their business. The only thing that you need to build a controlled environment agriculture, hydroponics as you know it, is you need land. And with the cost of land being, say, 25% of the value of the poly house, they are now almost growing anywhere between 5 to 10 tons of food daily to supply to the retail, organized retail market. So my point is that, trying to basically sit down and think about a unique product that has not been addressed and trying to basically create it is going to, be a challenging situation in a country where products are easily available. But in India, because of the size of the market itself being so large, common challenges in supply chain, for example, can create solutions which can, as an entrepreneur, make you a lot of money.
Yeah, I was adding those points only, and I will come back to you, because I want to give you an example. If you guys remember, there was a problem in import-export, and there is still one problem. There are two challenges. When you speak of meat, the meat that goes out from India was at one time one of the largest suppliers of beef. But with the beef that goes out, or beef per se, how do you differentiate beef from a different organism? I'm not naming it due to certain reasons, but there's a huge export problem. How do you differentiate that? And because there are price parities associated, how do you control that relabeling or mislabeling of the product? That was one challenge that there were startups 2 years back that tried to resolve this. There were startups who are now working with Big Basket just to enhance the life of the product that they sell on their platform. It's a simple solution using spectrophotometry to make it more viable and make more nutritious or stable product in the ecosystem. But you guys need to understand, yes, the problems are common, but at the same time there's a thin line between startup, business and deep tech. And all these three institutes need to coexist. Only then it can have an impact, if I'm right on those lines.
But if they combine, they will have more impact.
It will have a more impact. And I think food tech has a larger impact when it works hand in hand. And as Hemendra sir also identified, agri-tech does not work with food tech. They have to figure out a way to cross talk with each other. Now, we are speaking continuously about business and the problem. But my last topic for today is, how do you see sustainability fitting into it? Because Sanjay sir also identified, we have to ultimately look at the longer setup. Yes, everyone is out here to make money. Let's be very honest. We are looking for safe, sustainable exits. We are looking for our own future. But at the same time, we have to figure out of solutions that are sustainable enough for the ecosystem. So how do you see this as a problem?
Okay, so I think India offers the largest market for sustainable products. And the reason for that is, as Mr. Mathur mentioned, the Viksit Bharat goal is basically to effectively quadruple our economic size over the next 2 to 3 decades, right? Now, the issue is, with the largest economic growth also come the largest greenhouse gas emissions. And India has the opportunity to be the green innovation hotbed of the world. But the benefit of being that green innovation hotbed of the world is actually going to benefit India also the most. Not just monetarily, but, I just came from Bombay and I live in New York. The temperatures in Bombay are already hitting 35, 40 degrees now. Last year I was in Delhi, the temperature hit 54 degrees. Now, just to share with you, 54 degrees, when the temperature is reported to be 54 degrees, it's the average temperature of land and water. The temperature on land is almost 4 to 5 degrees more than that. So technically speaking, we were actually experiencing 58 degrees Celsius temperature on land. Now, you can easily turn around if you actually are living and you have money, main AC chalu kar dunga. But what about the people who are living, 80% of India doesn't have access to air conditioning. So therefore, if we have to solve India's long-term problems, sustainability is the only way that we can solve it. And if especially India has to deliver on its growth promise, it can't do it without, transitioning to a green economy. And therefore, Honorable Prime Minister has recognized that. And if you see the last two budgets, there's been such a huge focus on green topics, right? Solar, electrical vehicles. All of that is being done because of our transition to green economy. Food accounts for 25% of climate emissions. So if you actually have to transition to green economy, you have to focus on food. Focusing on food, by definition, therefore, make sure that your economy is not only prosperous monetarily, but it also basically delivers profit with a purpose. Profit with a positive planet. Very important. Food is going to play an incredible role in India's transition.
I think that is where issues like NIFTEM are trying to bridge the gap. They're trying to create the right thought process change. And what do you see, this is how this is shaping, because you have seen again the agri-tech transition that happened recently.
Right. To me, I think for sustainable food system to exist or succeed at scale, the fundamental shift has to happen at the consumer end. We need to create demand for sustainable foods. As simple as that. Whether we like it or not, any sustainability intervention may at least temporarily increase the cost of production. There could be some cost of certification, etc., to give consumer confidence that it is sustainably produced. So are consumers willing to pay that premium? I think that is important to understand. A milk which you buy at 60 rupees a litre may cost 80 rupees. Are you willing to pay for that? So I think that is the fundamental. And at the same consumer who's probably using a diesel-run SUV on the road. So it has to be a behavioral shift at the consumer end. You can't see sustainability in buckets, right? So I think to me, that is where I think lots has to be done. I am very confident, frankly, and I am confident because of the millennials and Gen Z. They really understand what sustainability is all about, and they really care about it. So I am sure that demand is going to be generated. We can set the example for the rest of the world. I think, to me, there is no dearth of technology to drive sustainability. There are tons of technology. I think it's the adaptation. On the one hand, we have farmers who's earning $2,000 a year, right? And you're telling him use less water, less fertilizer, less pesticide. Just imagine the kind of risk he perceives. Then we have a very inefficient distribution of sorts, wasting food and multiple intermediaries, and then we have a billion-plus population to feed. So I think if you have to drive sustainability, it has to move beyond, it has to be mass movement, beyond the conference room, then five-star hotels and air-conditioned rooms, sit there and talk about sustainability. I really wonder, how, what is the degree of hypocrisy that exists among us. So I think that's where the change has to come. Otherwise, it will be great topic, good reports, good books, etc. But nothing going to happen on the ground.
Ma'am, your thoughts?
So, sir raised a very important point, consumer awareness. So, with this, I think we are doing quite right things now because so PM Modi has created so much awareness about millets, and we now all know that in addition to be nutritionally good, they are also good for the soil and environment. Also now there is a recent campaign which I keep hearing in the radio about the consumption, 10%, he's focusing only on 10% reduction in the cooking oil at home. Just use 10% less of what you have been using. So these are small changes at the consumer level that if education is there, if awareness is there, then definitely as the demand grows for the sustainable food, obviously there will be, as the demand is created, the supply will also be created at the same time. In addition to being sustainable, the food has to be ethically sourced, it has to come from the sustainable environments, and we have to ensure that no child labor has been exploited and no workers have been exploiting during production, and they worked in safe conditions. They were not exposed to pesticides and chemicals during when the food was being grown or when the food was being processed. So these are also points to be remembered for producing sustainable foods. And food wastage, I think, is going to be a big change now that we are refinding the uses of peels, for example. Like now there are many startups which are reusing the peels which we throw, the part of the foods which we don't use at home or in the industry, the way water. Today there was a startup where they were recycling the way water, which is an industrial waste, and we don't know what to do with this, but they are making it into prebiotics and they are converting into something consumable. So such startups and such deep tech, we can call them deep tech, or we can call them consumer, we can call them innovative, we can call them businesses, entrepreneurships, or whatever we call them. But if they are solving any environmental related problems, definitely they have great future.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll come at you, Rahul. So with this, we will come to the closure of the discussion. And with the discussion, I will just ask for one final speech. So in one line, with a question, are policymakers dependent on VCs or VCs dependent on policymakers for investments? Now, your closure remark for the session today.
Well, policymakers depend on VCs? I don't think so. I think policymakers are driven by, the larger good of society. And VCs are a very, very small part of that ecosystem. But I think that when you have policymakers that are proactive and that take inputs from different members of the ecosystem to create policy, I think that is where VCs will play a very important role. And the good news is that every large VC in the world today has an operation in India. And there is an organization called the IVCA, which is the think tank that has been set up with constituents of those individual global VCs and local VCs, who then provide the thought leadership for how VC policy should be shaped. If VC policy is shaped correctly, VCs will then take the right kind of bets on startups. And then if the right startups are basically bet or matched with the right VCs, hopefully the food tech companies that you're talking about will find the right kind of capital and government support. It's a long answer to a short question. But.
Yeah, I'll probably answer it differently. So I think for a sector like food and agri, which is complex and of course politically sensitive, you have food security issue, nutritional security, farm incomes, rural employment. I think these are all very critical components of it. And as we see as investor, whether you like it or not, you have to be cognizant of it, right? And I think that's where, to me, and it has always had, is to have a policy view, right? And only way you can do it is by actively engaging with policymakers. I think a lot of work that I've done in the recent past on building digital public stack for agri, food, climate, I think all those ideas came from entrepreneurs, right? There's nothing original about that. And once you convey in a manner to the government, I think they're listening. So I think there has to be very healthy dialogue. I think for investment to succeed, for creating scalable business models, we need a strong policy push. And as VC, as you rightly said, like IPCA or other industry association, or even as individual VCs, you have to be very cognizant of the policy environment you're working. And in fact, you have the ability, and thankfully government is listening, also to guide how policy should evolve for the betterment of the sector.
Thank you.
So I feel it's both ways, though VCs are also impacted by policymakers. And also nowadays, policymakers are also taking a note of what is going on in the VC ecosystem and how Recently, we all know that our Honorable Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, at Startup Mahakumbh, he highlighted the importance of deep tech, and he also highlighted the role of VCs in encouraging deep tech startups. And obviously, many of the VCs took note of it. However, he also regretted that the food tech based startups which are just doing a little innovation and just based on consumer, they are not the right kind of future that we should be looking at. All said and done, we are dependent on the policymakers. So when the government is announcing any PLI, any product linked incentive scheme for any particular industry or any particular area, so all the VCs also take note of it, and then they are inclined towards that sector, and they also want to invest looking at the future potential. So I think currently it is both ways, and it should be a synergistic approach only. So government should know at which, so VCs expect that government should invest in the, when it is the early stage or deep tech stage, if it is, especially if it is deep tech, where we know that it will take, say suppose 8 to 10 years, and maybe some whatever amount it could be, ranging from 20 crore to 50 crore in early stage of startup, they may utilize that, and they might need this amount to develop some product. So VCs and investors, they expect that government should be part of the VC, the startup system, a startup journey in the earlier stages. And but obviously we'll get the best results when the policy makers as well as VC, they have some synergies, and we all work for the betterment of the startups.
Rahul, you're closing the back in 1 minute.
So I also wanted to share my views on sustainability. Sustainability is, in my opinion, a subjective what it means. It can mean different to different entities. How Granos is looking at it, like we are more into roasting and baking than frying. So it consumes lesser oil, lesser emissions. And apart from that, we are very soon launching gourmet tea bags, which are using plant-based, biodegradable, recyclable pouches instead of those nylon and plastic bags which used to come. Apart from these, we are in the process of installing a full-fledged hybrid solar power system which will energize our facility and result in lesser emissions. So I would urge everyone to think out of the box and don't go for profits in the beginning. Look for different options in packaging and technology, and you will definitely create a value and profits eventually.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you everyone. Thank you to the panelists for giving your views and thoughts on different perspectives that we speak of. Thank you to the audience for patiently listening to us. Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you to our exceptional panelist and our dynamic moderator, Dr. Siddharth, for today's discussion. Now we move on to the felicitation ceremony. I would like to invite Mr. Siddharth to kindly come forward and felicitate each of our esteemed panelists. Mr. Sandeep Bhamar. Can we have a huge round of applause? Mr. Hemendra Mathur. Dr. Vibhuti Agrawal. Mr. Rahul Mittal. Next, I request Honorable Director Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi to kindly come forward to felicitate our dynamic moderator, Dr. Siddharth Manbati. I request Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry to felicitate our moderator. I now request all the panelists and the moderator to kindly gather center stage for a group photograph to commemorate this session. With that, we officially conclude this insightful session. Thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. Now, I hand over the stage to Dr. Henna. Please stay tuned for the upcoming slide.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We request your patience for another 2 minutes to set up the stage, and we'll start with the concluding session of today. Just allow us 2 minutes to set up the stage, please. Backstage team, kindly support in setting up the stage quickly, please. Students sitting behind the curtain, please come forward. We have space in front. All the students sitting behind the curtain, please get up and come in front, please. Both the sides. We have space in front. Please come here. A very good evening, everyone. As we move towards the concluding segment of today's deliberations, we now bring to you an important and insightful discussion followed by a presentation on a flagship initiative of Ministry of Food Processing and Industries, the PMFME scheme, Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises scheme. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Subrata Gupta, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing and Industry, Government of India, and Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay, Registrar, NIFTEM-Kundali, to take us through the insights of this scheme. Sir, may I request you to please join us on stage, please. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Can we show we have a lot of energy left for learning? Thank you. First, I request Dr. Subrata Gupta, sir, to please take us through the insights of the scheme, sir.
are most of the exhibitors here, those who have participated in the SUFALAM exhibition. Please raise your hand, those of you who have exhibited. A few of you are here. Okay, so first of all, let me congratulate NIFTEM, led by Professor Oberoi and his team for organizing a most impressive SUFALAM 2025, where we had not only exhibits from a large number of participants, but also participation in the various discussion fora, various workshops which were held over the 2 days from yesterday. I would also like to particularly congratulate all those who have taken the trouble to present their ideas at the stalls, at the exhibition stalls, where I had an occasion to go around yesterday and also today and speak to many of the entrepreneurs who are present there, displaying their products and their processes. While interacting with them and having a chat with them, it occurred to me that many of them did not have an access to support from government under the Prime Minister's formalization of micro enterprises. Now, essentially, this particular scheme, which is run by the Ministry of Food Processing Industries through the respective state governments, is meant ideally for projects like yours, schemes like yours. I saw a number of very innovative, entrepreneurs. Some people had millets and millet-based products. Some people had spices. Some people had drinks. There was a very interesting mushroom-based, jalebi and other, snacks stall. There's a very interesting stall where makhana was being used to produce a large number of snack items. But most of these entities, most of these entrepreneurs told me that they were not aware about PMFME and they were not aware how to go about getting the support. So I would like to thank Dr. Oberoi that within a very short time he has been able to organize this small presentation where we are going to give for your benefit the guidelines in brief of the Prime Minister formalization of micro enterprises. But let me tell you a few words about the scheme. This scheme was originally designed for micro enterprises, enterprises which are set up by self-help groups, small entrepreneurs, individual entrepreneurs, and even farmer producer organizations, cooperatives, etc. So any type of unit for processing of food, which is a small unit, which is a micro unit, is proposed to be supported under this scheme. The support goes like this, that there is a subsidy component. The subsidy amount is limited to a maximum of 10 lakh rupees, which is given to those units which provide a viable, financially viable DPR, which is appraised by a bank and which sanctions the loan. So when the bank sanctions a loan against your DPR, the government from the state through the state government provides 35% of the cost of the project subject to a maximum of 10 lakh rupees as subsidy, which is adjusted against your loan amount. And in fact, in the exhibition also I found a couple of entrepreneurs who have already accessed it, but most of the people had not accessed it. So this is an opportunity. You should go back, contact your district nodal officers, district resource persons. They will be able to handhold you through the preparation of DPR, through the application which is online, through the sanction of bank loan, and finally through the release of subsidy. We had targeted that in the entire country 200,000 small units, micro units will be formalized through this scheme. You will be happy to know that as on date, 1,38,000 such units have been supported under this scheme. And we would like all of you who have been here and who are interested to access that support to please come forward and access it. We will give you all support through the state resource persons and state SPMU. It's called State Project Management Unit. The contact details of that I have shared, and I hope we'll be able to share those with you. So you can go back, contact them, and get your support. Apart from this subsidy, there is significant amount of support in terms of technology transfer. There is support for marketing support. There is support for participation in various exhibitions, organized by the state and central governments at a subsidized cost. And there is a support for common infrastructure, where several such units which are into similar products can get together and get a common processing facility, constructed principally out of government support. I think the support can go up to 2 crore rupees for a common, such a common facility. I would now leave the podium for Dr. Upadhyay to make a presentation on the parameters of the scheme. But because of a meeting in Delhi, I'll have to leave. I would like to end by wishing all of you the very best. I hope that those who have displayed their ideas and products here succeed and can grow larger, and we see you next year in a much larger format. Thank you very much.
Thank you for such valuable insights, sir. On behalf of entire NIFTEM team, I express my gratitude for your valuable guidance and support, and to help us in making SUFALAM 2025 a success. Your presence during these two-day event kept our motivations very high, and no matter what challenges we faced, we kept on persevering to achieve what we have targeted. Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for Secretary, sir, please? I request Ashutosh, sir, to kindly take us through the details of PMFME scheme now, please.
Yeah, please settle down, take seats. I'll not take much of your time. I am really blessed that I have got a very, the stage is all set by my, in a sense, that patron, which is the Secretary, sir, itself, and speaking about the scheme. So I'll not take much of time that way. That has really made my job easy. However, quickly what sir mentioned and ended with that there is a thing like SNA and SMU or so. So I'll just give you a glimpse of it. What SNA is, State Nodal Agency. Every state there is a nodal agency. A state department has been made responsible. Okay, so it's not there, right? So what SNA I am referring to, there, say, for example, on the screen, you can see Andaman, Andhra. By and large, if you miss or you cannot note it, you can take that note or you can take those details on the ministry website. The details are available. There is a PMFME page differently set up on the website. There is a link for it. Every state, by and large, Department of Industries, Department of Horticulture, they are broadly made SNA, and under those SNA, there is a line further down up to the district level, and that is how this works. At the level of SNA, there is a state management unit which works, and so that is what in this document what sir was mentioning. So I just wanted to highlight. With this, quickly give you some additional details. If though the sir mentioned the basics of it, I'll quickly jump it. This is also mentioned 35% and 10 lakh, everything is said. However, in addition to that, SHG, FPOs, FPC, they can also get, what sir said, that there could be a grant available if there is a collective approach. Means like if state, if there is a FPC, or if it is FPOs or the conglomeration of FPO state represent them, they can collectively be given some common facility, common grant support that can go up to 3 crores, no minimum turnover, and those things are not applicable. Looking into the common infrastructure, which can be given up to 3 crore, is that means infrastructure could be an STP, if there could be a park kind of setup, if there is a branding, marketing kind of support. Seed capital is also a specific support for here. Every SHG member can seek for 40,000 rupees worth of a seed capital. and that is not directly through, means there is a single portal, but that is routed through the existing scheme. There is a convergence of schemes, so state rural livelihood missions are there. They give support to the SHGs. And similarly, if there is, means there are, earlier the scheme was started with the concept of ODOP. But at present, ODOP mandate is not a mandatory concept here. That is just an indicative. Every district, though there is an identified ODOP, if you have that, certainly it will add value that you would be able to cross the bank level test faster or sooner. That personally I feel. But you can think of, say for example, minor forest produce. If the minor forest produce is the target, and particularly for primary and secondary processing, in that case, the TriFed would be the guiding body, or a training structure is given, and then you can make a unit, which is a tri-food under the TriFed guidance. And capacity building, and anybody who just wanted to be a category 1 beneficiary out of it, they just want to know. They want to know that what processing is, what is the potential in processing, how an entrepreneurship can start thinking for this. That is category 1 beneficiary, no charges for training. There are some online trainings available. There are state specific, there is a support available for training. I mean, there would be stipend and allowance would be available, where if you are commuting to a place, that would be covered into it. There would be certification would be given. How does it, means if there is anybody who is interested, need not to straight go to SNA if you are not able to trace it, if you are not able to trace what is the district level mechanism is there. You can directly come to the portal, which is the ministry portal, and then you can simply, there are 4 stages, means first thing is the registration, draft stage, submission stage. So you register yourself. Registering is, you register for any portal, like anybody who is going for any new app, so you have to register first. So that same kind of registration, name and mobile number, the OTP verification, and the registration is done. Then you have to make up your application. You can keep it at draft stage until you submit it finally. So, and in this, then it will go to the DRP, district resource person. DRP will help you to figure it out what your DPR is, what is your interest area, and they'll support you, guide. There are model DPRs available on the websites, and these are the list of the processing activities which are not eligible. Definitely you need to see like areca nut or the beekeeping or those certain things which are not the part of it. I'll not take much time. They are available on the website. So, and very simple documentation if you want to be for the KYC kind of thing. Simple Aadhaar card, PAN card, passport, voter ID, and driving license. These 5 things are required. Loan documents, you have to have a ownership, lease, or the rent agreement for your venture, whatever the name it is. And the quotation of the machines, if you are looking for some grant support for the machineries, detailed project report ready with you, and you should have the cost estimate, bank account statement, if you, and you should have this, the central numbers of certain GST and all that. This kind of portal it works with, and registration confirmation it gives if you are able successful. Then you have to identify that what way you are looking for. You are an individual entrepreneur, you are a SHG, or some tribal unit or minor forest produce is your interest. Details can be taken up. We have the lines available. There is dedicated support. Our own professional executives who are the trained food graduates or the managers, they are available. They also will give you the tracing of your applications. These are the lines which are available, and the working hour is morning 9 to evening 7. Even on Saturday, Sunday, they work in rotation. And your application status, even if you want to identify that who is the district level resource person at your level, what is the ODOP at your district level, all sort of support is available with this. So this is the brief. Any question, I would be more than happy to respond that. Thank you.
Is there any question? Please raise your hand if you want to ask question.
No worries. Questions are welcome. Even once you explore the portal, you explore the scheme, we are ready to resolve it. The institute, there are 2 institutes. One thing I forgot to mention, that both the NIFTEMs, NIFTEM-Kundali and NIFTEM-Tanjore, our sister institutions, they have made a PMFME page on their websites. There's a link available through the ministry website also. A lot of content is available. those who are just exploring for entrepreneurship, the kind of processing options available within a commodity, the technologies and all those details. There are video content, there are PPT content, there is a detailed write-up content, which are commodity specific. And now this particular year, this particular financial year, we are going to upgrade it, means in terms of the quality and also in terms of the number. So this is also to be added. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a comprehensive overview of PMFME scheme. Before you leave the stage, I request Director, sir, to please come on the stage and felicitate,
That's not
sir,
required. Thank you, sir. Thank
Please,
you.
sir,
Really,
we
it's an
want to,
honor,
sir.
just to have the dice with
No,
that
sir,
secretary.
please.
It was a real, means, a pride and privilege.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you. Now, to bring the curtain down on this wonderful two-day event, which was full of rich dialogues, new ideas, powerful collaborations, and display of such innovations in the startup world, we proceed to the concluding remarks and vote of thanks. I would like to invite Dr. Vimal Pant, who's the coordinator for SUFALAM 2.0, on stage to deliver, to give us the brief overview of this two-day event and deliver the vote of thanks, sir.
All the dignitaries present here, participant startups, exhibitors, visitors, faculty members, and their students. As they say, all good things come to an end, and so has this edition of SUFALAM. I'll briefly present the event report now. At the outset, I'm confident to say that SUFALAM 2025 has been a resounding success, bringing together innovators, industry leaders, policymakers, and investors to advance the food processing, agriculture, and sustainability sectors. It surely has been a big leap forward from SUFALAM 2024, when this event made its debut last year. Last year, the total stakeholder engagement was around 250, which has swelled close to 500 this year. In fact, the total registrations under startup category alone was 250, which was spread across 23 states. From 35 exhibitor registrations last year, we have gone to above 60 this year from 20 states. The two-day event featured keynote addresses, panel discussions, startup pitching sessions, and an extensive product exhibition, fostering collaboration and driving innovation. The inaugural session of SUFALAM 2025 was graced by distinguished guests from academia, government, and industry. The session was formally opened by Dr. H.S. Oberoi, our director, who welcomed the chief guest, Shri Chirag Paswan, Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, along with Dr. Subrata Gupta, Secretary MOFP, and other dignitaries including Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor IFPT, and Professor Harpal Singh, IIT Delhi. The deliberations in the inaugural session stressed upon strengthening efforts to reduce post-harvest losses and boost agri-export competitiveness, support innovative research in food processing, packaging, and nutraceutical development, and utilize platforms like SUFALAM to bridge industry-academia gaps. On day one, the first technical session, titled From Idea to Impact, highlighted the journey of transforming entrepreneurial ideas into meaningful ventures. Moderated by our chair, Professor Shri Arun Omlal, the session emphasized that while many individuals have ideas, success lies in execution, persistence, and passion. Resilience, learning from failure, choosing purpose over profit, and maintaining transparency in business operations is the key success mantra. Dr. Nikhil Kelkar from Hexagon Nutrition, Dr. Nikhil Kapoor from Fruit Formulations, Mr. Prashant Nagre from Fermenta Biotech, Ms. Vandana Singh from India Food Banking Network, and Ms. Pranjali Garg from ProMeat graced the occasion. The second technical session on day one was titled How to Scale Without Angel Network, Mr. Sanjeev Shivesh from Think Startup, and Mr. Durlabh Rawat from Barosi Foods. The last session of the first day, titled Digital Marketing and Branding Strategies for Food Startups, focused on digital media and e-commerce strategies. It focused on customer feedback loop for startups and intelligent use of AI tools for marketing. The session clearly laid out that mind share for a product is equally important as market share. The session was moderated by Ms. Yashna Garg from Yugop Wellness, while the panelists included Mr. Vivek Sehgal from Kalguri Digital Private Limited, Mr. Akash Chakor from Foodkida, Mr. Rajat Agarwal from 1000x Sales, and Mr. Sanjay Shotriya from I3 Productions. The second day, that is today, started with young entrepreneurs sharing their business journey with the audience, stating that the catalysts that propelled them to take this route and the rewards and challenges they have come across. The speakers included Ms. Isha Chabber from Repeat Good, Ms. Palak Arora from Sadhguru Superfoods, Mr. Shravan from Concept of Superfood, Priyanshu from Villa Mr. Foods Limited, Mr. Mayang from Easy Proc Solutions, Mr. Kunal Aurora from AK Gourmet House Private Limited, Mr. Anak Goyal from Nature's Biocontrol, and Mr. Romy Kulia from Atpata. This event was followed by an inspiring session talk by renowned startup mentor Professor T. Prasad, highly popular as Professor Mandi. He gave a clarion call to young minds to start ventures and help the country rise to its true economic potential. He stressed that the mantra of learn, sell, learn can truly help the students venture out into the business world. Mr. Rohan Sachdeva and Mr. Ritik Malhotra from our organizing partner Startup India at DPIIT gave a comprehensive presentation on the government funding schemes for startups, mentorship and market access opportunities, key models of engagement, the Bharat Startup Knowledge Access Registry Bhaskar, and marquee programs offered by DPIIT for recognizing startups and enablers. The session also featured a talk by Mr. Debrata Das, co-founder of ProMeet, and NIFTEM alumni who shared his journey and insights with the audience. The last technical session on sustainable food solutions was centered around discussion on advancing sustainable solutions for the food industry. The discussion inspired actionable ideas for reducing environmental impact, with attendees noting the relevance of sustainability in attracting investment. Moderated by Dr. Siddharth Manvati from ClearMeat, the panel had expertise from Mr. Sandeep Bhamar from Green Frontier Capital, Mr. Hemen Mathur from Bharat Innovation Fund, Dr. Vibhuti Agarwal from Real Time Angel Fund, and Mr. Rahul Mittal from Granos India. SUFALAM 2025 received enthusiastic response for exhibition of products at the event. Out of over 60 startups who registered for stalls, 52 startups participated actively in showcasing various products, food technologies, and food processing machines. The range of products, technologies, and machines demonstrated included millet food products, mahua flour products, dehydrated fruit products, unique momos and mushroom jalebis, makhana products, products with tribal essence, energy foods for sport persons, plant-based protein-rich foods, fortified water, mango plants in pots, and non-thermal food technologies. The exhibition presented the strength of food processing sector in the food startup ecosystem and the glimpses for future foods. SUFALAM 2025 also hosted investor pitching sessions on both days of the event. 37 startups had registered for the same, and after scrutiny, 20 of them were shortlisted to present their pitch deck. Many of the startups have got encouraging response from the investors and secured follow-up meetings with investors on investment and mentorship. The investment and mentorship panel included Dr. Gauri Satpathy from Eureka Analytical Services, Dr. Vibhuti from Real Time Angel Fund, Ms. Rajni Anecha from Growword Financial Consultants, Mr. Jagdeep Marhar and Mr. Abhishek Goyal from Nestle, Mr. Abhishek Kakkar from the India Angel Network, Mr. Sashidhar Subramaniam from Buller Group, Mr. Nagin Khatri from Entel Ventures, and Dr. Prabodh Halde from Marico. SUFALAM 2025 was a landmark event that was almost twice as big as SUFALAM 2024, and it catalyzed innovation, collaboration, and sustainability in India's food processing and agriculture sectors. With large number of corporates, high-profile speakers, and a competitive pitch deck session, the event delivered tangible outcomes for startups, investors, and industry stakeholders. NIFTEM-Kundali's leadership in hosting SUFALAM 2.0 reinforces its role as a hub for food technology entrepreneurship. The connections forged and insights shared during the event will continue to drive progress in the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you for such a comprehensive overview, sir. It's time to express our gratitude to all those who made SUFALAM 2025 a great success. For this, I invite Dr. Prasanna Kumar, Professor NIFTEM, to deliver vote of thanks.
Good evening all. It gives me immense pleasure to remember the people who made, as told by Dr. Vimal Pant, this SUFALAM 2.0 a great success. I first of all thank our Ministry of Food Processing Industries for trusting on us this event. They collaborated well, they supported well, they gave us good support and encouragement. Because of that, we could reach to much higher height, and we can now see SUFALAM 3.0 how it would be. So that is the strength we have gained after coming to the end of this SUFALAM 2.0. I thank Minister of Food Processing Industries, Mr. Chirag Paswanji, for coming over here, encouraging or promoting our startups. All the people who have come here, our students, our faculty members, his visit motivated all of us, and because of that, we could organize it in a very good way. I thank the Minister of State could not come, but Ravneet Singh Bittuji was also a great support for us in organizing this SUFALAM 2.0. Secretary MOFPI, Dr. Subrata Gupta, was here for the past 2 days, seeing to it that we all get motivated by his presence everywhere, and that's what it happened, and that's the result of SUFALAM 2.0 getting this much success. I thank our director, Harinder Singh Uberai sir, for motivating us, leading from the front, and his dynamic leadership and vision definitely motivated us, and we could organize this event at everywhere, even in the our exhibition stage, or in the pitching deck, or in the stage, everywhere. The things did not go a single degree here and there. And it was all in a proper way, coming up in a proper way, only because of its motivation and leading from the front. I thank you, sir, for all your support, motivation, that really helped us. The there were two technology transfers and MOUs that are also signed, and I congratulate those who developed technology and transferred it to our industry, as well as I thank MOU, people who are involved in signing MOU of NIFTEM with the FIXI and other organizations. Particularly, I thank the persons from industries who have come from various places, various industries, such as Mr. Jagdeep Maharji, Mr. Shashi Subramaniaji, Miss Gauri Satpati ji, Mr. Abhishek Goyal ji, Dr. Prabodh Halde, Mr. Nikhil Kelkar, Mr. Nikhil Kapoor, Mr. Prashant Nagre, Ms. Vandana Singh, Mr. Sunil Marwa, Mr. Vivek Sehgal, Mr. Rajkamal Agrawal, Mr. Sanjay Shrotriya, Mr. Sandeep Bhamar, Mr. Hemendra Mathur, Mr. Satyan Panda, Mr. Sanjay Kajuria, and there were many others who came from industries on request, leaving behind their busy schedule and attending and coming over here and talking to you in front of you, motivating you to have good startups, how to become entrepreneur from the stage of a startup. That kind of motivation we all got. The exhibitors, I thank them. Out of 58, other than NIFTEM stall, we had 58 stalls that were being built. Only 4 were absent. They were always telling till the last night that they will be coming in the morning, but due to some reasons, they could not come. So it is a big success that after 56, 52 came, and they were here. They took the good opportunity of NIFTEM visit. They are very much thankful. I thank our director, sir, for giving them such a good opportunity and such a good stage in NIFTEM to showcase their products, process, machines, and technologies. I think they have given me very good feedback on NIFTEM, and I think we have a lot of research areas where research gaps I have identified with talking to them, and I think our NIFTEM can really guide them in transforming them from the present stage, whatever the technical help they require. Probably our staff, faculty and staff can help them in coming up in a big way. I thank the persons or participants, the pitch deck, who came in large number, who applied in large number, but 20 were given chance to come over here and present their ideas and the like. So I thank them for coming over here, as well as the jury who try to identify the people who have really good business ideas and converting into production process. I thank alumni who some of them have become mentors, and they have come here and motivated our students as well as they were with us. We are very happy to see our alumni coming over here and meeting us, talking to us, exchanging ideas with us, and we could see how far they have reached. I am thankful to the volunteers, student volunteers, who really helped us in organizing the event. They were everywhere. They were answering every questions, every queries the people asked. And I am thankful to all the students. I am indebted to all of you for supporting everyone who visited NIFTEM campus in last 2 days. I am indebted to my colleagues, the deans, HODs, the faculty colleagues who taken various responsibilities and ultimately executed in a proper way, and because of that this event could be ending in a smiles on our faces. I thank all the staff members who also supported us, and I thank one and all who are directly or indirectly involved, either have mentioned or not mentioned. Take it as the thanks. It is a thanks from the organizing committee of the SUFALAM 2025, and I really expect from all of you the similar kind of or greater kind of involvement and support for organizing such a big events. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we draw curtain on SUFALAM 2.0. I thank each and everyone who has participated in this event. And with this, we close today's evening. I wish all of you have a pleasant evening. Jai Hind. Thank you. Sorry, we will be having a national anthem, so I request you all to rise on your seats. And I request IT team to play the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. With this, we close this 2 days event. Thank you all of you for being a part of it. Have a pleasant evening.